Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. About a week to go for Donald Trump's tariffs to kick in. India, like the rest of the world, is bracing for impact. India is also making hectic moves. Talks, visits, lowering tariffs, everything is being done to avert the blow. Tonight, we'll look at the high-level engagements with Washington and the possibility of India opening up to China if Trump strikes hard. Meanwhile, in the Ukraine war, multiple rounds of talks between Ukraine and the US and Russia and the US. The focus now is on a Black Sea truce. In West Asia, Trump is bombing the Houthis in the hope of resuming Red Sea shipping. In the US, the president has given a lifeline to Boeing with a deal to build America's sixth-generation stealth fighter. Can Boeing deliver? Why has Europe issued a travel advisory against the United States? As protests erupt across Turkey, will Erdogan get away with a political coup? The race for 6G is heating up. We'll tell you who's in the lead at the moment. Is the US set to recognize the Taliban and reopen its embassy in Kabul? Why Usha Vance's visit to Greenland is being seen as a hostile move? And what is Apple TV Plus doing wrong? It is losing $1 billion every year.
India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them.
April 2 is fast approaching, and with it are Trump's tariffs. Traders and economists have been dreading this date. India, like many other trade partners of the US, is on the tenterhooks. Will these tariffs force New Delhi to pivot to China? That's what we'll discuss tonight. But first, let's look at what is coming. This is the threat that Trump has been making for weeks now.
So on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in, and whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them.
What they charge us, we will charge them. That is Trump's logic, and this approach has shaped all his moves. He is targeting both friends and foes, including US neighbors like Mexico and Canada, America's biggest trading partner and rival China, and America's old ally Europe. They've all been slapped with reciprocal tariffs. And by the looks of it, India could be next. Trump has complained a lot about India. He's been doing it since his first term in office, although then, during his first term, India managed to avoid the tariffs. But this time, the situation feels different. There is anxiety both in Washington and New Delhi, because this would be the biggest expansion of Trump's tariffs.
We're going to be getting back some of the wealth that very, very foolish presidents gave away because they had no clue what they were doing. And April 2nd, I would have made it April 1st, but you know what April 1st is, April Fool's Day. I figured, I don't like doing it, but I made it April 2nd. But it's a liberation day for our country.
He's calling it Liberation Day. Here's how India is preparing for it. Prime Minister Modi held a meeting today, and two key ministers were part of this meeting. S. Jaishankar, who's India's External Affairs Minister, and Piyush Goyal, who's India's Commerce Minister. They discussed the impending US tariffs. It's not clear what they concluded with, but reports say that India is looking at a range of options. And one of them, interestingly, is opening up to China. That is one of the options. India could reduce curbs on Chinese trade and investments. Broadly, consensus is building on three proposals. First, a reduction of tariffs on Chinese imports. Second, fewer visa restrictions on China. And third, allowing some Chinese apps to operate in India again. Remember, these curbs were brought in after Galwan, after the clashes in Galwan, the border clashes in 2020, when Indian and Chinese troops came to blows. India had restricted Chinese imports back then, but now New Delhi could dilute some of these restrictions or lift the curbs entirely. The extent of India's concessions will depend on the severity of Trump's tariff blow. Reports say India will respond proportionally. Last year, India exported $74 billion worth of goods to the United States. $74 billion. So sweeping tariffs would hit a large chunk of India's trade. And if that happens, India's options would narrow. It could raise taxes on American imports as a response, and it could tilt towards China. India could tilt towards China. It all depends on how far Trump is willing to escalate the trade war. Now, reports also say that the US president is rethinking some of his plans, which apparently he always is. He favors a more targeted approach and not blanket tariffs on all trade partners. What does that mean? What is this targeted approach? On the 2nd of April, some countries or some blocs could be excluded, or so they hope. Because with Trump, nothing is certain. Until he announces it himself, it is not a given. And even then, he is prone to changing his position. Reports say Trump is yet to make a decision. And India is actively engaging with his administration, keeping the focus on the trade relationship. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar raised it in January. He was in Washington, D.C. for Trump's inauguration. There, he met the new U.S. Foreign Minister Marco Rubio, or the Secretary of State, as they call him. It was Rubio's first official meeting in that role, and it was with the Indian Minister S. Jaishankar, which was a message in itself. Those talks led to the Indian Prime Minister's visit to Washington, D.C. in February. Prime Minister Modi met Trump at the White House. He was among the first world leaders to be welcomed by the new U.S. president. A potential trade deal was discussed between India and the U.S., and both leaders agreed to speed up talks.
Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion. And Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that, in the U.S.-India trading relationship, with the goal of signing an agreement.
So the two leaders met early in Trump's term. It set the tone for more engagements. It triggered a wave of high-level visits. This month, another top Indian minister was in the U.S., Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. He held talks with Trump's trade officials. New Delhi also hosted senior members from Donald Trump's team. One of them was Christy Canagallo, the acting deputy secretary at the U.S. Homeland Security. This visit took place in February. Then last week, Tulsi Gabbard was here. Gabbard is the Director of National Intelligence. Tomorrow, Brendan Lynch is set to arrive in New Delhi. He is a top U.S. trade representative. Next month, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to visit India along with his wife Usha Vance. So you can see the level of exchange at the top. And these visits are an encouraging sign. They show commitment in this relationship from both sides. But India should not mistake them for a trade breakthrough. That is not a given. Trump could easily change his mind tomorrow. Consider this. After raising tariffs on Chinese goods, Donald Trump is planning a meeting with Xi Jinping. Reports say the groundwork is being laid, and that sums up the US president's modus operandi. He will wage a trade war and initiate dialogue at the same time. And the world has no choice but to play along. All eyes are on the sprawling Ritz Hotel in Riyadh. It wears a deserted look today, but inside, you could bet things are hectic. Because this is where the crucial Ukraine peace talks are happening. All three delegations are here. The American team, the Russian team, and the Ukrainian team, all of them under the same roof. These delegations are discussing the technical side of things. They have the green light from their respective presidents, so their job is to finalize the fine print. And how's it going? Well, the Americans and the Ukrainians met yesterday. Kiev called it a constructive talk. President Zelensky later released a statement. He urged the world to build pressure on Russia.
There must be more pressure on Russia to stop this terror. And that depends on all our partners, the US, Europe, and others around the world. After the last meeting in Saudi Arabia, it has become absolutely clear to the entire world, Russia is the only one dragging this war out, the only one that brought it here, and the only one who needs it to continue.
Today, the talks continued. As we speak, the Russians and the Americans are holding discussions. Afterwards, the Americans will hold talks with the Ukrainians, sort of like a debrief. We are still waiting for statements on those talks. But we can tell you that the focus is on the Black Sea. The US is pushing for a maritime ceasefire. Basically, no attacks on ships or ports. Such a ceasefire was agreed upon in 2022. It was called the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The idea was to allow Ukraine and Russia to ship food grains without fear. This agreement held for almost 1 year, but in 2023, Russia walked out of it. 2 years later, President Trump wants to revive it, and Moscow is game.
In the first place, it is about the safety of ship navigation. But if you remember its initiative previous form, all of its aspects, there was a rather large part about obligations towards our country that were not fulfilled last time.
So that is the first item on the agenda, the Black Sea Truce. The second is discussing the line of control. Basically, where do you freeze the front line? Who will monitor that front line? And how will peacekeeping happen? These are some of the contentious issues, but it's not clear if an agreement will be reached. Both sides approach these talks very differently. The Americans were confident of making real progress, but the Kremlin was not. They warned of difficult negotiations ahead. Trump has tasked his Gulf buddy to lead the peace effort. That's Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. He shed some light on President Trump's game plan, on how he intends to end this war. Listen to what he said.
The ultimate goal is a 30-day ceasefire, during which time we discuss a permanent ceasefire. We're not far away from that.
So 30-day ceasefire first, then use that time to strike a permanent deal. That is Donald Trump's game plan. But is he underestimating the challenge? I ask because even the existing truce is in tatters. Last week, Russia and Ukraine agreed to a partial truce. They agreed to not attack energy sites. Yet, Ukraine is striking Russia's energy infrastructure. They say no truce document has been signed, so the attacks are not a violation. And Russia too is escalating. On Sunday, they launched a massive drone attack on Kiev. At least 3 people were killed in that attack. Take a look. This suffering certainly needs to end, and Trump is right to push for peace, but his approach raises a lot of questions. Over the weekend, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff appeared on a podcast. And let me quote some of the things that he said. President Putin had commissioned a beautiful portrait of President Trump from a leading Russian artist and actually gave it to me and asked me to take it home to President Trump, which I brought home and delivered to him. So Putin commissioned a painting of Trump and Witkoff brought it back with him. Here's another quote. When President Trump was shot, Putin went to his local church and met with his priest and prayed for the president, not because he was the president of the United States or could become the president of the United States, but because he had a friendship with him and he was praying for his friend. Witkoff is saying that Putin prayed for Trump. Now, these are significant statements to make, especially in the middle of hectic negotiations. They offer us insights into Trump's equation with Moscow. The American side has considerable trust in Russia. They firmly believe that Putin wants peace. At the same time, they do not have much trust in Ukraine, as evident from last month's Oval Office clash. With such prejudice, Can the US be an effective mediator? In an ideal world, perhaps not. But right now, the US is the only Western country talking peace, so let's hope the effort succeeds. In Ukraine, President Trump is pursuing talks, but in West Asia, it's the opposite. He is using the military option. The US began bombing Yemen on March 15th. Their target, the Iran-backed Houthi rebels, and the attack has been relentless. Pentagon officials say they have been bombing every day and every night. One such attack took place on Sunday. The US military has published videos of this operation. They show fighter jets taking off from the Red Sea. Over in Yemen, there was extensive damage. Buildings in the capital Sana'a were struck. At least one person was killed. Take a look. This is the 10th day of the operation. But what is the objective? What is the US hoping to achieve? That was explained by President Trump earlier this month. He wants the Houthis to stop attacking ships. Remember, this was a big problem last year. The Houthis targeted more than 100 ships in the Red Sea. Their goal was to build pressure on Israel and the West to make them stop the war in Gaza. The plan may not have worked, but it completely reshaped global shipping. Shipping firms stopped sailing through the Red Sea. Instead, they took the longer route. They sailed all the way around the African coast. And this adds around 10 days to the voyage. But companies wanted to be safe. President Trump is hoping to rewind these changes. He wants ships to sail through the Red Sea again. Let me quote his national security advisor. This is what he said. 75% of our US flag shipping now has to go around the southern coast of Africa rather than going through the Suez Canal. President Trump has decided to hit the Houthis and hit them hard, as opposed to the last administration where weeks and months would go by with these pinprick attacks. In other words, no half measures. Donald Trump means business. He wants to bring shipping companies back to the Red Sea. A, it will cut down voyage time, and B, it will reduce costs. That is the plan. But are shipping companies ready for this move? Well, none of the big ones are. Danish shipping giant Maersk is not returning to the Red Sea, nor is Hapag-Lloyd or MSC. They will continue sailing around Africa. What they want is a clear signal, maybe a comprehensive peace deal in Gaza or a significant weakening of the Houthis. The US is clearly focused on the second scenario. They want to weaken the Houthis. They have been targeting Houthi leaders and missile sites, yet the group remains defiant. They have launched multiple attacks on American warships. Yesterday, they also fired a ballistic missile at Tel Aviv in Israel. Air raid sirens rang across the city, but the missile was eventually shot down.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces targeted Ben Gurion Airport in the occupied Jaffa area with a Palestine to hypersonic ballistic missile. The operation successfully achieved its objective, which led to the suspension of air traffic at the airport for more than half an hour.
So the Houthis are not de-escalating. Of course, Trump could increase the intensity of the strikes, but that too has its downsides. One, more civilian casualties. Already more than 50 people have been killed. A lot of them are women and children. And secondly, it would make the Houthis more dangerous and desperate. The question is, does Donald Trump want to risk that? An easier option is to pursue peace. The Houthis had stopped attacking ships in December last year. After the Gaza truce in January, things were calm. Not even a single incident had been reported. But this month, they threatened to restart the attacks. You see, Israel was blocking aid to Gaza, so the Houthis wanted to build pressure on them. And that's when Trump ordered the strikes. But in this intervening period, things were looking up. In February, around 200 ships passed near the Yemen coast, and this was up from 144 in February last year. But of course, down from the usual 500, which was before the war. So things had slowly started to improve, but now we are back to square one. What happens next depends on multiple factors, like how much escalation is Trump okay with? Will Israel scale back its operation in Gaza? And will the Houthi backers in Iran advise caution? It's certainly not a straightforward situation. On the one hand, you do not want to encourage rogue groups like the Houthis. You give in once, you set a precedent. On the other hand, you don't want to make things worse. It's a delicate situation for President Trump. Let's see how he navigates it. As the US projects air power in West Asia, it is also preparing for future conflicts. And leading the charge is, of course, Donald Trump. The president wants a new toy for his Air Force, a shiny, costly, stealthy, brand new fighter jet. Trump unveiled his plans over the weekend and awarded the contract to Boeing. Boeing will now make America's next cutting-edge jet. It will be designated the F-47. Where the F stands for fighter and 47 is for the 47th President of the United States, which happens to be Donald Trump. You just can't miss the coincidence. The aircraft will be made under a program called the NGAD. It stands for Next Generation Air Dominance Fighter, NGAD. It will give the US Air Force its first 6th generation stealth fighter jet. Donald Trump believes it will change air combat forever and give America the edge in the battlefield. Here's what he said.
The F-47 will be the most advanced, most capable, most lethal aircraft ever built. An experimental version of the plane has secretly been flying for almost 5 years, and we're confident that it massively overpowers the capabilities of any other nation. There's no other nation. We know every other plane. I've seen every one of them. And it's not even close. This is a next level.
Trump said the aircraft has been flying for 5 years. So why is it being unveiled now? You see, the NGAD program was approved in 2014, but the Biden administration put a halt on the project, and the reason was quite simple. The 6th gen stealth jet will burn holes in America's pockets. Boeing needs $20 billion just to kickstart the work. And look at the cost of each aircraft, upwards of $300 million. Let me spell that out for you again. $300 million for one single jet. That's more than the GDP of some countries, making it the costliest weapon ever. As of today, the American-made F-35 stealth jet holds that title, the costliest. One aircraft costs about $80 million, but each F-47 would cost more than 3 times more. And yet, not much is known about it. Initial designs show the aircraft with large wings, a tailless body adding to its stealth, and canards for agility. The US Air Force plans to induct the F-47 in 5 years, and Boeing's secretive team called Phantom Works will manufacture the aircraft. For Trump, this is all good optics. A new fighter jet under his presidency sits well for his America First image. And secondly, Trump has given Boeing its biggest lifeline yet. You see, Boeing has been on a downward spiral. We've been telling you about this. Passenger plane crashes, faulty parts, quality control issues, and delayed deliveries of the presidential jet, the Air Force One. These are just some of the issues plaguing Boeing. Apart from losing public trust, of course, the aerospace firm has lost its biggest customer, the US military, until Trump 2.0 happened. Now the contract has gone to Boeing, ending the reign of its main competitor, Lockheed Martin. Until now, Lockheed Martin was the sole contractor for making stealth fighter jets in the West. It was a monopoly. In 2005, it gave America the F-22 Raptor, and 10 years later, it rolled out the F-35 Lightning. This jet is now operated across NATO. It was made by Lockheed Martin, but this time, Boeing trumped Lockheed Martin. And the reaction was quick. Lockheed Martin stock plunged by more than 5%, and Boeing stocks gained by more than 3%. The markets are showing trust in Boeing, at least for now, but can it deliver? It doesn't have the luxury of time. The F-47 is supposed to replace the F-22. The F-22 is America's best fighter jet. It is more than 2 decades old now. The US is the only country that still operates the F-22. There are almost 190 aircraft in service, so Boeing has to bring in the new jet soon. Because geopolitics is changing fast and Trump believes the threat from China is growing. With the West busy with the war in Ukraine, Beijing has been on a modernizing spree. In December last year, China unveiled not one but 2 tailless stealth jets, 2 jets, the J-36 and the J-50. China claims they are 6th generation aircraft. But China is also known for its exaggerated PR, so its claim remains questionable. Nonetheless, Washington is feeling the heat, and the F-47 is Trump's answer to China. Of course, the big question is, can he pull it off? He wants the jet to enter service before he leaves the White House. He's worried that the next administration could slam the brakes because of the cost. Like I said, each jet costs more than $300 million. That's a lot of money. On the other hand, China has unveiled 2 6th-generation prototypes. It's now a scramble for the skies. Which side will blink first? Will the F-47 retain America's dominance as the threat from China grows? And most importantly, can Boeing even pull this off? We'll be tracking. As Donald Trump prepares for the Chinese threat, Washington's allies are raising the alarm about Trump's America. Canada, Denmark, Finland, Germany and the United Kingdom, they've all issued travel advisories for the US. They're all warning their nationals from visiting the United States. The reason? Trump's crackdown on immigration and transgender rights. It has hit European travelers. Many of them were detained and deported by US immigration officials. Of course, it's not just Europeans that are bracing for impact. Trump plans to deport more than 500,000 migrants. These are people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua and Venezuela, 500,000. He wants to send them back. They were living in the US on humanitarian grounds. Trump has given them 1 month to pack their bags and leave. Here's our report.
The American Dream, a term coined by historian James Truslow Adams in 1931, was the driving factor for millions of people to flock to the United States in pursuit of a better life. For decades, people from around the world gave it their all to enter the United States, and the dash for the dream peaked in recent years, with illegal migration hitting record-breaking numbers. Until Donald Trump returned to the White House. Trump has cracked down on migration with a heavy hand.
Absolutely.
He has ordered the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, to detain and deport all illegal migrants. There are currently over 11 million illegal migrants in the country who are now staring at an uncertain future. But travel to the United States has become unsafe for valid visa holders as well. Denmark, Finland, the United Kingdom, Germany and Canada are warning their nationals about visiting Trump's America. They are urging travelers to strictly adhere to all rules for entry, and there's a reason for that. The warnings come after several European travelers were detained and deported by US immigration officials. But there's more. The advisories also warn about the State Department's crackdown on trans rights. Both Denmark and Finland have flagged Trump's executive order recognizing only 2 genders and the removal of the non-binary X marker on passports. Meanwhile, Canada, Britain and Germany reported that their nationals were arrested and deported by ICE agents who cited visa violations. But reports suggest that some detentions were based on phone messages being critical of Trump and social media support for pro-Hamas protests in the United States. A travel advisory for the United States is not uncommon. However, it was majorly issued for gun violence. But this time the threat is deportations, and it's not just Europeans who are facing the heat. because Trump plans to carry out the largest single operation deportation yet. The White House is ending the legal status of more than 500,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua and Venezuela. The US Department of Homeland Security has ended the humanitarian parole program for select countries. This program allows people to temporarily enter the United States for humanitarian reasons, and it allows the asylum seekers to legally reside and work in the country for 2 years. It's the same program that allowed entry to current Secretary of State Marco Rubio's parents into the United States in 1956. But times have changed, and the parole seekers from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua and Venezuela will now have to leave the United States. The Trump administration has given them a 30-day ultimatum. Immigration officials cite that only those migrants who have overstayed their parole are being sent back and that the program is not being scrapped for now. Cuba, Haiti and Venezuela have begun accepting the deportations.
And today we are receiving 199 compatriots in the same conditions as the first flight. Venezuela and the world know that we are not accomplices of any type of crime. And what we are not going to do is condemn Venezuelans just because that is the narrative they want to impose. If someone comes at the request of a country's police agencies, the prosecutor's office, or the organs of justice, they will be processed in that way. But if it's anyone who has absolutely nothing to do with crime, that person will go home once and for all without any inconvenience.
For now, the deportations of humanitarian parolees is being challenged in court. A group of Americans and immigrants have sued the White House. However, the Trump administration is no longer accepting applications for asylum. With deportations now in full swing, Donald Trump is working toward his campaign promises of sending back illegal migrants. While South America prepares to take back thousands of deportees, Europeans are rethinking their travel to the United States, fearing being clubbed with the deportees despite having valid visas. It looks like very few are welcome in Trump's America.
Now let's look at Turkey, where public anger is rising, crowds are swelling, and the calls to oust President Recep Tayyip Erdogan are becoming impossible to ignore. Take a look at this first. Tens of thousands, perhaps over 100,000, gathered in Istanbul, outside the city's municipal headquarters. That's the seat of Istanbul's mayor. They gathered there because the mayor has been arrested. It started on Wednesday with an early morning raid. Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, was arrested on charges of corruption and aiding terrorism. As it happens, İmamoğlu is Erdogan's main political rival, the person with the best chance at defeating the Turkish president. İmamoğlu was picked up on Wednesday, and that sparked the mass demonstrations you've been seeing. The biggest protest in Turkey since 2013. This is despite a nationwide ban on public gatherings and despite a crackdown by the police. More than 1,100 people have already been arrested for protesting. But clearly the crackdown has failed to thin out the crowd. The Turkish people are furious. They aren't backing down. Let me take you through what happened on Sunday. The day began with a vote, a largely ceremonial vote to decide on the opposition's presidential candidate. There was only one name on the ballot, Ekrem İmamoğlu. He was the only one, and it was supposed to be just for members of his party, the Republican People's Party, or the CHP. But they opened up the poll to all Turkish people, and the support came flooding in. The party says 15 million people voted for İmamoğlu, irrespective of party membership, irrespective of political affiliation. This was a symbolic vote. Even those who did not support Imamoglu voted for him. They basically voted against Erdogan and his authoritarian tactics.
I am very upset. This is no longer just a problem for the Republican People's Party, but a problem for Turkish democracy. We do not accept our rights being so easily usurped. We will fight until the end. Imamoglu is trusted by us, and we are with him.
While this was happening, while the people were making him their opposition leader, Imamoglu was being packed off to a prison, the Marmara prison on the outskirts of Istanbul. It is said to be both Turkey's and Europe's largest prison complex. That's where Imamoglu was transported, and he will stay in this jail while he's being tried. I told you he's accused of corruption and terrorism, but he has not been found guilty yet. He is still awaiting trial, but the Turkish judiciary has decided to keep him locked up. The Turkish people are not happy about this, which explains the outpouring of anger yesterday and the giant crowd that gathered in Istanbul. Take a look at this. Protesters gathering by the hundreds near an ancient Roman aqueduct, close to the city hall building that you saw earlier. The protesters were face to face with the riot police, who decided to douse them with pepper spray. Yes, those fire extinguisher type things that you see, those are pepper spray dispensers. The police was charging forward and covering the protesters in that stuff. So obviously there was pushback. Some protesters chose the high ground. They sang and danced in front of the police. They showed heart signs and peace signs and proudly displayed the face of the country's founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the architect of modern Turkey. Other demonstrators were not as calm. They tossed fireworks at the riot police and clashed with them, giving the police the perfect excuse to detain these people. As I said, over 1,100 people have been arrested already, and the number is almost certain to go up. Among the arrested are journalists. They are being rounded up from their houses or detained at the protests. The police are reportedly smashing their equipment. Why? Apparently for showing the world what is going on. Erdogan does not seem to want all of this getting out. His government is stifling social media as well. They have suspended about 700 accounts on X, formerly Twitter. 700 accounts suspended. The Turkish government really does not want the momentum to spread. Erdogan is doing everything he can to stifle dissent. He has even called the protesters street terrorists.
Cesaretiniz varsa bırakın demokrasi işlesin, bırakın hukuk işlesin. Yüreğiniz yetiyorsa bırakın mahkemeler hiçbir baskı altında kalmadan Türk milleti adına kararını versin.
Erdogan says the protesters are going against the national will. He says the days of street demonstrations are over. They are part of the old Turkey. Well, by the looks of it, thousands of people do not like his new Turkey, and they aren't afraid to take to the streets and say so. Are there enough of them? Will they be able to get Erdogan to back down, or will the protests fizzle out like he wants? We'll find out in the days ahead. We've come a long way in the digital age. Just a decade ago, buffering videos tested our patience. Today, we stream in 4K. We make instant video calls and control smart homes with a tap. So what is next? 6G. A technology that won't just connect us faster, but in ways we've never imagined. Holographic conversations, real-time AI assistants, and an internet more powerful than ever. It will all be just a tap away. But with great power comes great competition. Countries and tech giants are in a fierce race to lead the 6G revolution. So who's ahead? Who's falling behind? Where does India feature in this race? And most importantly, how will this impact you? Our next report tells you.
Imagine a world where you could talk to your best friend as a hologram. Cars could drive themselves perfectly, and doctors could perform surgeries via robots. Sounds like a sci-fi movie, right? Well, that's what 6G promises to bring to life. If 5G was like upgrading from a bicycle to a sports car, then 6G is like getting a spaceship. It will be faster, it will be smarter, and it will connect us in ways that are unimaginable right now. So what exactly is 6G? It stands for Sixth Generation Wireless Technology. Think of your internet as a highway. Right now with 5G, we have wide, fast roads where many cars can travel quickly, but there's still some traffic sometimes. And not everything moves perfectly. 6G will be like building bigger highways, that too in the sky. Cars will fly and never get stuck. 6G uses super high-frequency signals called terahertz waves. They can send data incredibly fast, up to 1 terabit per second. That is 1,000 times faster than 5G. It's so fast that you could download an entire movie in just 1 second. Most importantly, 6G will connect everything, not just phones and computers, but also homes, cars, factories, and even entire cities. So who is leading the race? China has the lead right now. In March this year, Beijing released its national development goals. Cultivating the 6G industry is one of them. It's conducted successful satellite-to-ground laser communication tests that achieved data transmission rates of 100 gigabits per second. It has set technological standards for 6G. Major companies like Huawei and ZTE are also heavily involved. The government has also established a national working group focused on 6G. It provides funding for such ventures. So China clearly has the head start. But the West is moving slower than usual. The US is pursuing initiatives like the Next G Alliance. It aims to secure a prominent position in 6G development. Europe anticipates that standardization work for 6G will begin around this year. Companies like Qualcomm, Nokia, and AT&T are involved in research. But most experts believe that the West is a step behind. They want to make the most out of 5G before jumping into 6G. So where does India feature in this race? The government has a big plan called Bharat 6G Vision. It aims to make the country a key player in this new technology. Here are 3 things India is already doing. 1. Investing in research. Universities and tech companies are working together to develop 6G solutions. 2. Partnering with other countries. India has teamed up with Japan and Finland. This is to share knowledge and build 6G together. 3rd, encouraging Indian companies. Reliance Jio and Bharti Airtel are getting ready to take part in the global 6G race. So what does the road ahead look like? If all goes well, 6G will officially launch by 2030. But here's the big question. How will it change your life? Will 6G create a future where we're more connected than ever? Or will it bring new challenges we haven't even imagined yet? One thing's for sure, the 6G race has begun. And the winner won't just shape technology, they'll shape the future of the world.
There's a reset brewing in Kabul between 2 bitter battlefield enemies, the Taliban and the United States. There's a lot of buzz around President Trump's approach. He doesn't brand regimes as enemies or friends. He simply sees a transaction. And looks like that approach may benefit the Taliban. Because reports say the US is thinking about reopening its Kabul embassy. If true, this would be massive. Like most countries, the US shut its Afghan embassy in 2021. That's when the Taliban captured power in Kabul. And since then, only a few have reopened. The likes of Pakistan, Russia, India, China, and Iran. But looks like Trump wants to do the same. And it's not an isolated move. It's part of a larger shift by the US government. Last week, an American delegation traveled to Kabul. It was led by Adam Bowler. He's a hostage negotiator at the White House. Also part of the team was Zalmay Khalilzad. He served as Trump's Afghan envoy in the first term. After 2021, he slipped into the shadows, but now he's back. Khalilzad and Bowler secured the release of an American jailed in Afghanistan. The US called it a constructive step, sort of like a goodwill measure. And what did the Taliban get in return? Perhaps some bounty relief. The Taliban's interior minister is Sirajuddin Haqqani. He heads the dreaded Haqqani network. It's a terror group / faction of the Taliban. Until recently, the US had a bounty for Haqqani, $10 million in exchange for a tip-off. But Kabul says that bounty has been lifted. The State Department website does not list it anymore, but the FBI website still does. So there's some confusion. Nonetheless, it's important. The Taliban clearly see an opening here, because they have dealt with Donald Trump before. In 2020, he negotiated America's withdrawal from Afghanistan. He also set the August 2021 deadline. That deal and that deadline led to the Taliban's comeback in Kabul. So Donald Trump is a known entity for them. Someone who does not look at ideals or values. Instead, he looks at strategy. It is the perfect chance for the Taliban to make inroads, to reduce their isolation. But what's in it for the US president? Mainly two things. One, a bulwark against the Islamic State. The US is betting that the Taliban will contain the terror threat. It's like asking the thief to guard the treasure. But Trump is risking it anyway. That is one thing. Second, to protect against Chinese advances. Beijing has built close ties to the Taliban. Last year, they recognized the group's ambassador to Beijing, the first ever country to do so, to recognize the Taliban ambassador. China is also eyeing Afghanistan's resources. They're valued at almost $1 trillion. This includes 1.4 million tons of rare earth minerals. In Afghanistan, 1.4 million tons, like lithium used for batteries. China is keen to mine and process these rare earths, and Donald Trump does not want to be left behind. I mean, he's mining Ukraine in the middle of a war, so I'm sure Afghanistan is not a problem for him. This engagement also has ramifications for the region, especially for Pakistan. Islamabad is trying to convince Trump that the Taliban are terror sponsors. And what does Trump do? Move closer to the very same Taliban. It's very different from the 1980s and the 1990s. Back then, Pakistan was the middleman between Washington and Kabul, but Trump wants to deal directly. And what about India? How does this outreach affect India? Well, New Delhi has been deploying the same logic. It has not embraced the Taliban regime, but it has accepted the ground reality in Afghanistan. Today, the Indian embassy is operational in Kabul. We do not have a full-fledged diplomatic team, but we do have a technical one. Beyond that, it's hard to draw conclusions. A stable Afghanistan is certainly in India's interest, but a powerful Taliban, perhaps not. Our next story is about Greenland. The island is about to get some controversial visitors soon. A high-level delegation from the United States. Leading the group will be Usha Vance, the U.S. Second Lady, wife of Vice President J.D. Vance. Along with Usha Vance will be the U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Now, normally a visit like this may have been an honor, but right now it's drawing condemnation. As you know, US President Donald Trump wants to take over Greenland. He wants to make it part of America, irrespective of what Greenlanders themselves want. So this visit by Usha Vance is being seen as highly provocative. Here's our report.
The US Second Lady, Usha Vance, is making a trip soon. On Thursday, she's going to land in Greenland, apparently to soak in the historical sites, learn about Greenlandic heritage, and attend a dog sled race. She even put out a video to hype up her trip.
Hello. I'm so excited to share that I'll be visiting Kalaalleq, Greenland, next weekend. I'm particularly thrilled to visit during our national dog sled race, which our country is proud to support as a sponsor. I've been reading all about it with my children, and I'm amazed by the incredible skill and teamwork that it takes to participate in this race. I'm also coming to celebrate the long history of mutual respect and cooperation between our nations, and to express hope that our relationship will only grow stronger in the coming years. I look forward to meeting many of you soon and to learning from you about your beautiful land, culture, and traditions. See you soon.
She said she's coming to celebrate the long history of mutual respect and cooperation between Greenland and the US. Normally, this would have been taken as a standard pleasantry, but not these days, because of US President Donald Trump. For months, Trump has been saying he wants to take over Greenland, by force if necessary. He says it is critical for the US to control Greenland for the safety of the entire free world. Then there's the US Vice President, Usha Vance's husband, JD. JD Vance caused an uproar yesterday by saying that Trump would take more territorial interest in Greenland and he doesn't care about what the Europeans yell at the US. Trump has spoken about taking Greenland over multiple times. Some lawmakers from his Republican Party have even proposed legislation like this, the Make Greenland Great Again Act and the Red, White and Blue Land Act of 2025. Both bills would empower Trump to try and buy Greenland, even if Greenlanders themselves don't want to join the US. Now, in this context, Trump's proclamations, the Republican Party's colorful new acts, and J.D. Vance's defiant posturing, look at this part of Usha Vance's speech again.
I'm also coming to celebrate the long history of mutual respect and cooperation between our nations, and to express hope that our relationship will only grow stronger in the coming years.
She wants the relationship to grow stronger. Perhaps that isn't the best thing to say right now, when the US president wants to take over Greenland. So it's no surprise that the people of Greenland are angry about Usha Vance's visit. Greenland's outgoing Prime Minister, Mute Iged, has called the trip highly aggressive. He is especially critical about US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz being a part of the delegation. He believes it's an American ploy to demonstrate power over Greenland. Iged is stepping down as Prime Minister soon, but his likely successor holds similar views. He says the timing of the visit shows a lack of respect. Usha Vance may be taking in the sights and culture, but the other American visitors are going to a US military base. The optics aren't great. Greenlanders are angry, and so is Denmark, because Greenland is a Danish autonomous territory. A threat to Greenland is a threat to Danish sovereignty. Denmark's Prime Minister has put out a statement as well. She says her country is taking the visit seriously. Denmark has flown 60 police officers to Greenland in a bid to increase security ahead of Usha Vance's trip. It might also be intended as a message. But Denmark can hardly compete with the US when it comes to forces. The US sent 2 Hercules military aircraft to Greenland yesterday. They left later in the day, but it shows that the US has the firepower to back Trump's imperialistic visions. That move probably didn't do much to calm nerves. Let's hope that Usha Vance's visit doesn't make things worse.
Have you heard of water cooler television? It's not some fancy new streaming buzzword. It is peak office gossip culture from the mid-2000s. Here's the story of its origin. You watch a mind-blowing show at night. It takes over your brain. You can't think about anything else. The next day, you beeline for the water cooler. You and your co-workers break it all down. Plot twists, theories, everything. That's water cooler TV. Think Friends and Game of Thrones. They are the ultimate poster children for this. But TV has since changed. Now we binge an entire series in a day, half watching, half scrolling. So today, water cooler TV just means any show you can't stop talking about. Most platforms have cracked this formula, but one still hasn't. And that is Apple TV Plus. That's Apple's streaming service. It loses $1 billion every year. Why is that? What is Apple doing wrong? And what does it mean for the streaming wars? Apple TV Plus was launched in 2019. Every year it spends about $5 billion on content. Apple has a lot going for it, a roster of A-list talent, some of the highest production values and a handful of critically acclaimed hits. So on paper, it should be a success story, yet it is losing $1 billion every single year. Why is that? There are a few reasons for this, of course. The first is their marketing strategy. For Apple, it is surprisingly muted. Trailers often drop last minute. Social media campaigns are dull. This fails to generate the much-needed cultural momentum. So that is one problem. The second is an identity problem. You see, most streaming platforms have figured out their niche. You go to Netflix to binge watch. You go to HBO for critically acclaimed shows. What do you go to Apple TV Plus for? Is it prestige TV? Is it family friendly? Is it experimental? No one seems to know. And the last problem is accessibility. Apple TV Plus lacks a strong pull. People aren't subscribing just for it. They're getting it as an afterthought. When they buy an Apple device, Apple TV Plus has 45 million subscribers, Netflix has 300 million, Prime Video has 200 million. So clearly Apple TV Plus is seen as an add-on. And it's not just Apple that is struggling here. Streaming, as we know, has changed in the last few years. Business models have evolved. Viewer preferences have changed. There's more interest in live sports. Regional content is all the rage. So streaming platforms have had to change tack. Again, take Netflix, for example. It used to drop entire seasons at once, but now Netflix is experimenting. There are staggered releases, advertisements, live sports, and a crackdown on password sharing. Netflix is constantly changing the game, and it shows in their numbers. In 2023, it earned $33 billion. It went up to $39 billion in 2024, which is a 15.6% increase in revenue. Then there's Amazon Prime Video. It is commissioning lesser movies and TV shows. It is investing more in live sports. It is chasing broadcasting rights. Customers don't even have to get the full subscription. They can just rent a single movie or just pay for the one TV show that they want to watch. So Prime too is evolving, which is why it hopes to be profitable this year. Then there's Disney Plus. It is going back to the basics. Disney is leaning into core franchises, the likes of Star Wars, Marvel, and Pixar. It wants to leverage its intellectual property. Any underperforming content is immediately cancelled. What does all of this tell you? The streaming landscape is shifting. The days of infinite growth are over. Now it is about sustainability and retention. Where does that leave Apple TV Plus? In a streaming landscape where everyone is pivoting, Apple seems stagnant. It has great content but no buzz. A massive budget but no distinct identity. A built-in audience but no urgency to watch, and that is the real problem. Streaming wars are not just about who spends the most money, they're about who commands the most attention. Netflix, Amazon, Disney, they're evolving to stay relevant. Apple may be playing the long game, but if it does not adapt, it may not have a game left to play. Here's the thing about picking fights. You better be able to back it up. If not, be prepared for an onslaught of insults. Just ask the Americans. Their president has been picking fights with Canada and Europe, but his country has been humbled by eggs. That's right. A severe bird flu outbreak has caused egg shortage in America, so Trump is trying to import eggs. First, he reached out to Poland, Finland, and Denmark. All three of them said no. And frankly, I don't understand Denmark's reluctance. Why would you not sell eggs to America? It's not like Trump is trying to annex your island territory. The internet is having a blast with America's egg plight. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots images that tell the story. Cherry blossom season officially begins in Tokyo. Crowds cheer as Pope Francis makes his first public appearance in weeks. And an eyewitness video captures a deadly plane crash during an air show in South Africa. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1999, NATO bombed Yugoslavia. This was the first time the military alliance attacked a sovereign country without a UN mandate. The bombings led to Yugoslavia's military withdrawal from Kosovo, but it was seen as a violation of international law. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Granatira do strony zloczynaczkie NATO Alians. Most je pogođen sa 2 projektila.
Welcome to Firstpost America, everyone. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And today on the program, we look at continued fighting between the Iran-backed Houthis, Israel, and the United States. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's Starlink satellite hits a snag in Italy. Those and other stories coming up, but we began in the Middle East, where tensions continue to escalate as the Houthis of Yemen launched a fresh wave of attacks against Israel and the United States. On Sunday, the Houthis claimed responsibility for targeting the Ben Gurion airport near Tel Aviv with a hypersonic ballistic missile. A Houthi military spokesperson in a televised speech announced that the attack briefly disrupted air traffic at the airport. However, Israeli military reported that their air defense systems intercepted the missile before it crossed into Israeli airspace.
The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces targeted Ben Gurion Airport in the occupied Jaffa area with a Palestine II hypersonic ballistic missile. The operation successfully achieved its objective by the grace of God, which led to the suspension of air traffic at the airport for more than half an hour.
Meanwhile, the Houthis also declared that they had engaged American forces in the Red Sea, specifically targeting the USS Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier and other U.S. warships with missiles and drones. Now, in response to the Houthis' attack, Washington also intensified its air campaign against Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen. Reports indicate that multiple U.S. airstrikes hit the Yemen airport, a coastal area near the Red Sea, and parts of the Sana'a province, which are key Houthi strongholds. The attack in the capital killed at least one person and wounded more than a dozen others.
The Israeli and American enemy targeted a civilian site that was uninhabited and still under construction, resulting in 4 injuries from people passing by, evacuated to the hospital. And until now, there are 5 injured that have been treated at Ibn Sina Hospital, and 13 others have been evacuated to Al Jamhuriya Hospital.
Now, the conflict between the United States forces and the Houthis have significantly impacted global shipping. In fact, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz revealed that the U.S. flagships are now avoiding the Red Sea due to security risk. Rather, they're now opting for a much longer and costlier route around Africa's southern tip.
75% of our U.S. flag shipping now has to go around the southern coast of Africa rather than going through the Suez Canal. The last time one of our destroyers went through the straits there, it was attacked 23 times.
Meanwhile, political discussions on the crisis have intensified. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke along with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday and reaffirmed Washington's commitment to protecting Red Sea shipping routes and supporting Israel's ongoing military operations in Gaza. As the situation remains volatile, both sides are locked in an ongoing cycle of attacks and counterattacks. And as tensions rise, one critical question remains: how far, in fact, will this conflict escalate before it reaches a breaking point? And back here in Washington, President Donald Trump says he's the only person in the world who can end the war in Ukraine. In a recent interview, President Trump said there's nobody who can stop Russian President Vladimir Putin except him. The commander-in-chief added he's had some very rational discussions with Putin to halt the bloodshed. Now, these comments come just hours after his special envoy Steve Witkoff described Putin as a great leader and not, quote-unquote, a bad guy. Witkoff separately said the Russian invasion would not go beyond Ukraine, as Putin only wants lasting peace.
I just don't see that he wants to take all of Europe. This is a much different situation than it was in World War II. In World War II, there was no NATO. So you have countries that are armed there. To me, it just does. I take him at his word in this sense. I feel that he wants peace. The president had 2 very productive calls this week, or last week, I should say. One with President Zelensky, one with President Putin. I sat and listened to both of them. In both conversations, it was all about a lasting peace.
Last week, President Trump held talks with the Russian leader and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky separately. During their conversation, Putin rejected a complete ceasefire but agreed to halt attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure for 30 days. However, soon after, Russian drones attacked Ukrainian power facilities, and the assault has been ongoing for the past few days. Now, over the weekend, Russian strikes killed at least 3 people in Kyiv after hitting residential buildings and causing a huge blaze. Meanwhile, on Sunday, officials from the United States and Ukraine held a second round of ceasefire talks in Riyadh, which the Ukrainian leader described as productive.
Today marks the second meeting between the Ukrainian and U.S. teams in Saudi Arabia. This time, at a more technical level, our military, our diplomats, and our representatives from the Ministry of Energy. I just spoke with Rustam Umarov. He briefed me on the meeting and the course of the negotiations. Our team is working in a completely constructive manner. The conversation is quite useful. The work of the delegations is continuing.
President Zelensky has also urged his Russian counterpart to halt the 3-year invasion.
But no matter what we discuss with our partners now, we need to get Putin to give a real order to stop the strikes. Whoever brought this war must take it back.
Now, amid President Trump's push for a rapid ceasefire, American officials also held separate talks with Russian delegation in Riyadh on Monday. Now, as the United States goes back and forth between the delegations, one can only hope talks in Saudi Arabia will pave the way for a breakthrough. And now moving to Canada, Prime Minister Mark Carney has called a snap election after just 9 days in office. The country will head to the polls on April 28th as President Donald Trump wages a trade war and repeats his desire to make Canada the 51st state of the United States. Key candidates like Carney and Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre have vowed retaliation against President Trump's threats, and Canadians want a leader that will protect their sovereignty from an unpredictable neighbor. Here's our report with more.
Less than 10 days after taking office, Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney has called a snap election, sending the country to polls on April 28th. The 5-week poll campaign has now begun to ultimately decide Canada's political and economic future. And while US President Donald Trump won't be on a ballot in Canada, he's all set to show up as the top electoral issue this year. For key contestants like Carney and Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, it's the battle of how they propose to deal with Trump. And for the voters, it's about who's the most capable candidate to handle their most unpredictable neighbor.
I've just requested that the Governor-General dissolve Parliament and call an election for April 28th. And she has agreed. We are facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes because of President Trump's unjustified trade actions and his threats to our sovereignty. Our response must be to build a strong economy and a more secure Canada. President Trump claims that Canada isn't a real country. He wants to break us so America can own us. We will not let that happen. We're over the shock of the betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves. We have to look out for each other.
Yes, the Prime Minister is absolutely right. Canada is under threat from its most trusted ally. And for the first time in years, the general election is more about Canada's sovereignty rather than domestic issues. Since returning to the White House, Trump has accused Canada of doing nothing to stop the flow of illegal migrants and drugs into the United States. He placed 25% tariffs on Canadian goods on March 2nd before pausing them for a month. And on March 12th, the Trump administration imposed a 25% duty on aluminum and steel, hitting Canadian imports hard and sparking a trade war. In retaliation, Ottawa slapped tariffs on about $42 billion worth of American products. But economic force is not the only weapon Trump has used to intimidate Canadians. The US president keeps saying he wants to annex Canada and include it as the 51st state of the United States. A bitter taste of Trump has inspired newfound patriotism among Canadians who now want their next leader to respond firmly to his threats.
If I had to talk to Donald Trump, I would say, drop the tariffs. Canada is your friend. We're your ally. We don't want to be fighting you guys, but we're going to do what we have to do if you keep threatening our sovereignty.
Not for sale. Simple as that. We have our own country. We have our own pride. We're not to be annexed. You know, you're either our neighbor or you're not anything with us. We're our own country.
While the newest Prime Minister Carney has promised further vengeance, Conservative leader Poilievre has vowed to convert anger and anxiety among Canadians into action against Americans.
Stand up and say, we are not Americans, we are Canadians!
Here for 3 terms, they provided weak and out-of-touch leadership. 3 terms, they drove up costs and crime. 3 terms, they sent our jobs south and pushed our economy under the American thumb.
Fueled by anger against former Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Poilievre's party had been leading in opinion polls since mid-2023. However, recent polls suggest a stunning reversal, with the battle now being neck and neck. Meanwhile, 2 other major contestants, the National Democratic Party and the Bloc Québécois, have seen their popularity diminish. As Canada gears up for the much-anticipated election, Only time will tell how Trump's interventions will reshape Canadian politics.
And from Canada, we now turn to President Trump's growing interest in another northern territory, Greenland. The icy, resource-rich island is once again at the center of a geopolitical storm as the high-profile U.S. delegation led by Second Lady Usha Vance, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and Energy Secretary Chris Wright land there this week. Now, according to the White House, the trip is meant to celebrate Greenlandic culture with stops at historical sites. But many, including Greenland's leaders, see it as something much more aggressive. Greenland's prime minister is slamming the visit and labeled it a provocation. Speaking to a Greenlandic newspaper, the prime minister added that the duo's visit will only increase pressure on President Trump's takeover mission.
The only purpose is to show a demonstration of power to us, and the signal is not to be misunderstood. He is Trump's confidential and closest advisor, and his presence in Greenland alone will certainly make the Americans believe in Trump's mission, and the pressure will increase after the visit.
Now, Greenland, a semi-autonomous Danish territory, has long been of strategic interest to the United States. Sitting along the shortest route between Europe and North America, the island is home to a crucial U.S. military base and holds vast stores of rare earth minerals, which are vital for modern technology and defense. And now, with Russia and China also eyeing the Arctic, the U.S. appears to be ramping up its presence as well.
But we've been dealing with Denmark, we've been dealing with Greenland, and we have to do it. We really need it for national security. I think that's why NATO might have to get involved in a way, because we really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. You know, we have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there.
Now, Second Lady Usha Vance and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz's visit come at a particularly delicate time. Greenland is currently in a caretaker period after an election earlier this month where the left-wing party was defeated. And Jens Fredrik Nielsen, the likely next leader, has already condemned the U.S. trip, calling it a lack of respect for Greenlandic sovereignty.
The fact that the Americans know very well that we are still in a negotiating situation and that the municipal elections have not yet concluded, they still capitalize on the moment to come to Greenland, once again, which shows a lack of respect for the Greenlandic population.
Meanwhile, on the ground, many locals remain deeply skeptical. In fact, a recent poll found that 85% of Greenlanders oppose becoming part of the United States, with nearly half seeing President Trump's ambitions as a direct threat. But despite this, the Trump administration is in fact pushing ahead. As the U.S. delegation touches down this week, all eyes are on just how far the pressure will in fact go. Will Greenland hold its ground, or will President Trump's persistence pay off? And today we end with the Starlink satellite network, which has become an important tool in global communications. But now a high-stakes deal between Italy and the satellite company has hit a roadblock. And it's not just about technology. In fact, politics is at the center of it all. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who shares a close friendship with Elon Musk, the company's founder, is facing intense opposition over the deal. With Musk's growing ties to President Donald Trump and his controversial stance on Ukraine, Italy is facing some very, very tough questions. Should it trust Musk with national security for one, or look for an alternative option? Here's our final story with more.
In today's world, where secure communications are more critical than ever, Italy is looking for a new system to protect its government, military, and diplomats. One major contender for this is tech billionaire Elon Musk's Starlink. But negotiations between Italy's far-right government and Musk's SpaceX have suddenly come to a halt, and the reason is less technical and more political. Talks about a possible $1.6 billion deal have been overshadowed by Musk's controversial role in geopolitics. His close ties to US President Donald Trump and his statements on Ukraine have fueled concerns, forcing Rome to reconsider this deal with SpaceX. Over the weekend, Italy's defense minister Guido Crosetto confirmed that all discussions with Starlink are at a standstill. He said it was partly due to the fact that discussions have moved from technical aspects to statements by and about Musk. Now, Rome wants a secure and encrypted communication system for its military and diplomats in high-risk areas. Starlink, with its 7,000 active low-orbit satellites, is a leading option. But should Italy trust Musk with national security? That's the question being asked by Italian opposition parties. Many argue that handing such a sensitive contract to a foreign businessman closely linked to Trump could be risky. This has put Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in a tough spot. She's looking to strengthen Italy's alliance with the US, while standing firm with European partners. Trump's divisive stance in global politics has made this balancing act a difficult one for her. And here's the thing, this is not just an Italy problem. The stall in talks is just another headache for Musk, who's already facing a major backlash in the US over his politics and closeness to Trump. It's not just his reputation that's taking a hit, his companies are feeling the heat too. Tesla is in crisis. Sales are down, especially in Europe. Its stock prices slumped earlier this month, and analysts as well as investors say Musk's political leanings are driving customers away. Protests have also rocked Musk's SpaceX. So what happens next? Some argue that Italy and Europe should develop their own satellite communication system instead of relying on Starlink. But experts say that could take years, and in the short term, Starlink might be the most viable option for them. For now, negotiations are frozen. Italy says talks could resume when the political tensions calm down. However, the question remains, is Elon Musk's growing political influence starting to cost him major deals?
That's all we have time for today. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here tomorrow.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. The US-Russia talks on a possible Ukraine peace deal begin in Saudi Arabia, a day after separate US-Ukraine discussions, this even as Russian attacks continue on the ground. Jailed Istanbul mayor and Erdogan's main rival, Ekrem İmamoğlu, officially nominated as Turkey's opposition candidate for the 2028 presidential elections. This amid nationwide protests over his arrest last week. South Korea's top court overturns Prime Minister Han Duck-soo's impeachment, reinstating him as the acting president. He took over as the role last December after President Yoon's impeachment over a martial law attempt. Mozambican President Daniel Chapo meets main opposition leader Venancio Mondlane for talks to ease tensions following months of violent clashes over the poll results that killed more than 300. And Greece's tourism jewel Santorini welcomes its first cruise ship of the year after thousands of small earthquakes last month created a state of emergency and forced thousands to flee. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest updates from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have announced their withdrawal from the city of Walikale, a strategic mineral hub that they captured last week. Over the weekend, the rebels stated that they are repositioning their forces outside the outskirts of Walikale, a move they claim is intended to create the right conditions for peace and political dialogue. The M23 rebels seized control of Walikale after the presidents of Rwanda and the DRC met in Qatar and agreed to a ceasefire. However, the rebels dismissed the Qatar talks as none of their business. Despite this, they have now announced their withdrawal, in line with the ceasefire declared in February. But locals report that the M23 fighters still remain in the city. Now, Walikale sits at a strategic junction connecting roads leading to Goma and Bukavu, the two main cities in the eastern DRC that have also fallen under the M23 control. This marks M23's farthest westward advance into the DRC since its emergence in 2012. Though Walikale remains far from the capital of Kinshasa, Uganda's army chief now claims that the rebels may enter Kisangani in the coming days, a major city in central DRC. He says that his troops will also intervene to rescue its people. Now, Kisangani is a major commercial hub and a key transit point. While the M23 has seized vast territories in eastern DRC, they have not expressed intentions to advance toward Kisangani. This makes Ugandan Army Chief Muhoozi Kainerugab's comments particularly significant. If true, it would mark a major escalation, taking the conflict deeper into Congolese territory. However, the Ugandan Army Chief Kainerugaba, who is also the son of the Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni, is known for his controversial and often unfiltered statements on social media, some of which have sparked diplomatic tensions. He previously also threatened to invade Kenya. Now, in the DRC, Uganda plays a complex role in the decades-long conflict. Its troops are operating in parts of eastern Congo at the request of the Congolese government. Now, this to fight militias other than the M23. However, a United Nations report has brought Uganda's actions under scrutiny, alleging that both Uganda and Rwanda are backing the M23 to exploit the DRC's vast mineral resources. Uganda also maintains close ties with Rwanda. Just last week, the Army Chief Kainerugaba met with the Rwandan President Paul Kagame, fueling speculation about Uganda's involvement in the rebel movement. With multiple African nations involved in this complex conflict, the situation remains fluid, raising the question, what comes next for the Democratic Republic of Congo? Now, to discuss more on this, we have with us Beverly Ochieng, a senior analyst at Control Risks, who is joining us live from Dakar in Senegal. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me as well.
Now, how significant is the M23's decision to withdraw from the Walikale area in terms of the broader peace efforts in the eastern DRC? And can this be seen as a genuine step toward de-escalation?
I mean, in terms of symbolism, it's significant, but it's the first time that the M23 is taking such a step, especially after making its intent known that it doesn't just want to seize the capitals of, Sud Kivu and North Kivu, but also march on Kinshasa, which appeared to be a veiled threat against President Tshisekedi. But M23 has an upper hand at this point, and it's essentially in control of large parts of the east. It is bound to continue making inroads, especially in the event that it is not included in subsequent peace talks, or if there are further actions that then aggravate its political stance. The collapse of peace talks in Angola because of the sanctions against its alleged backer Rwanda is making M23 a bit more conscious about what is at play. But you have to recall, it's not just M23 that is the source of conflict in the East. There are hundreds of other rebel groups that are active. They are capitalizing on the current political fallout. So even though M23 is the most powerful at the moment, it'll take quite a lot to pacify the East beyond just peace talks with this rebel group, but also engaging other armed groups that are in the region.
And Beverly, Uganda's army chief suggested that either Ugandan forces or the M23 fighters could enter Kisangani to rescue people. What are the implications of this statement for Congolese sovereignty and for the regional security dynamics?
I mean, Uganda has always had a bit of a flexible role within DR Congo over the years. Of course, under Tshisekedi's government, they were invited to support fighting against the Allied Democratic Forces, which is another armed group. They were also part of the East African contingent, which was forced to withdraw. Uganda itself continued to pledge support, but then its relationship with Rwanda has always put that into question. And it's interesting because our projection was that M23 was going to move into Kisangani. If Uganda does go into Kisangani and there are allegations of coordination between them, it could suggest that there's a bigger play, not just for Rwanda or DR Congo, but also for other countries in the neighboring region to be involved in the conflict. And pulling them in is bound to lead to much more diplomatic tensions in the region.
Right. And given the complex alliances and the accusations, such as Rwanda's alleged backing of the M23, how likely is it that this conflict could spiral into a broader regional confrontation? And more importantly, what role can international mediators play to prevent that?
Well, the countries themselves that are involved are trying to keep it from being a regional conflagration. So the Southern African Development Community is in talks and is currently drawing down its troops. The East African contingent was forced to leave because they were seen as being ineffective. But of course, M23 itself has been trying to avoid areas where it gets into confrontation with either Uganda or Burundi, and is being more strategic about areas that it wants to occupy. But of course, we are seeing that with Rwanda being pulled in, with Uganda being pulled in, with Burundi also having to question its own territorial integrity, that is bound to be a concern. In terms of mediation, the Qatar effort is still very early, but there's been a ceasefire. And of course, there are talks today between the East African Community and the Southern African Development Bloc on what the way forward will be.
Yes. Right. Beverly, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. Shifting focus to South Africa, where the ambassador to the United States, who was expelled by the Donald Trump administration, has returned home to a hero's welcome. The expelled South African ambassador, Ebrahim Rasool, returned to Cape Town on Sunday after being ousted by the Trump administration 9 days ago. He was expelled for making controversial remarks about US President Donald Trump. Hundreds of people gathered at the airport to welcome him. Supporters of South Africa's ruling African National Congress greeted him with songs and waving flags. Some held placards thanking Rasool for not being a puppet.
Support Rasool's family, and also you know that South Africa is a place of, it's home. Home is a place of safety.
As Rasool returned to a cheery welcome, he struck a defiant tone over the US decision to expel him. He declared that he had no regrets.
It was not our choice to come home, but we come home with no regrets. I want to say that we would have liked to come back with a welcome like this if we could report to you that we had turned away the lies of a white genocide in South Africa, but we did not succeed in America with that.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced last week that Rasul was expelled for describing Trump's Make America Great Again movement as a supremacist reaction to diversity in the U.S. Rubio called him race-baiting and a Trump hater. Rasul, a former anti-apartheid activist, defended his remarks, saying that he had been addressing South African intellectuals and political leaders, telling them that the old way of engaging with the U.S. would no longer work. As U.S.-South Africa relations deteriorate, Rasul expressed hope that both countries could mend ties.
And we must hope that President Cyril Ramaphosa will be able to pick up where we left off. But we cannot have a simplistic idea that while we say there must be an ambassador, that you must put a white ambassador for a white president in the United States.
The U.S. expulsion of the South African ambassador comes amid a series of hard-hitting moves targeting Pretoria. Last month, Trump froze U.S. aid to South Africa, citing a law he claims allows the seizure of land from white farmers. He escalated tensions this month, offering South African farmers a chance to resettle in the U.S., repeating his unproven allegations that the South African government was confiscating land from white citizens. Trump ally and South Africa-born tech billionaire Elon Musk has also amplified these claims. Now, he has shared a series of posts on his social media platform X, reiterating allegations of a white genocide unfolding in South Africa. He also claimed that for the second time in 2 weeks, Starlink was denied a license to operate in the country simply because he is not black. However, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa's government has repeatedly dismissed these U.S. accusations, urging Washington to move beyond social media diplomacy. Will the U.S. and South Africa engage in dialogue to repair ties? We will continue our coverage. Shifting focus to the Horn of Africa, a region riddled with conflicts and security challenges. Somalia is set to receive Turkey's top military helicopter, the T-129 Atak, to step up its fight against Al-Shabaab terrorists who have wreaked havoc in the Horn of Africa nation. Now, the Turkish helicopters are expected to arrive in Mogadishu as soon as next week, and Somalia is reportedly planning to deploy them with newly trained Air Force graduates who received training in Turkey. Now, the T-129 Atak is a twin-engine, all-weather attack helicopter. It is designed for close air support and armed reconnaissance missions. It is equipped with advanced weaponry, including machine guns and rocket pods, and is known for its precision and agility in combat scenarios. Countries such as the Philippines and Nigeria are reportedly operating the helicopter in addition to Turkey. Now, this move marks another step in Turkey's deepening military involvement in Somalia. It comes days after Somalia received Turkey's new generation Bayraktar Akinci attack UAVs, a high-altitude and long-endurance drone which is capable of carrying precision-guided missiles and conducting advanced surveillance operations. These acquisitions also come at a time when Somalia faces a surge in attacks from Al-Shabaab, which has targeted Somali forces and critical infrastructure with increasing frequency in recent months. The Horn of Africa country has stepped up its ground and air campaigns to combat the terror group's threats. And Turkey has fully supported the Somali government's efforts as a part of its broader alliance with the country. Militarily, it has been training Somali soldiers and police since 2017. It also operates its largest overseas military base in Mogadishu, known as Turksum. Now, Turkey and Somalia signed a defense and economic cooperation agreement last year. Turkey is also in talks to establish a missile and space rocket test site with Somalia. Beyond military, Turkey has invested heavily in Somalia's infrastructure, healthcare, and economy. It also played a key role in mediating peace talks between Somalia and its rival Ethiopia. However, Turkey's growing influence in Somalia has sparked concerns in the United States. Washington, a longtime security partner of Somalia, views Ankara's expanding presence as a challenge to Western interests in the region. And Somalia is finding itself caught in this growing tug-of-war. Last week, President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud fired his defense minister, reportedly under pressure from the United States. Reports claim that the dismissed official had close ties to Turkey. For now, Somalia remains focused on bolstering its defense against al-Shabaab. But with Turkey expanding its footprint and U.S. concerns escalating, Somalia finds itself navigating a complex geopolitical landscape. What comes next for the Horn of Africa? Only time will tell. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In Kenya, young people, armed with smartphones and unstoppable creativity, are turning social media into a lifeline. From vibrant street dances to stunning photography, content creation is providing income, purpose, and hope to the youth. Kenyans lead the world in digital engagement, with over 3 hours spent daily on social media platforms. Our next report dives deeper into this digital wave that is reshaping lives and redefining Kenya's future.
In Kenya, where jobs are hard to find, a new wave of hope is rising. Young people are transforming smartphones into tools of survival and creativity. Armed with cameras and internet access, they are diving into the digital economy, reshaping their futures through social media. Every Sunday, streets in Nairobi come alive with energy. Groups of young creators gather with cameras in hand, choreographing moves and capturing moments.
Content creation helps us to provide for our bills, and also like we post on Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, we make around $100 in a month, which is better from nothing.
However, just like any other revolution, Kenya's content creation revolution stems from daunting odds. With 67% of those aged between 15 to 34 unemployed, traditional paths to success seem out of reach. Yet, social media offers an alternative, a space where creativity meets opportunity. Many earn from TikTok tips, YouTube ads, and private gigs. And for some, the monthly income might be modest, but it's a lifeline in tough times.
I did Bachelor of Science in Nursing and Public Health, but just after graduating, I came to a shock in a country that there are no jobs. So I had to be innovative. I had to look for other ways of getting money.
Even for young photographers and filmmakers, things have become easier after a government decision removed barriers. In 2022, Nairobi waived outdated business permits for creators. This bold step has fueled a surge in content creation, allowing many to pursue their passions without the fear of fines or restrictions.
It's better like I do these videos and I get something than just staying idle and I'm not getting something, and at the end of the day maybe I might graduate, yes, and I won't get like a job, you know. So I better like do these videos and I get something.
But the shift isn't just about income. For some, creating content offers stability and purpose. It keeps them away from harmful paths while connecting them with global audiences.
Youths, instead of indulging in activities like stealing and robbery, but now it has helped most of the youths. They engage in these activities of dancing, and now they have to get something, and with the help of the money, the few cash that they get, they can go and feed their families, and everyone can enjoy.
And Kenya's digital enthusiasm sets it apart. A global report last year found that Kenyans spend more time on social media than any other nation, which is 3 hours and 43 minutes daily. Hence, it is evident that social media's reach is expanding in Kenya at an unprecedented pace. In the East African nation, this is more than a trend. It's a revolution of resilience and resourcefulness. And social media is no longer just for entertainment, it's a tool for survival, empowerment and connection. Kenya's youth are proving that with creativity, even the toughest challenges can become stepping stones to success. And in a world that often feels uncertain, Kenya's youth are building their futures one upload at a time.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The top headline today comes from a Signal group. Signal as in the messaging app. Top US officials discussed their war plans there on Signal. And they added a journalist to the group, apparently by mistake. We'll tell you what happened next and how Donald Trump is responding to this. Meanwhile, in Saudi Arabia, there have been marathon peace talks stretching over 12 hours, but no peace yet for Ukraine and Russia. In India, the government is trying to evade or at least soften the blow of Trump tariffs. A US delegation is in New Delhi for talks. We'll tell you how it's playing out. Also, how Indian markets and the rupee have gained over the past week. Have they bounced back? We'll discuss that. Why India may suffer because of Trump's Venezuela policy. How the growing protests in Turkey may prove to be the biggest challenge for Erdogan yet. Why Canada is accusing India again, this time saying that New Delhi has the intent to interfere in next month's election. What is China's newest weapon? An undersea cable cutter. Why India's first naval drills with Africa are so significant? And is there a hidden old city under the Egyptian pyramid? Have you wondered what world leaders say to each other? Not in front of the camera, but in private. What do they say to each other in their private messages and social media chats? Well, now we know, thanks to a major blunder at the White House. US officials mistakenly added a journalist to a top secret group. And in this group, they posted their war plans. That's right. The group was called Houthi PC Small Group. PC stands for Principal Committee. It's a group of America's senior-most security officials. This chat was created on a messaging platform called Signal. Think of it as WhatsApp, but safer. The group included some of Donald Trump's top officials like Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. It was Waltz who added this journalist to the group. His name is Jeffrey Goldberg. The journalist, he's the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. He was added to the group on March 11th. And what happened next will blow your mind. These American officials were discussing U.S. policy against the Houthis, whether to attack them, how to attack them, and when to attack them. Apparently, Trump had given them a clear order. He wanted to go after the Houthis, to clear the Red Sea shipping lanes by force, but Vice President J.D. Vance was not convinced. In this group, he deviated from Trump's message. Let me quote from what he posted. "I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There's a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices." So J.D. Vance was not in favor of this attack. He felt like it was like America bailing out the Europeans. Why the Europeans? Because they use the Red Sea a lot. It is the shortest route from Asia to Europe. So Vance wanted to delay the strike, but Pentagon chief, the American defense minister essentially, Pete Hegseth, disagreed. He wrote that waiting around meant a lot of risks. For starters, what if the plan got leaked? Which is a brave thing to say after mistakenly putting a journalist on your top secret group. Anyway, Hegseth was all in. He said only the Americans could pull off such an operation, and looks like he convinced the VP. Listen to this exchange.
At Pete Hegseth, if you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing out Europe again.
VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike, US NSA, is correct. We are the only ones on the planet who can do this. Nobody else even close.
The final word came from Trump's close advisor. His name is Stephen Miller. He said Trump had given the green light, but he wanted Europe to pay up for this operation, meaning the US will restore Red Sea shipping. In return, they would get some economic benefits or payments. Now we cut to March 15. Pete Hegseth posted America's war plans on the group, like which targets would be hit, what weapons would be used, and the sequence of the attacks. Let me repeat that. America's Defense Secretary posted war plans on a messaging app. J.D. Vance replied to it, saying that he would pray for victory. And a few others chimed in with a prayer emoji. Yes, the same one that all of us use. Hegseth announced that the first bombs would drop at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and on cue the strikes began. Soon the congratulations poured in. Look at the message by National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, a fist bump emoji, an American flag emoji, and a fire emoji. It's like a teen reacting to his favorite TV show. After seeing all this, the journalist exited the group, the Signal group, and he wrote to these top US officials. He asked them whether it was a real group or not. And yesterday, the White House confirmed that it was. You can imagine the horror and shame. The Americans are supposed to be intelligence experts. They topple regimes for fun, yet they couldn't keep their chats to themselves. Naturally, the White House is on the defensive. Donald Trump says he has no idea about the incident.
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective, I can tell you that.
Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth is also being dismissive. He says no war plans were discussed.
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does.
A couple of things stand out in this fiasco. Number one, Trump officials are taking things too lightly. Signal is used to plan meetings and discussions, but not to reveal top secrets. It shows a level of carelessness in the White House. Number two, turns out top secret chats are much like our chats. Emojis, rants, and the occasional all caps. Even the group name is not official. It was simply called Houthis PC Small Group. And finally, point number three, the hatred for Europe is real. It's not some made-up campaign strategy. Trump officials are genuinely fed up with Europe. They accused Europe of freeloading, and they called Europe pathetic. It's not clear where this controversy will head next. The Democrats are calling for an investigation, but the White House wants to move on quickly. I guess the lesson here is clear. If you're a journalist, get on Signal and watch out for invites. The next one could come from the White House. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is chasing a trade deal with India. We are days away from the 2nd of April when Trump's reciprocal tariffs are set to kick in, and Washington is targeting all major trade partners.
Doing it to help our country, and our country was riddled with fat, like no country probably anywhere in the world, and we're getting rid of the fat. And at the same time, we're going to be bringing in millions of very good, high-paying jobs. And we're going to be taking in a lot of money. Our country's going to be very strong. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe.
India too is on Trump's list. The US president has called India a tariff king. Those were his words, a tariff king. He has repeatedly slammed India's high tariffs and threatened to tax Indian exports to the US. The message has been clear and consistent. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. Listen to this.
So when India, which is a very big abuser, and Modi, he's fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India is very tough.
The clock is ticking. Indian government officials are hard at work trying to avoid the worst of Trump's actions. And with that goal in mind, India kicked off critical trade talks with the United States. A delegation of American trade officials is in New Delhi as we speak. Among them is Brendan Lynch. He is a top US trade negotiator. He's on a 5-day visit to India. Lynch has been holding talks with Piyush Goyal, who is the Commerce Minister of India. They are discussing a trade deal. India and the US have set a deadline for autumn. They want to close the first round of negotiations by then. But with Trump's tariff deadline looming, this week's talks gain a sense of urgency. They could shape India's trade relationship with the United States. So making progress now is very important. Which brings us to the question, what is the status right now? How close are the US and India to a trade deal? Well, they have made some headway, but key differences still remain. The US wants a significant trade deal with India, a deal that covers a wide range of products from electronics and farm goods to automobiles, all of it. In fact, Trump has specifically complained about this, about India's tariffs on auto exports.
On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%.
So Trump would like to see a wider deal, one that covers all major areas of the US economy, but India wants to take a more selective approach. India wants to pick and choose which goods to allow under this trade pact. And this approach seems to have frustrated the Americans. Howard Lutnick has questioned India's position on farm goods. He is the US Commerce Secretary, or America's version of a Commerce Minister. He wants lower tariffs on American produce. This weekend, he gave an interview in which he discussed the trade talks with India. Let me quote from what the US Commerce Secretary had to say. I said to Prime Minister Modi, You have 1.4 billion people and you brag to us how amazing your economy is. Why won't you buy a bushel of our corn? So US farmers can't go to India, but Indian farmers can come at us. Why is that okay? Apparently, Lutnick had this exchange in February when Prime Minister Modi met President Trump. They held talks at the White House. Remember, farm imports are a sensitive matter for India. Agriculture is the backbone of our economy, of the Indian economy. It contributes 16% to India's GDP, and 46% of India's population depends on this sector for their livelihoods. So opening up India to US farm products could be counterproductive. Having said that, India has tried to meet the US halfway. It has lowered trade barriers to some American products, stuff like apples, American nuts, and duck meat. But Washington is not satisfied. It is asking for more. It wants better market access for a range of goods like corn, soybean, cotton, pulses, and dairy. So India is trying to find the middle ground. Reports say New Delhi is open to making major concessions. It could cut tariffs on $23 billion worth of US imports. That's more than half of US imports to India. The total is worth around $41 billion today. So what India is offering should be a tempting proposition. Of course, there are risks involved and no easy choices for New Delhi. Lower tariffs could hurt domestic industries. Higher tariffs will hurt Indian exporters. You have to pick one. After all, the US is one of India's top export destinations. Last year, India exported goods worth $77 billion to the US. If President Trump slaps tariffs on them, if he chooses to punish Indian exports, it would cost the Indian economy dearly. The losses could be as high as $7 billion a year. Beyond that, the tariffs have broader implications. They signal a shift in the global order, and they may spell the end of globalization. That is the assessment of Mark Tucker. He's the chairman of HSBC. He recently spoke on the state of global trade. Tucker says trade tensions are rising and this creates economic uncertainty. He fears that the global trade system could be junked. Regional blocs may replace globalization and free markets. That is his assessment. And Trump's policies are tailor-made to accelerate this shift. So how should India view this? This is not just about trade. India faces a strategic choice here. It can make concessions to protect exports or face higher trade barriers in the US. But can it strike a compromise before the 2nd of April? Yes, we'll find out soon enough. Indian stock markets are watching these trade talks. After weeks of weakness, investors are feeling upbeat, it seems. There has been a rally in Indian stocks. They have made a comeback of sorts. Indian markets recorded their 7th straight day of gains today. The Sensex rose by 32 points. It is India's top 30 companies make up the Sensex. And the Nifty added another 10 points. This index, the Nifty 50, represents India's top 50 companies. So both indices are up. Today's gains were modest, but since last week, Indian markets have shown momentum. Investor wealth has surged. Till yesterday, they added over 27 lakh crores to their wealth. That's over $300 billion. And this is quite a turnaround because 2025 started poorly for Indian stocks. India was one of Asia's worst performing markets. So what do we make of this last week? Are Indian markets turning a corner? Is this the beginning of a bull run? Well, we cannot say for sure, but there are some positive signs. The economy is recovering. In February, India's GDP numbers improved. From October to December, India's growth rate stood at 6.2%. and this is better than the previous quarter. From July to September, India grew at 5.6%. So there is clear improvement. Now it's 6.2%. Inflation too has been tamed. In February, India's inflation dipped to 3.61%. Now the central bank's target for inflation is 4%. Anything below 4% is considered good. At 3.61%, what we have in terms of inflation is an achievement. The central bank, of course, is the Reserve Bank of India. It is expected to cut interest rates now, and this would make borrowing cheaper, which in turn should boost investments. Foreign investors are also making a comeback. Last week, they bought over $500 million in Indian shares. The government is doing its bit to spur the economy. Last year, spending on infrastructure was sluggish. It slowed to around $2 billion a month. In December and January, the spending picked up. It rose to over $10 billion a month, and this has lifted multiple areas of India's economy. It has created more jobs. It has boosted sectors like construction and manufacturing and improved India Inc.'s outlook. Investors now expect a lot of companies to report better earnings. Retail investors have also played a role in this rally. Last week, more than 600,000 new investors entered the markets. All of these factors helped the markets recover. The rupee too has gained against the US dollar. It appreciated for 7 straight sessions before halting its winning streak today. So there is fresh energy in the markets in India, but not everything is on solid ground. We must say this. Experts are advising investors to be cautious. They fear that this rally could lose steam. If India Inc.'s earnings do not live up to expectations, things may go downhill. Plus, there are external risks, like the impending Trump tariffs on the 2nd of April. If he slaps tariffs on Indian goods, Indian companies will be hit. Their bottom line and stock price will be under pressure. The Indian economy also faces challenges. Consider this scenario. What if Trump decides to raise import taxes and the new rates apply on all Indian goods and services? What would happen then? If Trump raises taxes by just 10% on Indian goods and services, 10% hike, it could knock off 0.5% or more from India's overall growth. So there are reasons to be cautious. The rebound in the markets may bring short-term relief, but it remains to be seen if this rally is sustainable. It is hard to make a prediction on the basis of current trends. We live in unpredictable times, and the stock markets are simply reflecting the new reality. It was the diplomatic equivalent of an awkward family reunion. The Ukrainians, the Russians, the Americans all holed up in the same hotel in Riyadh, talking about peace, but not to each other. Yesterday, Russia and the US sat down for talks. It was a marathon 12-hour meeting. And what came out of it? Well, not very much. Moscow and Washington were supposed to issue a joint statement. That did not happen. A readout was also expected, and that too is missing. So the end result is more questions than answers. The Kremlin was asked about this, and here's what they said.
I'm sure you will ask me about the results of talks in Riyadh. The results of the finished long Russian-American talks have been reported to the capitals. They are being analyzed now. So far, there are no plans of talks at the highest level. But as you know, it can rise rather fast. There is an understanding that the communication will continue, but there is nothing specific yet. It will be agreed upon.
That doesn't tell us anything. Their answer was as vague as the outcome of the talks. But we have some inputs on what was discussed, and this came from the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. He says the Black Sea was on the agenda. Monday's talks focused on a maritime ceasefire so that both sides can resume trade. Lavrov wants the US to quote-unquote order Kiev to sign the new navigation deal.
When the president said, "We are for a ceasefire, but there are nuances who will ensure that the Nazi regime in Kiev doesn't break the promise. We are also in favor of considering ways not to cause any damage to the energy infrastructure. This is not in our interests." And, as the president said, we are in favor of resuming the Black Sea Initiative in some form that is more acceptable to everyone. The Black Sea Initiative was discussed in Riyadh as a priority. Our position is simple. I have just stated it roughly. We cannot trust Zelensky's word for it.
Also on the table is the 2022 Black Sea grain deal. A quick primer first. The Black Sea is located to the south of Ukraine. It is the only way to ship anything out of the country. But when the war began, the Russians blocked the Black Sea. They said all vessels were fair game. Even commercial ones carrying food grains, the Russians would attack them. That's when the United Nations and Turkey got together. They brokered a deal between Russia and Ukraine. And what did that deal say? That Ukraine could ship food grains from 3 ports. In return, Russia too got some concessions. They were allowed to sell food and fertilizers. In July 2023, this deal was up for renewal, but Putin refused to do it. He said the West was not keeping its word and that Russian food exports were facing a lot of restrictions, so Moscow refused to renew the deal. Which brings us to today. Moscow wants to revive that deal and it is pushing hard for it. What about Ukraine? What is their position? Well, they weren't a part of these talks, but the US delegation met them separately this morning. It was a brief discussion, sort of like a debrief. The statement from that meeting has just come, and there are 2 big takeaways. Number one, both Russia and Ukraine agree to stop military strikes in the Black Sea. That is point number one. And number two, the US will support Russian agriculture exports. These are 2 points that Kiev has agreed to. Ukraine has also established some red lines. Any Russian warship beyond the eastern part of the Black Sea would be seen as a violation. So for now, trade will resume in the region. There will be less militarization. The Black Sea could witness some peace. But what about Ukraine?
We need a movement towards real peace, towards guaranteed security. This is necessary for everyone, in Ukraine, in Europe, in America, and for all those in the world who seek stability in international relations.
What we're seeing right now are baby steps. A Black Sea ceasefire is the first step. What comes next? Where does that leave the prospects of peace? Right now, the path looks murky. Despite all the developments, the path still looks uncertain. Russia says it is open to talks, but only on its terms. Ukraine says it won't negotiate without security guarantees, and the US is busy shuttling between the 2 rooms. Meanwhile, Europe has a serious case of FOMO. It doesn't want to be left out. So the UK and France are now planning their own talks, a meeting of their so-called coalition of the willing. This is a group of countries ready to step up military aid for Ukraine. This meeting will take place on Thursday. But will it change anything? Diplomacy may be in full swing in Riyadh and Paris, but on the ground, the war is only escalating. Overnight, Moscow launched 139 drones. 78 of them were shot down. In the Ukrainian city of Sumy, a Russian strike injured 101 people, including 23 children. Meanwhile, Ukraine struck Russia's Belgorod, destroying 4 military helicopters. So right now, both armies are digging in, neither side willing to compromise, and the war grinds on. US President Donald Trump has announced a new set of tariffs, an additional 25% on any country that imports oil from Venezuela. This is over and above everything that comes on the 2nd of April. It's a move to punish Venezuela by cutting off the country's key economic lifeline. But the tariffs don't target Caracas directly. They target buyers of Venezuelan oil. So countries like China and India are in Trump's crosshairs. Our next report has the details.
You've probably heard the saying, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, Donald Trump plans to do just that. He has his metaphorical stone ready. It's a brand new 25% tariff, and his two birds are Venezuela and China. Trump signed this executive order yesterday. The name says it all, imposing tariffs on countries importing Venezuelan oil. Trump says the order is a way to punish Venezuela for purposefully and deceitfully sending tens of thousands of criminals to the US. He claimed that Venezuela keeps sending murderers and people of a very violent nature, especially members of the gang called Tren de Aragua. Trump has declared this gang a foreign terrorist organization, and he has been deporting anyone even suspected of being part of the gang. Trump says that his new executive order is a way to punish Venezuela. But indirectly, instead of targeting Caracas, he's targeting countries that buy Venezuelan oil. His prime target is China. It's mentioned specifically in his executive order. China is the largest buyer of Venezuelan crude oil. It imported over 500,000 barrels of Venezuelan crude per day last month. That's about 55% of all the oil Venezuela exported. China responded to the situation earlier today.
The United States has long abused illegal unilateral sanctions. China firmly opposes this and urges the U.S. to stop interfering in Venezuela's internal affairs. There are no winners in trade wars or tariff wars. Raising tariffs will only impose greater losses on American businesses and consumers.
Trump has already imposed a blanket 20% tariff on all Chinese imports to the US. There's an additional 25% on Chinese steel and aluminium. So if Beijing doesn't stop importing Venezuelan oil, the tariffs could go up to 45% on all goods and a whopping 70% on Chinese steel and aluminium. The Chinese statement may have been confrontational, but Beijing may actually toe Trump's line, because the alternative could devastate its trade. It would be easier for Beijing to just dump Venezuelan oil, and Caracas knows this. But Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, struck a defiant note.
We defeated yesterday's sanctions, and we will also defeat those to come. They can sanction and impose tariffs on whoever they want. What they will not be able to sanction is the love and patriotism of the Venezuelan people.
China is the top buyer of Venezuelan oil, but second is the US. And conveniently for Trump, he can't really tariff himself. The American oil giant Chevron operates in Venezuela. It was supposed to wrap up its operations, but Trump just granted them an extension till the 27th of May. All other countries have to stop importing Venezuelan oil before the 2nd of April. So there's a chance that Chevron and the US could make a killing because of Trump's new executive order. But it doesn't end there, because other countries also import oil from Venezuela. Countries like India. India's oil imports from Venezuela hit 22 million barrels in 2024, after years of no trade because of US sanctions. Now, once again, India will become collateral damage in America's power games.
He dreamt of ruling the Muslim world, but he can barely control Istanbul. That's the story of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He's been leading Turkey for more than 20 years now, first as Prime Minister, then as President. In this time, he has dismantled most good things in the country, whether it's the fair democratic process or the independent judiciary or the famous Turkish secularism. But now the people have had enough. They have risen up in rebellion. Today marks the 7th night of public protests in Turkey. Take a look.
Mücadeleye devam. Can sağlam.
The trigger was a detention last week. Turkish officials took Istanbul's mayor into custody last Wednesday. His name is Ekrem İmamoğlu. He's now in jail over corruption charges. Imamoglu is not just any other Turkish politician. He is Erdogan's chief rival. He was supposed to be nominated as a presidential challenger last week. Basically, he was to take on Erdogan in 2028. The election is still far away. And days before that, before his nomination, he was detained. Coincidence? Certainly not. Erdogan might as well have slapped the handcuffs on Imamoglu. That is how complicit he was. The protest may have started against this arrest, but now it's about a lot more. It's about the lack of jobs in the country. It's about the rising inflation. It's about the shrinking civil liberties, and it is about imposing conservative Islamic rules. You can basically take your pick. Because President Erdogan has messed up virtually everything in Turkey. Yet he remains defiant. He is blaming the opposition party for spreading violence, and he has called them primitive and weak.
Son 5 gündür.
What we have witnessed in the last 5 days has shown us the truth again. A country like Turkey has a main opposition party that is too small, too primitive, and too weak in terms of foresight, vision, and quality. It has become apparent once again that they could not be trusted to run a country, let alone local governments, or even a buffet.
Bunları bırakın devleti.
Erdogan's cops are using pepper spray on peaceful protesters, but sure, the opposition is primitive. So far, around 1,200 people have been detained, and this includes journalists as well. But how did Turkey reach this situation? This country was once seen as a model for West Asia, a secular, progressive democracy. What happened to those values? In one word, Erdogan. That's what happened. Initially, his policies did deliver growth, but in the last decade, it's been a train wreck. Just look at their currency, the lira. In March 2015, $1 was equal to 2.6 lira. Do you know how much it is today? From 2.6 to almost 38 lira. $1 is 38 lira. That is Erdogan's legacy in the last decade. Though one number has risen under his rule, and that is inflation. Last month, Turkey's inflation was at 42%. His own policies contributed to this. Until recently, Erdogan pushed for Islamic economic policies, and a big part of that was low interest rates. You see, Islam frowns upon charging interest. So President Erdogan said, "We will not hike lending rates." Even when inflation crossed 50%, Erdogan said no. He let his own people suffer for his beliefs. Meanwhile, he was more focused abroad. Erdogan was busy spreading the Arab Spring around West Asia. He was busy talking about Kashmir. Every UN meeting, Erdogan would do the same. His usual spin plus Kashmir. Nobody asked for his advice or suggestions, but Erdogan gave it anyway. He talked about the so-called oppression in Kashmir. You want to know who's really oppressed? These Turkish protesters on your screens, they are being bludgeoned with water cannons, beaten back with batons and doused with pepper spray. This is what oppression looks like. Erdogan forgot the most simple rule of politics. Fix your country first, then lecture abroad. If not, this will be the result. Also at blame are the morality professors in Washington and Brussels. Where have they disappeared? The European Union released a weak statement. They asked Turkey, and I'm quoting, to uphold democratic values. I'm sure Erdogan is trembling with fear. And the Americans? Well, they're simply following the events in Turkey. The State Department called it an internal judicial matter. Why the soft approach? Because the West needs Erdogan. He is key to doing business with the new regime in Syria. He is a key channel between Ukraine and Russia. He is also a member of NATO, hence the blind eye to this crackdown in Turkey. Donald Trump's ally, Elon Musk, is actively supporting Erdogan. He has suspended X accounts of Turkish opposition leaders. I guess free speech dies in the Bosphorus. All of this makes one thing quite clear. The battle lines have been drawn in Turkey. Erdogan has survived worse than this. But remember, he's a lot older now and a lot more unpopular than he was. Plus, he is facing a younger, charismatic challenger. In his pursuit of rebuilding the grand Ottoman legacy, Erdogan may have jeopardized his own or whatever was left of it. Our next story is from Canada. Once again, the country is making headlines for slinging mud at India. Yesterday, Canada's spy service chief made a baseless allegation. Her name is Vanessa Lloyd. She is the interim head of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. She said, and I'm quoting, "We have seen that the government of India has the intent and the capability to interfere in Canadian communities and democratic processes to assert its geopolitical influence. Canadian and Canada-based proxies as well as contacts in their networks are increasingly relied on to conduct Government of India foreign interference activities." In simpler words, Canada's spy chief says that India could meddle in their upcoming election. Canada is going to polls on the 28th of April. The snap election was called on Sunday by the country's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Carney is from Canada's Liberal Party, the party formerly led by Justin Trudeau. And Trudeau is the reason that India-Canada ties are at their lowest point. In 2023, Trudeau accused India of assassinating a person on Canadian soil, a Khalistani terrorist called Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Without any proof, Trudeau blamed India for the killing. Obviously, that sparked off a diplomatic row, and Indo-Canadian relations hit rock bottom. Canada is yet to provide evidence to back up its charge against India. But with Trudeau out, New Delhi might have thought that this was all in the past. Trudeau, of course, was shown the door earlier this month for dragging his party to new depths of unpopularity. So the Liberal Party brought in Carney instead. He is their new face. The 60-year-old former central banker is hoping to revive the party's fortunes. And he's been trying to distance himself from the mess that Trudeau left behind, even going so far as to reverse their stance on India. Carney said that he intends, and I'm quoting, he intends to rebuild ties with India. So New Delhi decided to wait and watch, only to see this, more baseless allegations. Now, to be fair, it's not Carney saying all of this. It is Canada's spy chief, Vanessa Lloyd. She's a remnant of the Trudeau era, and she's still spouting the talking points from back then. She made a speech yesterday and attempted to lump India together with Canada's adversaries, countries like China and Russia. Lloyd said that China, and I'm quoting, China is highly likely to use AI-enabled tools to attempt to interfere with Canada's democratic process in this current election. She also had this to say about Russia. Russia has worked to create dissemination networks across social media and news websites that promote Kremlin talking points. It is possible that Russia will use these online networks to carry out foreign information manipulation and interference operations targeting Canadians. There was one more potential meddler in Lloyd's list, and that was Pakistan. She said that Islamabad could interfere in the Canadian elections to counter India's growing global influence. The rest of Lloyd's list makes sense. Western nations have always been wary about China and Russia, often with good reason. And as for Pakistan, it is not surprising that they would want to undermine India in whatever way possible. But then to add India to this rogue gallery, that is ridiculous. It is right out of the Trudeau playbook, a desperate ploy to cobble together some Khalistani votes. Again, Lloyd is a Trudeau-era official. This was their default setting for years, but now Carney is in charge. If he's serious about rebuilding ties with India, he needs to put a stop to this baseless slander. If not, there's no chance that India-Canada ties will improve. China has a new weapon, and it's not about power projection. It is about cutting power cables. You heard that right. China has unveiled a deep-sea cable cutting device. It's the first nation in the world to do so, to officially disclose such a tool. This cable cutter can operate at depths of 4,000 meters. But most undersea cables are just 2,000 meters below the surface. So what is China's plan here? What are they trying to do? Why have they developed cable cutters to operate 4,000 meters below the sea level? China has already been accused of sabotaging underwater cables, and the latest unveiling shows that it is the biggest threat to undersea networks across the world. Our next report dives deep.
Deep beneath the ocean, hidden from view, lies a global network. Thousands of cables connect continents, nations, and people. The deep sea cable network is responsible for providing power and internet to millions of people. Whether you're a gamer in South Korea, a banker in Switzerland, or an influencer in Brazil, chances are that your internet is supplied through these undersea cables, because over 95% of global internet traffic is transmitted through underwater cables. Undersea cables are not a new phenomenon. They have been used for communications for more than 150 years. And nations have been mindful of safeguarding this vital undersea network. That is, until China decided to take matters into its hands. Beijing has just unveiled a deep-sea cable-cutting device which can cut the underwater communication, power and internet lines. China is now the first country in the world to publicly accept that it has deep-sea cable-cutting devices. Developed by the China Ship Scientific Research Center, the device can target armored cables that are layered with steel. It can operate at depths of 4,000 meters, despite most undersea cables being at just 2,000 meters. A titanium alloy shell and oil-compensated seals prevent the cable cutter from exploding at such depths. It can be mounted on cheap submersibles and is operated remotely using a robotic arm. China operates the world's largest submersible fleet, which means this cable cutter could be seen on thousands of Chinese submarines. China's latest cable cutter poses a threat to global maritime power dynamics. Beijing has already been accused of underwater sabotage. Taiwan says that Chinese ships have cut undersea cables at least 27 times in the last 5 years. These include cables going from Taiwan to its islands near China, particularly Dongyin and Matsu. Last month, Taiwan even seized a Chinese ship after accusing it of cutting undersea cables, though China denies any wrongdoing. But the accusations against China go beyond its region. At least 2 underwater cables were damaged in the Baltic Sea in November last year. A cable between Germany and Finland was ruptured, while an internet cable between Sweden and Lithuania was also severed. And in both occasions, Chinese vessels were seen repeatedly passing over the cables. China denies any involvement in the incidents, but Europe feels otherwise. And no one is going to buy China's arguments any longer. As it boasts about a new undersea cable cutter, all fingers are now pointing at Beijing.
From China's dubious plans in the sea, we turn to a more responsible naval power, India. The Indian Navy is expanding its partnerships. They will hold drills next month. We're talking about large-scale exercises, and for the first time, only with African nations. They're calling it the Africa-India Key Maritime Initiative, or AKAM for short. In Sanskrit, AKAM means unity. It is part of India's military outreach in the Indian Ocean region. India is already considered the first responder, also the preferred security partner for East Africa. The drills next month will only deepen that understanding. This is the inaugural edition of this exercise. It will take place off the coast of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will inaugurate it. At least 11 countries are participating this time, including India, co-hosts Tanzania, Comoros, Djibouti, Eritrea, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles and South Africa. Like I said, this is the maiden edition of AKAM. The exercise will be held every 2 years and more African partners will be invited in the years ahead.
This again is a first of its kind exercise for the Indian Navy and for India. It will be co-hosted by the Indian Navy and the Tanzania People Defence Force, and will also witness participation from 10 African countries from the east coast of Africa. As on date, we are likely to have 7 ships from our African partners and friends, with observers also joining in. So, AKAM is a Sanskrit word, means unity. and it aims to bring regional countries together towards a common goal of maritime security and growth in the region, because in the end we are all united through the oceans.
The Indian Navy's goal is clear: increasing interoperability with African allies and deepening security cooperation in the region. India is already working closely with many African partners. Like Mauritius, India has access to their bases and close ties with Mauritius. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, was in Port Louis earlier this month. That's the capital of Mauritius. It was a two-day visit focused on boosting bilateral ties. Then we have Madagascar. India has a listening post there. It monitors all maritime traffic in the region. Nations like the US, France and Germany and many others have bases in the Horn of Africa and Djibouti, mostly for anti-piracy operations. But India is the only country that has bases along the East African coast. And here's why this is important. New Delhi is committed to tackling regional threats. Threats such as piracy, illegal trafficking, unregulated fishing and unreported research missions. And China is behind at least two of these threats. Their fishing boats and their spy ships often visit the Indian Ocean. The Chinese call them research vessels, but their purpose is clear to the world. They spy for Beijing, and they frequently operate off the East African coast. Several countries in this region have raised concerns. For instance, last year Mozambique protested against Chinese trawlers. Their navy tracked more than 130 Chinese fishing boats off their coast. 130. What were they doing there? Being fishy as usual. The Chinese have been overfishing in their waters for decades. Now their trawlers operate beyond China's maritime borders. And here's what Beijing does. It sends a mob of fishing boats near foreign waters. These boats fish unchecked and they deplete local fish populations. All because China cannot stop over-consuming. It is basically stealing the resources of other countries. And in recent years, Africa has been at the receiving end of this. Chinese trawlers have been reported near many countries in Africa, in Kenya, Somalia, Mozambique, Ghana, Senegal, and Nigeria. And what are these countries doing about the illegal Chinese presence? A lot of them are turning to India. They see New Delhi as an ally and a democratic maritime power, a power that won't engage in suspicious ocean activity. Nor will India send fishing militias to deplete Africa's resources. The ACOM exercise is just the first step. Africa is sending a message to China. The tide now belongs to India. For our last story today, let's talk about the pyramids. They're massive, they're mysterious, they've been standing tall for 4,500 years, and according to a new group of scientists, they might be hiding something incredible beneath them. Picture a secret underground city, lost artifacts untouched for centuries, hidden knowledge that could rewrite history. Ancient secrets waiting to be uncovered. Basically, it sounds like the plot of every Indiana Jones movie. But before you start packing your bags, there's a catch. This discovery was made by a team of researchers in Italy. They claim their radar scans prove that there's a vast hidden complex below the pyramids. But not everyone believes them. Why is that? Our next report digs into it.
Going to hire 10,000 workmen a day.
Picture this. You're standing in front of the pyramid of Khafre. The sun blazing overhead, the sand crunching under your feet. Somewhere beneath you, there's a hidden city, a whole underground world waiting to be uncovered. It's the kind of revelation that could rewrite history, or at the very least, fuel a dozen conspiracy theory YouTube channels. It started with a research team from Italy, Professor Corrado Malanga and his team from the University of Pisa. They're convinced they've found something big. Using radar pulses, they claim to have detected a vast underground complex, spiral staircases, mysterious chambers, and even a network of tunnels leading deeper into the earth. His team believes there are 8 distinct vertical cylinder-shaped artifacts that span more than 2,100 feet beneath the pyramids. And get this, they believe it might even contain the legendary Hall of Records. an ancient library rumored to hold the lost knowledge of Egyptian civilization. Basically, it's the holy grail of archaeology. But before you start planning your own Indiana Jones adventure, there's a tiny problem. Most experts think it's complete nonsense. They see only exaggerated claims and a severe misunderstanding of radar technology. Most insist that this has been tried before using traditional methods like gravimetry and muon tomography. Those yielded nothing. It never showed anything close to an underground city. Let's play devil's advocate for a second. What if the Italian team are actually onto something? What if there really is a hidden city under Khafre's pyramid? What if the Hall of Records exists and is packed with secrets? Secrets that could change everything we know about ancient Egypt. History is full of examples of big discoveries being ignored, downplayed, or outright suppressed. Of course, this is the kind of thinking that keeps late-night radio shows in business, but admit it, a part of you wants it to be true. For now, Malanga's research hasn't been peer-reviewed, and until other scientists can confirm his findings, skepticism is the name of the game. Plus, the tech he used is cool but not infallible, and honestly, getting down there to check is easier said than done. Yet, there's something undeniably exciting about the idea. The pyramids have been around for 4,500 years. Who's to say they don't still have a few secrets? Until someone cracks open the earth beneath Khafre's pyramid, all we have are questions and a whole lot of speculation. Because if there's one thing ancient Egypt teaches us, it's that secrets are buried deep. Could the Hall of Records be one of those mythic treasures, or just another legend lost to time? We don't know yet, but that's the fun of it. Because whether it's ancient mysteries or modern conspiracies, sometimes the unknown is just as exciting as the truth.
No prizes for guessing what the joke is today. It's the comic gold from the White House. President Donald Trump wanted to send a clear signal to the Houthis, but looks like his officials heard him wrong. They huddled on the messaging app Signal instead. We just told you what happened next. They basically shared all their war plans with a random journalist. Americans are not feeling too secure after this fiasco, but some are seeing the funny side of things. Take a look. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Israeli lawmakers the number of hostages remaining in Gaza during a budget vote. Protesters clash with the police over Indonesia's military law, and a dazzling spiral swirls in the sky following the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1975, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia was assassinated. He was shot dead by his nephew during a public audience in Riyadh. King Faisal had been an influential leader in the kingdom, known for his oil diplomacy and efforts to modernize Saudi Arabia. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
משרד החקלאות, אנחנו מצביעים. את כולם, שהנפת שלט במליאה כרגע עובר עבירה אתית, שתדעו את זה, אבל...
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We began in the United States in what can only be described as one of the nation's most stunning intelligence leaks. President Donald Trump's top office officials mistakenly disclosed highly sensitive war plans in a group chat that included a journalist. According to The Atlantic's editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg, on March 11th, he received a connection request from a user identified as Mike Waltz on the messaging app Signal. 2 days later, the reporter was added to a group chat named the Houthi PC Small Group. The group had 18 members, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Goldberg said he witnessed a shocking policy debate on March 14th with the group members discussing military strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. Now, in his bombshell report, Goldberg added that on March 15th, Secretary Hegseth shared an explicit document in the group which included information about targets, weapons, and attack sequencing. Needless to say, Goldberg almost couldn't believe that the text chain was actually real. However, 2 hours later, when bombs dropped on Yemen and members celebrated in the chat, Goldberg concluded that the messages were indeed authentic. Now, the White House has in fact confirmed that top Trump administration officials accidentally included Goldberg in the group chat. However, President Trump said he knew nothing about the leaked chats.
President, your reaction to the story in The Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis, you mean the attack on the Houthis? Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective, I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
Meanwhile, Pentagon Chief Hegseth tried to dodge the question about him mistakenly leaking classified documents.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that a journalist was privy to the targets, the types of weapons used?
I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, reports say the stunning leak has now triggered furious discussion inside the White House about National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. While some want him out of the administration, others think his possible resignation depends on how President Trump personally feels about the matter. The shocking revelation also puts Vice President Vance in a difficult position as his text pointedly expressed doubts about the strikes in Yemen. The security breach has also provoked outrage among Democrats, with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer calling for an investigation. And now, with criticism mounting against the mishandling of America's top secret war plans, it remains to be seen how, in fact, President Donald Trump navigates through his administration's latest debacle. And now moving to South America, where tensions between the United States and Venezuela have escalated once again. A flight carrying nearly 200 Venezuelans deported from the United States landed at Simón Bolívar International Airport near Caracas on Monday. This after the U.S. suspended deportation flights weeks ago when the Trump administration revoked a key license allowing Venezuela to export oil to the United States. But despite strained relations, both governments reached an agreement over the weekend to resume these flights.
We have experienced many psychological, emotional, and physical traumas, mistreatment in the conditions in which we were held in the facilities, how we were transferred, and how we were treated in terms of health. They violated our rights. Many of those here were physically assaulted.
Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro welcomed the returnees, describing the flights as a way to rescue and free migrants from U.S. prisons. Maduro also hit back at President Trump's announcement of imposing tariffs on all imports from any country that buys oil or gas from Venezuela.
Yesterday's sanctions, we defeated them, and those to come we will also defeat them with work, inventive creation, love, and patriotism. 1, 2, 3. Venezuela is already making, by the most strict international standards, the gold bullions for its national and international reserve, for its development with its own gold.
The Trump administration's latest deportations have sparked controversy, especially his decision last week to send 238 Venezuelans to El Salvador's high-security prison. While U.S. officials claim they were members of the Tren de Aragua gang, their families denied any criminal ties.
I know my son didn't commit any crime. Maybe his mistake was leaving for the United States. They are accusing him of being part of a criminal gang. He is not part of any gangs. My son is a soldier of Christ. My son is not a criminal.
The commander-in-chief's move to deport these migrants has also invited legal challenges. In fact, on Monday, a U.S. appeals court judge criticized the government's use of the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to justify mass deportations. The judge compared the treatment of Venezuelan migrants to how the U.S. handled Nazi prisoners during World War II, now arguing that the deportees had no opportunity to contest the allegations against them.
Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemies Act than has happened here. We certainly dispute the Nazi analogy.
Meanwhile, another federal judge has issued a temporary restraining order ordering the halt of further deportations under the Alien Enemies Act. And now the Trump administration is now fighting to overturn that order as well. With legal battles underway and diplomatic tensions rising, the fate of thousands of Venezuelan migrants in the United States remains uncertain. And now, all eyes are on President Trump, who has vowed to carry out the largest deportation in American history. And now moving to Asia, Japan has announced an anti-dumping duty of more than 95% on China's graphite electrode exports. The tariffs, which are aimed at protecting domestic industries, will be imposed for 4 months starting this Saturday. The Japanese tariffs come after the conclusion of a government probe last month In their interim report, the investigators noted that China was selling graphite electrodes in Japan at unfairly low prices, hurting domestic companies. Graphite electrode is an industrial material primarily used in the manufacturing of electric arc furnace steel. Japan's government launched the probe against China in April of last year following a complaint by 3 Japanese graphite makers. Now the announcement of Japanese tariffs on China coincided with another spat between the two nations. On Monday, Tokyo lodged protests with Beijing after Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi misquoted Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's remarks. Last Saturday, the Chinese Foreign Minister was in Tokyo to improve trilateral ties that also involved South Korea.
The three parties are maintaining communication on restarting the negotiations on the free trade agreement and strive to resume them as soon as possible. The network of East Asian cultural capitals is further expanding.
I expressed my concern over North Korea's nuclear missile activities, exploitation of cryptographic assets, and military cooperation between Russia and North Korea.
Wang Yi paid a visit to Prime Minister Ishiba and claimed the Japanese leader said his country respects the positions of the Chinese side. Yi even stressed that Japan should, quote, fulfill important political commitments on historical issues and the Taiwan question, end quote. However, Japan later said that Prime Minister Ishiba agreed to no such statement. Tokyo also sought the removal of factually incorrect information from China's statement. However, responding to Tokyo's protest, Beijing defended Wang Yi's misquoted statement.
Isn't it normal for countries to respect each other's positions in state-to-state relations? According to my understanding, this important and beneficial meeting and interaction between China and Japan embodies such a spirit. Regarding this meeting, China has issued a relevant readout. You can refer to the relevant questions, and I have already answered them. I would like to re-emphasize that this important and beneficial interaction between China and Japan embodies the spirit of mutual respect.
Notably, Japan has close ties with Taiwan, and it opposes any change to the status quo concerning the self-governing island. But China claims Taiwan as part of its territory under its One China principle and has not ruled out the possibility of using force to take over the island. And now to Russia, where schoolgirls are being offered $1,200 to have babies. In a shocking new policy, the Ural region has become the first to pay pregnant teens with no minimum age limit. Officials call it support, but critics call it reckless. With birth rates collapsing and hundreds of thousands of men lost to war, Russia is scrambling for solutions. From government-funded wedding nights to proposed baby-making breaks at work, the Kremlin is pulling out all the stops. But this is a strategy for survival, or is it a dangerous social experiment? Here's more in our next report.
Russia is racing against time to stop its population from plummeting. The government is now offering schoolgirls a one-time payment of $1,200 to have children. The controversial policy, first introduced in the Ural region, extends an existing incentive for university students. But this time there is no minimum age. A pregnant schoolgirl, no matter how young, can now cash in. The move has triggered shockwaves across Russia. Critics fear the policy will encourage teenage pregnancies, trapping young girls in poverty.
The counterproductive desire to rejuvenate the birth rate in the provinces leads to absurd decisions. We have never seen such idiocy.
But the Ural governor Andrei Klitschkov, the man behind the policy, insists it's about support. He also says over 40 Russian regions are adopting similar programs.
As for my personal attitude to this norm, it must be borne in mind that young girls in such a situation often make controversial decisions. And our task, since this has already happened, is to provide them with support, help save the life of the child and the health of the mother.
It is no secret that Russia is facing a population crisis. Its birth rate has plummeted to 1.5 births per woman, far below the 2.1 needed for stability. War, economic hardship, and social shifts have pushed the country towards a demographic collapse. Hence now, fewer babies are being born, and more people are dying. Russian leader Vladimir Putin has called the crisis a matter of national survival. His government has outlawed child-free lifestyles, banned abortion acts, and even criminalized coercing women into ending pregnancies. Meanwhile, a state-backed reality show, once called Pregnant at 16 to discourage teen pregnancies, has been rebranded as at 16 to celebrate young motherhood under the Kremlin leader's orders. Russian politicians are scrambling for solutions. It is evident that their ideas have begun to range from desperate to dystopian. One MP suggested state-funded hotel rooms for wedding nights, with couples reimbursed up to $250 for consummation. Another proposed paying for first dates because apparently romance needs government funding. But the strangest idea of all? A ministry of sex. Yes, some politicians believe a government department should oversee reproduction, ensuring Russians are doing their patriotic duty between the sheets. There is even talk of bosses encouraging baby-making breaks during work hours. Now, while politicians drum up absurd policies, the real crisis lies on the battlefield. Since invading Ukraine, Russia has lost up to 900,000 troops, with at least 250,000 killed. According to UK intelligence, some reports claim the death toll is even higher. Russia is throwing money, policies, and propaganda at a problem that won't go away in a blink of the eye. But with young people fleeing, a war still raging, and women being pressured into motherhood, the future looks bleak.
And we conclude today with the brewing bromance between Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump. When it comes to flattery, Putin knows not just how to play the game, but how to ace it. And this time, he's upped the stakes with a custom portrait of Donald Trump. The move comes as U.S.-Russia relations continue to evolve after Trump's return to the White House. But is this an olive branch, a strategic move, or just Putin knowing his audience all too well? Our final report gets you all the details.
Vladimir Putin is many things. One of the longest-serving Russian leaders, second only to Joseph Stalin. A global leader, a wartime strategist, and, as it turns out, a man with a flair for extravagant gifting. Over the years, Russia's leader has showered his allies with everything, from unconditional support to a stream of weapons, from luxury cars to even horses. But his latest diplomatic gesture might just take the cake: a personal portrait of the US President Donald Trump. Yes, the Russian president, known for his iron grip on power, has seemingly embraced the art of flattery by commissioning a beautiful portrait of President Trump and gifting it to him. The move is as strategic as it is symbolic, especially considering the turbulent history between Russia and the United States. While Joe Biden spent years keeping Russia at arm's length, Trump has been eager to rekindle the flames of a more cooperative relationship. And what better way to do that than with a little bit of artistic adoration and narcissism? President Trump, a man who's never shied away from admiration or his own reflection, was reportedly clearly touched by the gift. Details about the painting remain scarce, with only Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov describing it as a personal gift. But given Trump's well-documented preference for larger-than-life imagery, it's safe to assume the painting doesn't skimp on grandeur. The timing, however, is just as intriguing as the gift itself. The exchange comes as US and Russian officials engage in diplomatic talks in Saudi Arabia over the war in Ukraine. Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, revealed that the Russian leader had even prayed for Trump following last year's assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. While President Trump has yet to publicly comment on his Russian-made portrait, he's had plenty to say about another depiction of himself, one that was recently removed from the Colorado state capitol. This is after he deemed it truly the worst. The painting, which has been on display since 2019, became the subject of Trump's latest Truth Social rant. He thrashed the artist's work and even appreciated Barack Obama's official portrait. The entire episode raises an amusing yet important question. Is Putin simply playing into Trump's well-known love for self-admiration, or is this an artful diplomatic maneuver? The Russian leader has long been known for using gifts as strategic moves.
We have no question. In fact, Melania, here you go.
Whether it's a Labrador puppy for German politician Angela Merkel, who is afraid of dogs, or a golden AK-47 to Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in 2015, or his favorite Russian-made limousine to North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And now, Trump's portrait feels like good old-fashioned psychological chess. Whether or not the portrait ever makes it onto the wall of Mar-a-Lago, one thing is clear. Putin knows how to woo his audience. And if the Kremlin ever runs out of diplomatic strategies, they can always open an art gallery dedicated to world leaders with a penchant for self-worship.
That's First Post America for this Tuesday, March 25th. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. Israeli strikes across Gaza Strip kills at least 23 Palestinians. This as Israeli military expands evacuation orders to tens of thousands of residents across the enclave. The US and Ukraine conclude a second round of ceasefire talks in Saudi Arabia after Moscow wraps up discussions with Washington without any breakthrough. South Sudan's vice president accuses Uganda of violating an arms embargo with airstrikes in the country and calls for UN intervention. He says Uganda's military action jeopardizes the 2018 peace deal that ended South Sudan's civil war. Japan says it backs close security cooperation with South Korea and India in the Indo-Pacific, days after the Philippines military chief urged New Delhi and Seoul to join the informal Quad alliance to counter Beijing in the South China Sea. And deadly wildfires that erupted over the weekend continue to ravage southeastern South Korea, forcing thousands to evacuate. The fires have burned thousands of hectares and claimed 4 lives. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest developments from Sudan, where a growing diplomatic rift with neighboring Chad and South Sudan is further escalating regional tensions. Now, Chad and South Sudan have strongly condemned threats made by a top Sudanese general who suggested Sudan might take military action against both countries, raising fears of a wider regional conflict. Over the weekend, Sudanese General Yasser al-Attah declared in a broadcast that Sudan would retaliate against the UAE, South Sudan and Chad's President Mohamed Deby. Now, he specifically labelled Chad's airports in N'Djamena and the Umdras as legitimate military targets. The general also accused South Sudan of harbouring traitors. In response, Chad strongly condemned the remarks, warning they could be interpreted as a quote-unquote declaration of war. Now, N'Djamena warned that such rhetoric could lead to a dangerous escalation across the region, adding that it reserves the right to respond vigorously to any act of aggression. Now, South Sudan issued a similar statement, calling the comments a blatant violation of international law. Juba reaffirmed its commitment to peace, but warned it would take all necessary measures to defend its sovereignty. This diplomatic rift comes as the Sudan army continues to accuse the UAE of supplying drones to the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, its main rival in the nearly 2-year civil war. The UAE has consistently denied these charges, even as the UN experts and US lawmakers presented credible evidence to the contrary. Sudan has taken its case to the UN Security Council and the International Court of Justice, accusing Abu Dhabi of complicity in genocide against the Masalit ethnic group in Darfur. Further escalating tensions, Sudan has also accused Chad of facilitating weapons deliveries from the UAE to the RSF. Similarly, it has accused South Sudan of arming the paramilitary forces. Both N'Djamena and Juba have repeatedly denied these claims. Meanwhile, Chad has accused Sudan of decades of attempts to destabilize its government, including allegedly supporting rebellions and the Boko Haram terrorists. But since April of 2023, Sudan itself is in turmoil. The war between Sudan's army, led by Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the RSF, led by Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, has displaced millions since it erupted 2 years ago. In recent days, the conflict has intensified after the Sudanese army recaptured the presidential palace from the RSF. Burhan has vowed to completely liberate the North African country from the enemies.
في الشهر المبارك ده أن قواتنا تتقدم بخطاوي ثابتة عشان تكمل تحرير السودان. نحن نوعد عبركم الشعب السوداني أنه نحن ماشيين. المعركة دي ما حتقيف، ماشيين. ما حنغير الطريقة اللي ماشيين فيه ولا ما حنغيره. ما حنتراجع ولا حنتأخر. حنواصل لغاية النهاية.
The ongoing civil war has reportedly killed 150,000 people, displaced over 12 million, put at least 8 million on the brink of starvation, and nearly 25 million, which is around half of Sudan's population, suffered dire food insecurity. As fighting escalates, Sudan's war is not only devastating millions at home, but is also straining ties with its neighbors. With no clear path to peace, the region is increasingly facing an uncertain future. Now, for more insights on this, we have with us Charles Boissel, a Central Africa analyst for International Crisis Group, who is joining us live from Nairobi in Kenya. Thank you for being with us.
you.
Now, how credible is Sudan's threat to attack Chad's airports, and what might be the regional or international consequences if it follows through?
So we think that an open attack on Chadian airports by the Sudanese Army's Air Force would be quite surprising at this stage, because it would push Chad to become even more involved in the Sudanese conflict and to give even more support to the opposing camp, the Rapid Support Forces. And Chad has a very powerful army, so it could represent a big threat. And for the moment, Chad only allows the United Arab Emirates to deliver arms from its territory and officially displays a position of neutrality. But an open attack by the Sudanese Air Force could prompt the Chadian president to increase its support or even to send troops to Darfur, which would be a very bad thing for the Sudanese armed force.
Yeah.
However, it's possible that the Sudanese armed force may support Chadian rebel or Chadian opponent of Déby. It's a long history between the two countries. As a reminder, in 2006 and 2008, Chadian rebel columns came from Darfur and they were supported by the Sudanese army and they tried to take power in Chad. And such a scenario could happen again in the future. Actually, there are at least several hundred Chadian rebels currently fighting the Rapid Support Forces in Darfur, in particular in the city of El Fasher. And El Fasher is a city quite close to the Chadian border. So if the Sudanese army wants to take revenge on Chad, it could support such groups, such rebel groups, to carry out attack in eastern Chad. Even if, for the moment, this rebel group do not seem to have the power or the strength to threaten the Chadian capital, N'Djamena. So in short, it would be counterproductive for the Sudanese army to enter into an open war against Chad, and it is more likely that the country will fight each other through proxy groups.
Right. And Charles, given the accusations against the UAE and South Sudan, how do the external actors complicate efforts to de-escalate the Sudanese civil war and prevent further regional spillover?
Yeah, in fact, so maybe one of the main enabler and sponsor is the United Arab Emirates. It's the main sponsor of the Rapid Support Forces, with massive financial and armed support since the start of the war. Without Emirati aid, the Rapid Support Forces would maybe have almost no chance of holding out against the Sudanese armed force. And this support is implying other neighboring countries, because the Rapid Support Forces does not have an access to a sea front. So the Emirati weapons have to be delivered through the border of neighboring countries, in particular Chad and South Sudan. And with their almost unlimited financial resources, the United Arab Emirates had no trouble convincing this country to do so.
Right.
And but know that.
Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost. Right, Charles, thank you very much for your valued insights there and for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to the latest updates in the DR Congo conflict. Angola, which has served as the mediator between the DRC government and the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels for nearly 2 years, has now announced it is stepping down from the role. Angola cites frustration over the lack of commitment from both parties to adhere to peace talks as the reason for its decision. A statement from the Angolan presidency mentions that despite its attempts to broker direct peace talks between the DRC government and the rebels, these efforts have failed. Now, as a result, Angola will now shift its focus to its role as chair of the African Union, a position it assumed just last month. Angola had been leading the African Union-backed mediation process since early 2023, with President João Lourenço appointed to facilitate peace. However, its mediation efforts have faced repeated challenges, leading to multiple failed ceasefire attempts. In March of 2023, a truce brokered by Angola collapsed shortly after it began, prompting Angola to deploy troops to the DRC's east. In December of 2024, a planned summit aimed at bringing the DRC government and the M23 rebels to the negotiating table did not materialize. Then, just days ago, the latest Angolan-mediated talks in the capital of Luanda were aborted at the last minute after the M23 rebels withdrew following the EU-imposed sanctions on their leaders. Angola's decision to withdraw comes at a critical moment in the conflict, as the M23 rebels have made significant territorial gains in a lightning advance since January. At least 7,000 people have been reportedly killed in the escalating violence. A little hope was ignited last week when the presidents of the DRC and Rwanda held surprise talks in Qatar. However, these informal talks did not aim to replace the existing peace efforts. Soon after the Doha meeting, the M23 rebels captured another town in eastern DRC, but later announced that they would withdraw as a peace gesture. Despite this, the troops remain on the ground. With Angola stepping aside, the future of mediation efforts remains uncertain. While a successor has not yet been announced, the African Union plans to work with regional organizations such as the South African Development Community, or SADC, and the East African Community, or the EAC, to identify a suitable candidate. The two organizations are also involved in peace efforts in the conflict. As per reports, potential mediators could include neighboring countries with a vested interest in regional stability, such as Kenya or Tanzania, which are both members of the EAC. But no timeline has been given for the new appointments. Angola's withdrawal as the mediator in the DRC conflict marks a turning point in the ongoing crisis, leaving a critical gap in diplomatic efforts. With no immediate successor announced, uncertainty looms over the future of peace talks. And shifting focus to the Horn of Africa, as talks to recognize Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland, gain momentum in the United States, Mogadishu has been thrown into a state of alarm. Reports indicate that the Somali government is actively reaching out to prominent figures in the United States, including Elon Musk, to influence the U.S. policy in the Horn of Africa. Now, Mogadishu has reportedly engaged with Musk and prominent religious ministers as part of a broader strategy to garner support against the recognition of Somaliland's independence. Somaliland is a breakaway region of Somalia, but seeks full independence. Currently, no country recognizes it as a sovereign state. However, its strategic geographic location could serve its interests, particularly the Berbera port, which sits along the vital Red Sea trade route. Now, discussions have reportedly begun on a potential deal, one that could see Somaliland's recognition in exchange for a U.S. military base near the Berbera port. This base could provide crucial for the U.S. in its fight against the Houthi rebels, who continue to target Red Sea shipping lanes. The base could also be used to counter Chinese influence in the region. Now, both the U.S. and Israel have also reached out to Somaliland, considering it as a potential resettlement location for Palestinians uprooted from Gaza under Donald Trump's post-war plan. But Somaliland has set a clear condition. It will not engage in any resettlement deal unless its independence is formally recognized. Meanwhile, influential figures in the United Kingdom have also advocated for Somaliland's recognition. This includes the former British Defence Secretary, Gavin Williamson, who emphasises that Somaliland's stability and democratic governance warrant formal recognition. As Somaliland gains Western support, Mogadishu is reportedly going to great lengths to block its recognition. The Somali embassy in Washington has hired BGR Group, one of the top lobbying firms in the US, offering a $50,000 per month for a year to advocate against Somaliland's recognition. Now, Somali officials have also been engaging closely with Donald Trump's inner circle, including Pastor Mark Burns, an evangelical leader and one of Trump's most vocal supporters. He recently met with Somalia's foreign minister to discuss strengthening relations. Speaking of Trump's close allies, Somalia is also courting SpaceX founder Elon Musk, who now serves as the head of the US Department of Government Efficiency under the new administration. Somalia's US ambassador has held high-level meetings with senior SpaceX officials, part of a strategy to persuade Elon Musk to bring Starlink to Somalia. But observers believe that Mogadishu's ultimate goal is to leverage Musk's close ties to Trump in hopes of influencing US policy in its favor. Will Mogadishu succeed in convincing the Trump administration? Or will Trump's era usher in a new chapter for Somaliland? We will continue to get you more updates on this. And for our final story today, we turn to West Africa, where Ghana has arrested its former security chief over the weekend for allegedly skimming millions of dollars from a cybersecurity contract. Now, Kwabena Adubohene, the country's former National Signals Bureau, or the NSB Director General, is accused of diverting funds from a $7 million contract meant to strengthen Ghana's cybersecurity infrastructure. Authorities say that Adubohene was apprehended for allegedly diverting funds from a cyber defense systems contract signed in January of 2020 with Israeli firm RLC Holdings Limited, and the deal was designed to bolster Ghana's ability to combat cyber threats, data breaches, and digital espionage. However, investigators from the state agency Economic and Organized Crime Office found that the funds were instead channeled into private accounts linked to Adubohene and his wife. Now, authorities say that shortly after the contract was signed, Adubohene was transferred more than 27 million Ghanaian cedis, so $1.7 million, from the NSB's accounts to a private one. The couple then used additional diverted funds to acquire multiple properties in Ghana and abroad. Now, they remain in detention as investigators identify other potential suspects. Their lawyer claims that their fundamental human rights have been violated. The case comes as Ghana steps up its anti-corruption drive, with several high-profile officials, especially from the previous Nana Akufo-Addo government, under investigation. Now, under President John Mahama, who took charge in January of this year, Ghana has intensified its crackdown on public sector corruption in an effort to reassure international investors and to stabilize the economy. The Ghanaian government has been negotiating with the International Monetary Fund for financial support, with governance reforms among the key conditions. As a result, it has been expediting legal proceedings in its anti-graft campaign. In recent weeks, former Finance Minister Oforo Atta has come under scrutiny for alleged irregularities in government bond issuances. Now, additionally, the government is reviewing a payroll fraud scandal at Ghana's National Service Secretariat, where over 81,000 ghost names were allegedly used to siphon millions from state coffers. Now, as these investigations unfold, attention now shifts to the legal process and its outcome. With several high-profile cases under review, the government's handling of corruption will be closely watched. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Is Putin dragging his feet on a ceasefire deal in Ukraine? His biggest champion in America, Donald Trump, seems to think so. After multiple rounds of talks, there is no peace deal. They cannot even make a ceasefire hold. So what is next for Ukraine? Meanwhile, are the Americans planning for another war? Their B-2 stealth bombers and a lot of firepower is being deployed to Diego Garcia. We'll tell you why. In Iran, they've unveiled a new underground missile city featuring their top missiles and generals. What is the message that Tehran is trying to send? How Trump is downplaying the leaked war plans on Signal, the messaging app. Why Bangladesh's caretaker leader Mohammad Yunus is in China and how should India see this visit? Who is the man whose arrest triggered nationwide protests in Turkey? Is Pakistan breaking apart after Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa mass rebellion in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir? How Make in India in defense is making progress, with India building 65% of its weapons at home. Why Indonesians are protesting against a new military law, and how excessive use of ChatGPT makes you lonelier. All this and more coming up. Donald Trump came with big promises. He said he'll end the war in Ukraine in 1 day. It's been 55 days since he took office. Forget ending the war or striking a peace deal. They don't even have a ceasefire. So now the US president is having doubts. Donald Trump feels that Vladimir Putin could be dragging his feet, that he may not even want a ceasefire. The US president gave an interview. Listen to what he said, and I'm quoting, "I think that Russia wants to see an end to it, but it could be they're dragging their feet. I've done it over the years. You know, I don't want to sign a contract. I want to sort of stay in the game, but maybe I don't want to do it quite. I'm not sure." This is what he said. These are his words. Trump said all of this yesterday on a day when the US claimed a breakthrough in negotiations. You know, they've been holding talks in Saudi Arabia. The Americans have been speaking to the Russians and the Ukrainians. All three parties are in Riyadh, and they've held marathon talks. So yesterday, the US made an announcement. It said fighting would stop in the Black Sea. Now, the Black Sea is a strategically important region. It serves as a key transit point to Europe. Since the war began, it has seen intense fighting. Both Ukraine and Russia want to control the Black Sea. Russia has tried to enforce a blockade there because Ukraine needs the Black Sea. First, to defend its coastline, and second, to facilitate its exports. Ukrainian goods like food grains travel through the Black Sea. Now, the US has said that both sides will stop their attacks. There will be no fighting in the Black Sea. A ceasefire. They made it sound like a done deal, except it wasn't. The Russians promptly derailed it. They laid out some preconditions for this deal. Russia said it wants some Western sanctions to be lifted first, like the curbs on food and fertilizer exports. Also, the sanctions on Russian banks. They want all these sanctions to be lifted. Russia wants its banks to be reintegrated into the SWIFT system. SWIFT is a banking network. It facilitates international money transfers. To make a transfer from one country to another, you need the SWIFT system. When this war began, Russia was kicked out of SWIFT. And now Moscow wants back in. It is their prerequisite for a deal in the Black Sea.
It can be activated after fulfilling several conditions. In fact, these are the same conditions included in the Black Sea Initiative under the guarantees of Mr. Guterres, which worked for a certain period. All the conditions were fulfilled except the conditions related to the Russian side. Therefore, this time, justice must prevail, and we will continue our work with the Americans.
Remember, these demands are just for the ceasefire, the precursor for a peace deal, and the US is nowhere close to it. On the ground, the fighting continues. Ukraine is facing relentless attacks. In the last 2 days, Russian forces have launched more than 200 drones. Kiev says it has managed to intercept most of them. It is also striking back. Russia says Ukraine has launched counterattacks. It has targeted a gas storage facility in Crimea. But no damage was reported. Basically, both sides are firing, and the world is nowhere close to ending this war. Of course, the United States knows it. A new intelligence report is out. It has been presented to American lawmakers, and this report warns that the war in Ukraine may continue for longer. And the assessment is quite revealing. The US believes that neither Russia nor Ukraine is ready to make real concessions. They prefer a longer war to a bad deal. That there is greater incentive to prolong the conflict, according to both Russia and Ukraine. So they will keep fighting. That is the conclusion of this American intelligence report. It directly challenges President Trump's claims. He keeps promising a swift end to the war, but now he appears to be having doubts. He cannot say for sure if Vladimir Putin is going to accept this deal. So this is where we stand. After 3 years of fighting and almost 2 months of Trump's mediation, there is no peace deal on the table, and that has not stopped the US from negotiating with Ukraine. This time we're talking about the minerals deal. That negotiation is on parallelly. Zelensky has revealed that the US has sent a new proposal to Kiev, a new agreement for Washington to access Ukraine's minerals.
Yesterday, my team briefed me on the new agreement with the US on minerals. As of now, it's a big, full agreement with how the Americans see it to be. There were the early steps in the framework agreement, if you remember, and after this framework, the full agreement has to be developed. Now, the American side proposed to us one big agreement, immediately. This is their view. I don't have any details yet with the Americans.
He did not share the specifics, but he did say that Ukraine's parliament would approve the pact. Trump has been pushing for this. He wants access to Ukraine's natural resources. He believes that the US deserves it as repayment for giving military support to Kiev. But without a peace deal, this may not fly. You cannot mine rare earths from an active war zone. You need peace or a ceasefire at the very least, both of which remain out of Trump's reach at the moment. The US president is pushing for peace in Ukraine, but he's got other plans for West Asia. Donald Trump is preparing for an escalation, and his target are the Houthis in Yemen. The US is already bombing them, but it is also planning for something bigger. Why do I say this? Because the Indian Ocean is buzzing. American B-2 stealth bombers are in the region. They landed in Diego Garcia. It's a remote island in the Indian Ocean. It serves as a joint base for the UK and the US, and it has been a hub of intense activity of late. The first reports came from open source flight trackers. They tracked unusual movement involving at least 7 B-2 bombers. These planes took off from Missouri in the US, from the Whiteman Air Force Base, and they flew non-stop to Diego Garcia in Africa. And they weren't alone, these planes. They were joined by 3 C-17 cargo planes and 10 aerial refueling tankers. That's some serious aerial movement. The US has 20 B-2 bombers in total, 20 bombers. Now, 30% of that fleet is in Diego Garcia. Clearly, something big is brewing. These bombers are not for power projection. They are meant for penetrating enemy airspace and delivering heavy payloads undetected. That is their purpose. It has been done time and again. In the two Gulf Wars, the Iraq War, and in Afghanistan. Clearly, they've been tasked for action again, and the Houthis seem to be the target this time. But why the B-2s? Because they are well versed with the region. These are stealth bombers, and they have bombed Yemen before. The airstrikes were conducted in October last year. Trump was not in the White House then, but he is now, and Trump wants to send a message that he is serious about the Houthis and Iran.
The Houthis are absolutely on the run. The worst of them has been killed as they shoot missiles at ships, randomly shoot missiles at ships, and they make their own missiles. You know, this is not an incompetent group of people. They make their own missiles. They get the missiles also from Iran.
You may be wondering about the deployment. Why the B-2 stealth bombers in Diego Garcia? Why aren't they closer to Yemen? It's simple. It's more strategic than any American base in West Asia. The distance protects the island. Diego Garcia is more than 3,500 kilometers away from Yemen and about 4,000 kilometers from Iran. So it's safe from any retaliation. None of the Iranian or Houthi ballistic missiles can reach as far as Diego Garcia. So the Americans do not have to worry about defense. They can be in offensive mode. The B-2 stealth technology is too advanced for Houthi radars. They will remain undetected as they drop bombs, and they can return to the island safely. But the build-up at Diego Garcia is part of a broader strategy. The US is flooding West Asia with more assets. An additional aircraft carrier strike group is being deployed, the USS Carl Vinson. It has been redirected from Japan to West Asia. It will join forces with the USS Harry Truman, which is already serving an extended deployment. Then we have additional F-35 stealth fighter jets. They've also been dispatched for this region. What does all of this mean? Trump takes the threat from Iran and the Houthis very seriously. He has always seen Tehran as a threat. It goes back to his first term. He pulled out from the Iran nuclear deal in 2018. He ordered the airstrike on Iranian General Qasem Soleimani in 2020, and he put multiple sanctions on Iranian assets, including their oil. This was during the first term. Then, during his re-election campaign, Trump threatened to blow up Iran to smithereens. Now he's back in office, and he is raising the heat again. But Trump's Iran plans go through Yemen. He sees the Houthis as an extended Iranian militia. So he's taking the fight to Yemen. He declared the Houthis a foreign terrorist group. And this happened on the 22nd of January. That was Trump's second day in office as president, 22nd. He has increased military action against the Houthis since then. At least 17 US airstrikes were reported last night. Yes, 17 airstrikes in one night. And this was without the B-2 stealth bombers in the picture. They are deployed and ready now. Their presence only points to more airstrikes. So Trump clearly has a plan. He wants to weaken the Houthis by sending his most lethal planes. The action is directed towards the Houthis, but the message is for Iran. Either negotiate with Trump on his terms or prepare for a conflict. Trump is not the only one flexing his military, though. Iran, too, is joining the party. Tehran has released a new video. And what is it about? An underground city loaded with missiles. This is an 85-second video. It was released by the Iranian state media. It shows two generals inspecting weapons. And all of this is happening underground. But there's more than what meets the eye. Let's start with the two generals. They aren't your ordinary commanders. One of them is General Mohammad Hossein Bagheri. He is the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces. Beside him is General Amir Ali Haji Zadeh. He is the IRGC aerospace chief. He also commands the rockets and missile forces. The IRGC stands for Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's not like the Iranian army. This group only defends the Islamic regime and its supreme leader. That's what the IRGC is for. It's very powerful. Now, both these generals are responsible for Tehran's long-range weapons. Clearly, they are very important. The video begins with them riding in an open jeep. They drive through the tunnels, which are packed with hundreds of missiles. Then they step down. They salute pictures of Iran's supreme leader and walk over an Israeli flag. Let me unpack the video a little further for you. Iran is sending a message here that its attack platforms are ready. Almost all of Iran's strategic weapons were on display here. This includes the Ghadar and Qasim missiles. Both of these were used to strike Israel in October last year. The tunnels were also lined with warheads and hundreds of rockets. Clearly, it's a signal. Tehran is ready for any escalation. And the Iranian generals did not mince any words. They said Iran will make a new missile city every week. Listen to this.
If we start today, we will unveil a new missile city every week. The project will continue for the next 2 years.
A new missile city every week. That's what Iran wants. But it won't be easy. Underground bases require a lot of funds, a lot of manpower, a lot of space, and a lot of time. Iran already has a few, at least 3 that we know of, 3 such cities. The IRGC revealed its first underground base in 2020. That was in western Iran. The other 2 bases are slightly more north, and now Iran has a 4th underground facility. The location remains a secret, but the revealing comes at an important time. Tensions in the region are at an all-time high. Tehran is facing threats from Washington. Trump has given a 2-month deadline for a new deal. A new nuclear deal. Like I said, Trump scrapped the first nuclear deal in his first term. He wants a new one now. He also wants Iran to stop supporting its proxies. He wants to shut the tap for Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Here's what he said.
You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, you have the Houthis, you got a lot of stuff going on with Iran. And we sent a letter to Iran. You're going to have to be speaking to us one way or the other pretty soon because we can't let this happen.
Having Trump in the White House gives Iran a lot more to worry about. And why is that? Because Trump has close relations with Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was the first foreign leader to visit Trump after his return. And he was there for a purpose: bombs. You see, the Biden administration had paused some weapons deliveries to Israel. This included heavy-grade munitions. Joe Biden was unhappy with Netanyahu's offensive in Gaza, so he stopped sending some weapons, but that was overturned last month. Washington has restarted the deliveries. This includes the 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs. These weapons have one purpose: penetrate the surface and explode underground. Bunker buster bombs. And that is bad news for Iran because these underground missile cities are now vulnerable. They're designed for a specific purpose: to keep missile stockpiles safe from aerial attacks. But they can be taken out using bunker buster bombs. Even a single bomb would be catastrophic. So despite being underground, Iran's missile cities are at risk now. A single blast would trigger a chain reaction. It would explode the whole facility. And this was seen very recently. It was done by none other than Israel. Bunker buster bombs killed Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah in September last year. Nasrallah's heavily fortified bunker was 60 feet underground, 60 feet underground, but Israel took him out with these bombs. So what's the takeaway from this? Iran's underground missile city may be safe for now because its location is unknown. It will continue to safeguard Tehran's strike capabilities, but in case there is another escalation with Israel, a bunker buster bomb penetrates, it would be catastrophic for Iran.
Don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Did he invite himself to the signal thread?
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly
did not
he was added. Answer my question, ma'am. You were not TG on this group chat.
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you
of
refuse
the
to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Look, I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure everything's coordinated.
But how did the
execute.
number? I mean, I don't mean to be pedantic here, but how did the number?
Have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name, and then you have somebody else's number there?
I never make those mistakes.
Right.
The United States has seen its fair share of leaks. The Pentagon Papers, WikiLeaks, Snowden's NSA disclosures. They've seen a lot of them, but never anything like this. Top secret military intelligence was not hacked or spied or stolen. It just slipped through the cracks. All because someone messed up a group chat invite. We told you about this yesterday. On March 11th, Jeffrey Goldberg got a Signal invite. Jeffrey Goldberg is the editor-in-chief of a news magazine called The Atlantic. He got an invite on a Signal group. Signal is a messaging app. The sender was Mike Waltz, Trump's national security advisor. Goldberg thought it was fake, that this was a fake group. But then he found himself inside a war room, a group chat with 18 senior Trump officials, openly discussing an attack on the Houthis. Things like how to execute it, when to strike. They discussed all of it on this group. In fact, the airstrikes were confirmed in this chat, and those messages were met with celebration, including the many emojis we told you about yesterday. That is when Goldberg realized that it was real. It was not a fake group. It did indeed feature Trump's top security team. Once he figured this out, he left the group. And then he wrote an article to expose it. You can imagine the backlash. This is a very serious slip. And who's responsible for it? For now, Mike Waltz has taken the blame. After all, he's the one who added Goldberg to the chat.
Look, I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure everything's coordinated.
But how did the number? I mean, I don't mean to be pedantic here, but how did the number?
Have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name, and then you have somebody else's number there?
I never make those mistakes.
Right? You got somebody else's number on someone else's contact. So of course I didn't see this loser in the group.
Of course, the U.S. Intelligence Committee is not too pleased about it, so they pulled up Trump's top officials. First in the line of fire was John Ratcliffe. He is the director of the infamous U.S. spy agency, the CIA.
You are the CIA director, okay? This has happened. We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow, did he create a hoax that allowed him to become part of this Signal thread? Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Did he invite himself to the Signal thread?
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
Clearly it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly he was added to the Signal group. Your question is,
you don't know that the president's national security advisor invited him to join the Signal thread? Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
Then it was Tulsi Gabbard's turn, the director of U.S. National Intelligence, and she too faced a similar fate.
Into the ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not. Are you denying? Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat.
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat.
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security Council.
Because it's all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
stated, is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
There are three main takeaways from this hearing. Number one, no one knew about the breach. They had a journalist on a war chat for almost a week and no one had the slightest clue. Not the CIA director, not the top intelligence chief. No one knew about it. That's point number one. Number two, Trump officials are deflecting. They aren't saying how this happened. They're not answering the specifics of the questions. They're just giving vague details. And number three, Trump officials are in denial. They insist that they did not share classified information, that the group did not discuss intel. That is the official stance, and it's something that President Trump is also sticking to.
This certainly will look at this, but the main thing was nothing happened. The attack was totally successful. It was, I guess, from what I understand, took place during, and it wasn't classified information. So this was not classified. Now, if it's classified information, it's probably a little bit different. But I always say you have to learn from every experience. I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a good person. The person that was on just happens to be a sleazebag. So maybe that's just coincidence. I don't know.
So the Trump administration has one defense. They say it wasn't classified information, and they're accusing The Atlantic of lying. So the magazine has come up with a second article. It came out just hours ago. It is titled, "Here Are the Attack Plans." Earlier, they had not released all the messages because Goldberg was worried about national security implications, but now it is all out in the open, and you can see all the screenshots. The confirmed strikes, the attack sites, the real-time intelligence updates, all of it is out there in the open in this Signal group chat. If this isn't classified information, I don't know what is. But let's zoom out a little bit. Imagine you were an American ally like the UK or France or Japan. You were sharing your most sensitive intelligence with Washington. For example, the Five Eyes. It is an intelligence sharing alliance. It has 5 members or 5 eyes: the US, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. The US leads this alliance. Then one day these countries wake up to find out what? That the US national security apparently hinges on a private group chat. There is no high-tech cyber attack, no double agents, just an American official who could not manage their contacts. So the world knows exactly how the US planned a military strike, all because someone typed the wrong number. The CIA did not catch it. Top intel officials did not know about it. The White House says it is not a big deal. At this rate, the next nuclear codes might end up on TikTok. Or maybe we'll see the next invasion plans dropped in a family group chat, because clearly US national security is now available via an accidental DM. Today marks Bangladesh's Independence Day. Normally it would call for celebrations, but this time it is bittersweet. Yes, Bangladesh is a proud, independent nation, but the values it fought for in 1971 are under attack. Values like secularism, values like regionalism, values like coexistence. Usually this day is marked with a military parade in Dhaka, but this time Muhammad Yunus cancelled it. Why? Perhaps out of fear. Because the rumor mills are buzzing in Bangladesh. There is talk of a possible coup attempt. It began with an Indian media report this week. It claimed that Bangladesh's army held an emergency meeting on Monday. The agenda? To issue a threat to Yunus. Either declare an emergency or prepare for a coup. Now, both the army and the government have rejected this. Plus, Yunus has reached China today. He is on a 4-day trip to Beijing. If he was indeed expecting a coup, he would have stayed back to keep the army at bay. So that rules out the coup fears. Chances are this is more about the larger pivot. Yunus and company have been undermining the liberation legacy. The war in 1971, the genocide by Pakistan, the help offered by India, all of these are key chapters in Bangladesh's independence journey. But this new regime does not care about any of it, which is why New Delhi has given them a subtle reminder. Today, Prime Minister Modi wrote a letter to Muhammad Yunus, a letter to mark the Independence Day. Let me quote from what he wrote. The spirit of liberation war of Bangladesh continues to remain a guiding light of our relationship, which has flourished across multiple domains, bringing tangible benefits to our peoples. Now, this is an important reminder by India. Bangladesh may be pivoting away from its liberation legacy, but India is not ready to do so. It still sees the 1971 war as the guiding light for this relationship. This letter also shows that India is keen to repair ties. But Dhaka must take some initiative too. Consider Yunus's ongoing trip to China. You would expect Bangladeshi leaders to visit India first. After all, this is a historic relationship. Yet Muhammad Yunus chose to visit China before India. His officials are now trying to do some damage control. They say Yunus wanted to visit New Delhi first, but he did not get positive signals from the Indian government. This is classic gaslighting. You spend months criticizing the Indian government. You accuse it of favoring the previous regime. You ignore its concerns about attacks on minorities. You try to put pressure by demanding Sheikh Hasina's extradition, and yet you expect a red carpet. Like I said, this is gaslighting. Yunus created conditions to antagonize New Delhi, and now he says they're not hosting me. In China, Yunus has a lot of meetings lined up. He is expected to meet President Xi Jinping on Friday, and Beijing is hoping to make the most of it. Their ambassador has called it the most important visit by a Bangladeshi leader in 50 years. Basically, since their liberation, the most important visit by an unelected leader. China is expected to give debt relief to Bangladesh. They will also designate hospitals in Kunming for Bangladeshi patients. Again, this is very important. Dhaka has historically depended on India for medical assistance. It is closer both geographically and culturally. But Mohammad Yunus is looking beyond India. The question is, will his outreach work? Well, first things first, Yunus has no business making such dramatic moves. He is an unelected caretaker leader. His job is to bring stability to Bangladesh, not reorient Dhaka's foreign policy. Elections are expected in late 2025 or early 2026. Only that government, the one that is elected, should be allowed to make such policies. But then again, Yunus is just the face. The power behind his throne is the Jamaat, a radical Islamist group that once opposed Bangladesh's liberation. Reports say the Jamaat is calling the shots, and political parties in Dhaka are not happy about it. Parties like the BNP, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. The BNP has been the Awami League's main political rival. Now, with Sheikh Hasina gone, they were expected to rule Dhaka. At first, they indulged Yunus's caretaker antics, but now the BNP is losing patience. They are questioning Dhaka's attacks on the liberation legacy. Let me quote from what their top leader said. Some people, parties and groups are trying to make it seem as if 1971 never happened, trying to erase it from memory. My friends, those who once collaborated in the massacre are now speaking louder than ever. You would expect Sheikh Hasina to say something like this, not the BNP, because they too have downplayed the liberation legacy in the past. So why the pivot now? Perhaps to differentiate themselves from the Jamaat and Yunus, or maybe the BNP is more politically savvy. This is a party that has ruled Bangladesh before. They know how the regional politics and equations work. They also know you cannot antagonize India. On its part, New Delhi has reached out to the BNP as well. The Indian High Commissioner met BNP leaders in September last year, and a second meeting was held last month. In February 2025, BNP leaders had dinner at the Indian envoy's residence. They later called it a candid discussion. Reports say India wanted to know about the ties between BNP and Jamaat, to which the BNP said they now worked alone. They also informed the Indian envoy about Yunus's pivot to Islamist forces. They said the liberal space had shrunk. Now, this is a very significant move because India and the BNP have not shared the best of ties. But Yunus's moves are bringing them closer. All of this shows India's flexibility in handling Dhaka. But it also exposes Mohammad Yunus's hidden agenda. I mean, the BNP has more reasons to hate Hasina than Yunus. Under her rule, the BNP chief, Khalida Zia, was jailed. Yet, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party is engaging with India and building ties. But Mohammad Yunus is not. It confirms what we have already said. Hasina is just a pawn for Yunus. His ultimate target is India. Now we turn to Turkey. As you know, the country is in turmoil. Protests have rocked the nation for 7 straight days. They began last Wednesday after the arrest of Istanbul's mayor. His name is Ekrem İmamoğlu. He is widely seen as a main rival to Turkey's president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The Turkish protesters believe that his arrest was politically motivated, a way to get him out of the running and clear the path for Erdogan ahead of the next election. So today, let's take a closer look at Imamoglu, who he is, what he has achieved, and why Erdogan is desperate to be rid of him. Here's our report.
Başkanım, her şey güzel olacak. Kendinize iyi bakın. Bunlar geçecek.
The protests in Turkey began after this. Police officers descended on the house of Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu. It was an early morning raid. İmamoğlu saw what was going on outside and he got ready to surrender. He put up this video ahead of his arrest.
Üzülerek söylüyorum. I am saddened to say that a handful of minds trying to usurp the will of our people have used my beloved police, the security forces of this country, as a tool for this evil, and have piled hundreds of police at my house, at the door of the residence of 16 million Istanbulites. We are faced with great tyranny, but I want you to know that I will not give up. I love you all very much. I entrust myself to my nation. Let my entire nation know that I will stand tall. I will continue to fight against that person and his mind that uses this entire process as an apparatus. Hepinizi çok seviyorum ben kendim.
İmamoğlu said he would continue to fight against the person who was weaponizing the legal process. He didn't say the name, but all of Turkey knew he was talking about the president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Erdogan has been trying to get rid of İmamoğlu for years. And he took this latest shot on Wednesday morning. That is what sparked the massive protests in Turkey. İmamoğlu is considered Erdogan's main rival. He was to officially be declared the opposition's presidential candidate on Sunday. The police apprehended him before that could happen. But the Turkish opposition party elevated İmamoğlu nonetheless. Ekrem İmamoğlu was born in 1970, near Turkey's northeastern city of Trabzon. He later moved to northern Cyprus, where he studied in local universities. He eventually transferred to Istanbul University in 1990 to complete a bachelor's degree in business administration. İmamoğlu later did a master's in human resources management, again from Istanbul University. After graduating, İmamoğlu ran a restaurant in Istanbul and also managed his family's construction business. He eventually became a board member for a Turkish football club in his hometown. In 2009, İmamoğlu took the political plunge, and 5 years later, he won his first political office, becoming mayor of a district of Istanbul. In 2019, he was declared the mayoral candidate for all of Istanbul. The city had been controlled by Erdogan's AK party and its predecessors for 25 years. İmamoğlu was facing an uphill battle, but somehow he prevailed. He won by a razor-thin margin of 13,000 votes. So, Erdogan's party made an appeal and invalidated the election. There was a rerun 2 months later, and İmamoğlu won again, this time with a margin of about 800,000 votes. Erdogan and his party not only failed to oust İmamoğlu, they made his mandate stronger. So it seems the Erdogan regime decided to change tack. They started going after İmamoğlu through legal means. In 2022, the Istanbul mayor was sentenced to 3 years in prison and barred from politics because he had called Turkey's Supreme Election Council fools. These were the people who annulled the first Istanbul mayoral election in 2019. İmamoğlu appealed the verdict, and the case is still ongoing. But the lawfare didn't stop there. Last Tuesday, İmamoğlu was dealt another blow. His bachelor's degree from Istanbul University was revoked, apparently because the Cypriot university he transferred from wasn't recognized at the time. This happened 31 years ago. Istanbul University didn't have a problem when he was transferred. And they even let him pursue a master's degree after this. So clearly, the problem is a new one. And it just so happens that a Turkish presidential candidate needs to have an undergraduate degree, which means the revocation would rule İmamoğlu out. İmamoğlu's degree was revoked last Tuesday, and less than 24 hours later, he was arrested on charges of corruption and aiding terrorism. The Turkish courts have decided to keep İmamoğlu imprisoned, even as he awaits the results of his corruption trial. The courts have rejected a detention on the terror charges, for now anyway, because he's already locked up. That is how things stand at the moment. It's clear that Erdogan's regime has been relentless in trying to oust İmamoğlu. The reason for this is simple. İmamoğlu has a track record of defying Erdogan. He beat Erdogan's candidate twice in 2019 and then again in the 2024 Istanbul mayoral election. İmamoğlu has shown Turkey that Erdogan is not invincible, and that is why Erdogan wants him gone. After all, authoritarianism needs despair to thrive, and İmamoğlu has been a rare glimmer of hope for the Turkish people.
They say a country is the sum of its provinces. Certainly not Pakistan. Most of their provinces seem to be in open rebellion. We saw what happened in Balochistan earlier this month. Separatists hijacked an entire train during its journey. The other rebellious province is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the nerve center of the Pakistani Taliban. The Pakistani army is already struggling with these challenges, but it seems like a new one is brewing. In a province that does not even belong to Pakistan, but it occupies illegally. I'm talking about Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, or POK. Massive protests have broken out in this region, and leading the charge is the United Awami Action Committee. This group has made certain demands from the Pakistan government. They want a special package for displaced people in POK. They also want 12 assembly seats for these displaced people. And if the demands are rejected, then the group is threatening dire consequences. Their leader spelled out the warning during a recent iftar dinner. He asked the Pakistan army to not crush their rebellion. If they tried, the response would be harsher. Let me quote from what he said. If we are tortured, we will not run away, but will hit back. The Pakistani army will not find dead bodies like in Balochistan. They will find dead bodies at the Mangla Dam. Now, to give you some context, in the Balochistan attack, a number of security personnel were killed by the separatists. Their bodies were later recovered from the train hijack site. But this group in the POK, the Awami Action Committee, is saying that they won't leave the bodies of Pakistani soldiers. They will be dumped in the Mangla Dam, which is a dam in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, this is a dangerous threat, one that adds to the headache of Pakistan's army. They're facing threats on multiple fronts. The Taliban captured power in Kabul. They have been shielding the army and arming these militant and terrorist groups. The Taliban have been shielding them, sort of like an UNO reverse. Pakistan supported and sponsored terrorists against their neighbor India. Now the Taliban is doing the same to their neighbor Pakistan. I guess what goes around comes around. Despite these challenges, Pakistan is still living in its Delulu world. Forget controlling occupied Kashmir, they're talking about Jammu and Kashmir as well. Pakistan's envoy raised it recently at the United Nations. He talked about Jammu and Kashmir at the UN. India's representative gave them a fitting reply. He said, stop the unwarranted claims on Kashmir, end cross-border terrorism and vacate Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Listen in.
Jammu and Kashmir was, is, and will always be an integral part of India. Pakistan continues to illegally occupy the territory of Jammu and Kashmir, which it must vacate. We would advise Pakistan not to try to divert the attention of this forum to drive their parochial and divisive agenda. India will refrain from exercising a more elaborate right of reply.
It's a good deal for Pakistan. They cannot handle their own provinces. There is no way they can bring prosperity to an occupied one. So Islamabad's best option is to forget its claims and hand over Kashmir. That is the logical option. Safe to say the generals won't do that. So can they control these insurgents and protests with military force? Experts don't think so. For starters, Pakistan's army will face a manpower problem. Both Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are unforgiving regions, rocky, mountainous and sprawling. Plus, the insurgents are armed. They have American weapons left behind in Afghanistan. It will be very tough to flush out fighters from such terrain. Just look at what happened to the Americans in Afghanistan. Similar terrain and decades of endless war. Another issue is priorities. Pakistan's military lives in permanent paranoia about India. So a lot of their resources are focused on the line of control, the LOC, their de facto border with India. So experts doubt Pakistan's ability to mount such a multi-front campaign. What they need is foreign support, which is why Pakistan keeps crying about terrorism at the UN. They're hoping the world, especially the United States, will help them. But will Donald Trump take the bait? That is the question. In his last term, he accused Pakistan of playing a double game on terror. And this time too, his top officials are suspicious of Pakistan. A lot of them have openly called for the release of Pakistan Army's enemy number one, their jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan. In fact, a bipartisan bill has been introduced in the US. It aims to force Pakistan to release Imran Khan. How? By using targeted sanctions on Pakistan's army chief. Basically, the bill calls for US sanctions against the Pakistan army chief. If passed, this would be a significant setback to Pakistan-US ties. So let's see how it progresses. Either way, one thing is clear. This is arguably Pakistan's weakest point since the 1971 war. In fact, this is a déjà vu moment for them. Provinces are once again rebelling against the army's crackdowns and persecution. Let's see if history repeats itself. Now let's talk about India's defense industry. It has reason to celebrate. India's defense production is breaking records. Last year, India produced arms and equipment worth over $14 billion. That's a new record. According to the Defense Ministry, India now builds 65% of its weapons. These range from warships to fighter jets and missiles. Plus, India's defense exports are surging. The government says India supplies equipment to over 100 countries. The mission to make in India for defense is making progress. Our next report tells you what we need to do to sustain this momentum.
The Make in India initiative has delivered a success story. Defense manufacturing is picking up. India's Defense Ministry has released fresh data. 65% of defense equipment is now manufactured domestically. It's a remarkable turnaround. In the last financial year, India's defense production stood at well over 1 lakh crore, a 174% rise from 10 years ago. So what's driving this surge? It's India's foray into manufacturing of modern weapons. Stuff like warships, fighter jets, artillery systems and other cutting-edge weapons. They're all being developed in India now. The surge in production mirrors India's progress in defense exports. Indian defense manufacturers are now exporting to over 100 countries. In the last decade, this number has grown by 30 times. India's major exports include bulletproof jackets, the Dornier aircraft, which is used for naval surveillance, Chetak helicopters, fast interceptor boats, and lightweight torpedoes. So who's buying all this equipment? India counts countries like the United States, France and Armenia as its major buyers. Even the Russians have bought Indian defense supplies. Russian soldiers are using Indian military boots. They were made in the Indian state of Bihar. These are promising signs for India's defense industry. For a long time now, India has been making a push for this. First, to meet its own diverse defense needs, and then to compete in the global arms bazaar. But consistency would be key to maintain momentum. In recent months, India's fighter jet program has received much attention. The Indian Air Force has been waiting for Tejas jets. They are supposed to replace India's aging fleet of Russian MiGs. But deliveries have been delayed. It had forced India's Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh to question HAL, that's Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. HAL is a public sector unit and it's manufacturing the Tejas jets. HAL has been struggling to procure engines for it. The US multinational GE was supposed to deliver them. but deliveries have been running late for about 2 years now. The project is now being fast-tracked. GE has started to deliver its first engines. At least 12 of them will be delivered this year. From next year onwards, India is expected to receive 20 engines every year. This will enable HAL to step up production of the Tejas. The deliveries will help in restarting the production line. Talks are underway to co-produce these engines in India as well. This would involve technology transfer. This will improve production timelines and further the goals of the Make in India mission.
Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. This is a well-known quote, but perhaps there isn't an Indonesian translation. Because the country is heading backwards, back to the days of military dictatorship. Sadly, the Indonesian people themselves set this off by electing Prabowo Subianto as president. He was once the son-in-law of Indonesia's dictator Suharto. Now he is president, and in the past few days his country has been protesting. It began last Thursday in the capital Jakarta when protesters stormed Indonesia's parliament building. The protests resumed on Monday, with things turning especially violent in Surabaya. That's Indonesia's second largest city. The scenes are chaotic and violent. They highlight the desperation of the protesters because they're terrified of a return to Suharto's dictatorial regime known as Orde Baru, the new order. Time for a brief history lesson. Suharto was Indonesia's second president. He was a military general. In 1966, he took control of the country, and 1 year later, in 1967, he assumed the presidency. He ruled Indonesia until 1998 for a full 32 years. And it was a bloody time. Suharto's regime began with a violent crackdown on communism. In fact, this is how he came to power in the first place. In the 60s, communists were gaining ground in Indonesia and the US was alarmed. Remember, this was the 1960s. It was the peak of the Cold War. It was the US and the capitalist West versus Russia and the communist East. But Indonesia was neutral. It was a non-aligned nation. And the US wanted to keep it that way. So when the communists started gaining ground here, Washington tacitly supported Suharto. And the general did not disappoint his American patrons. He took over Indonesia and the streets ran red with commie blood. In exchange, Suharto was given free rein. He was allowed to do as he pleased in Indonesia. So this general turned president turned his military into a bureaucracy. Military officers had dual functions. They had military duties and civilian ones. Suharto called this system the new order. Now let's fast forward to today. Suharto is dead, but his one-time son-in-law is Indonesia's president, Prabowo Subianto. Prabowo won the election last year after failing to win it twice before. In 2014 and 2019, Prabowo Subianto ran a relatively honest campaign. He presented himself as a former military general, a run-of-the-mill strongman, and the Indonesian public rejected him resoundingly, both in 2014 and 2019. Prabowo should have been relegated to the pages of history, but he was given a political lifeline by the man who defeated him. Indonesia's former president, Joko Widodo, better known as Jokowi. He made Prabowo Subianto Indonesia's defense minister in 2019 and helped rehabilitate his image. This worked like a charm. Indonesians forgot about Prabowo's dark past, his direct role in the kidnapping of political activists, and his dishonorable discharge from the military. Instead, Prabowo was rebranded as a sweet grandfather figure, and he eventually won the 2024 election in Indonesia with a landslide. But as they say, a leopard does not change its spots. Despite the new grandpa image, Prabowo is still a military man to the core, and he is also a product and beneficiary of Suharto's new order. So, of course, he was going to try and bring it back. He's been laying the groundwork for a while now, getting the Indonesian military ready for a return to dual functions. And last Thursday, he made his move. Prabowo and his allies control the Indonesian parliament. The opposition parties are reportedly under pressure. So together, the parliament approved an amendment to Indonesia's military law. They allowed active military personnel to take over more civilian jobs. On-duty soldiers can work at the Attorney General's office or the State Secretariat. They can also conduct cyber security operations now. And that last part may not sound so bad until you see reports like this. Indonesia's military is apparently conducting disinformation campaigns against its own citizens. They have begun discrediting people opposed to their new role. They're calling them foreign stooges. How utterly predictable. This is what happens when you give the military extra powers above and beyond their actual job. Military personnel are also humans, and absolute power corrupts everyone. There are plenty of examples in Asia, close to Indonesia, like Thailand and Myanmar, where the juntas effectively control all aspects of life. A little further away is Pakistan. There's a saying there: the Pakistani army has never won a war and never lost an election. This is the reality of military rule, the true face of Suharto's new order and all its copycats. So let's pray for Indonesia and hope that they can come back from the brink once again. Our last story tonight is about loneliness. Do you ever have one of those days where you just want to vent, but no one's around? Well, guess what? Now there is AI for that. ChatGPT is always there, always listening and never rolling its eyes when you repeat the same thing the 10th time. It plays the role of part best friend, part therapist and part trivia whiz. But here's the twist. Research suggests the more we turn to AI for conversation, the lonelier we might actually become. Heavy use of apps like ChatGPT is making people lonely. So is ChatGPT a comforting companion or a social trap? Our next report tells you.
ChatGPT started out as an AI-powered chatbot, but now it has become the digital equivalent of a best friend, therapist and encyclopedia wrapped into one. It's available 24/7, it never judges, and it doesn't get bored when you complain about the same thing for the 20th time. So what's not to love? Well, according to researchers, perhaps quite a lot. According to studies from OpenAI and the MIT Media Lab, heavy users of ChatGPT tend to be lonelier. They are more emotionally dependent on AI, and most alarmingly, they are less likely to engage in offline social relationships. At first glance, this doesn't seem like a bad thing. After all, AI is filling an emotional gap. So, what's the harm? Isn't this just a high-tech version of talking to your dog or even keeping a journal?
Hello, how are you?
Well, not quite. The problem is that unlike a dog or a diary, ChatGPT talks back, and it's designed to be eerily good at it. Research warns that AI chatbots are hacking our emotional wiring. Some experts define it as doing an open brain surgery on humans. This isn't just an abstract academic worry, it's about real people forming deep emotional attachments to a machine. And it's already happening. Studies found that those who spent the most time emotionally engaging with ChatGPT reported higher loneliness levels. It's the ultimate chicken or egg dilemma. Are lonely people turning to AI, or is AI making them lonelier? Either way, it's a sobering realization. The same tool meant to bridge human connection might be deepening isolation. One particularly curious finding from the MIT study was about female participants. After 4 weeks of chatbot interaction, they are slightly less likely to socialize than male counterparts. Even more intriguingly, users who spoke to ChatGPT's voice mode in a gender that's not theirs reported higher levels of loneliness and dependency. Is this because AI mimics human conversation so well that it creates an illusion of emotional fulfillment? Or does it make us crave even deeper interactions, ones that real-world relationships struggle to match? Well, no one knows yet, but not everyone is ringing the alarm bells. Some experts suggest that AI can provide meaningful emotional support, but it depends on how we use it. We've all seen this movie before. Social media promised to connect us, yet somehow left us scrolling through feeds alone at 2 a.m. Could AI chatbots be the next iteration of that same cycle? If so, it's time to have some hard conversations about how we use these tools, especially before they start using us. So the next time you find yourself deep in conversation with ChatGPT, consider this. When was the last time you called a friend or simply sat in a room with another human being? Because as good as AI is at keeping us company, it still can't replace the warmth of real, messy, unpredictable human connection. And maybe that's something worth logging off for.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In South Korea, a biker dies after being swallowed by a massive sinkhole. Elon Musk shares a video of an astronaut playing solo baseball in space. And an Australian senator pulls out a dead salmon in the parliament to protest against fishing practices. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1979, Israel and Egypt signed a historic peace agreement. It came after 5 wars in 3 decades. Egypt was the first Arab nation to sign a peace deal with Israel. Since then, 5 other Arab countries have followed suit. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Young, remove the prop from the chain.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Hammond. We're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We began here in Washington as U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz says he takes full responsibility for accidentally including a journalist in a top-secret group chat. Speaking to Fox News, Waltz confirmed he created the group chat on the messenger app Signal, where highly sensitive details about imminent U.S. strikes on Yemen were in fact posted. However, before owning his embarrassing gaffe, Waltz trashed the Atlantic reporter Jeffrey Goldberg as the journalist with a horrible reputation and the one who hates President Donald Trump.
It's embarrassing, right. Yes. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But I can tell you for 100%, I don't know this guy. I know him by his horrible reputation, and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. And I know him in the sense that he hates the president, but I don't text him. He wasn't on my phone. Look, I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure everything's coordinated.
Meanwhile, President Donald Trump not only stood by his national security advisor, he invited Waltz to the cabinet room in a show of support.
The attack was totally successful. It was, I guess, from what I understand, took place during, and it wasn't classified information. So this was not classified. Now, if it's classified information, it's probably a little bit different. But I always say you have to learn from every experience. I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a good person. The person that was on just happens to be a sleazebag. So maybe that's just coincidence. I don't know.
Now, as the Trump administration sought to contain the fallout, Democrats called on top officials to resign over the stunning security breach. On Tuesday, Democratic senators grilled Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard and CIA Chief John Ratcliffe. Both Gabbard and Ratcliffe testified before the Senate Intelligence Committee that no classified documents were in fact shared in the group chat on Signal.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him. But you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America. But I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery store in Washington, D.C.
And that wasn't a huge mistake. That wasn't a huge mistake.
Well, I think they characterize it as
an embarrassment. This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton also weighed in on the latest leak, saying, quote, "You've got to be kidding me," end quote. Now, Goldberg's story suggested that Waltz's coordination of the sensitive war plans on Signal may have violated several provisions of the Espionage Act. However, President Trump's team knows how to downplay the seriousness of a situation quite well, leaving very little room for such action. And staying in the United States, President Donald Trump has signed a sweeping executive order aimed at tightening election security and ensuring what he calls, quote, free, fair, and honest elections, end quote. The order introduces major changes, including requiring proof of U.S. citizenship for voter registration, banning foreign donations, and making Election Day the strict deadline for receiving mail-in ballots.
There's a lot in here, but we believe that these are very important steps that we need to be taking as an administration at your direction to ensure that our elections are as secure as they possibly can be.
Now, President Trump has long been vocal about what he sees as flaws in the U.S. election system. Citing India and other countries as examples, he argued that the United States lags in enforcing basic voter protections.
This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections, and we're going to straighten it out one way or the other. And it's an honor to sign this one. To sign all of them, but to sign this one is a great honor.
The order calls on states to submit their voter rolls for review by the Department of Homeland Security and the newly formed Department of Government Efficiency. Federal agencies will also be required to share data with states who help identify any non-citizens who may have registered to vote.
There are other steps that we will be taking in the coming weeks, and we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide, but we got to straighten out our election.
In fact, in another security-related measure, President Trump has also instructed the Election Assistance Commission to update its guidelines for voting systems. The order specifically bans the use of barcodes or QR codes in the vote counting process, arguing that these features could create vulnerabilities. The commission has also been given 6 months to review and, if necessary, recertify all voting systems under these new standards.
I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased. And frankly, there's plenty. Look at all the media you have right now. There's plenty of coverage. So the kind of money that's being wasted, and it's a very biased view. You know that better than anybody. And I'd be honored to see it end.
With the 2026 midterms and the 2028 presidential election on the horizon, the impact of President Trump's order could be huge. But with legal battles almost certain and pushback from states that see this as federal overreach, the big question is, will the Trump administration go ahead with these changes before America votes again? A-list actor George Clooney took center stage on 60 Minutes, but it wasn't just his Broadway debut making headlines. The Hollywood star turned political activist didn't hold back, slamming political cowardice and warning about the growing threats to press freedom. But before the credits even rolled, Donald Trump was already firing back. The commander-in-chief took to Truth Social, mocking Clooney as a second-rate movie star and a failed political pundit. He accused the Hollywood star of abandoning former President Joe Biden like a dog and dismissed the interview as total puff piece. Our next report has all the details.
Donald Trump and George Clooney are at it again. This time the battlefield is 60 Minutes, where Clooney wasn't just there to promote his Broadway debut in Good Night and Good Luck.
Hey guys, hello, hi everybody.
The conversation quickly turned towards political cowardice and the fight for press freedom. Now, press freedom wasn't the only topic that the 63-year-old actor touched upon. In a headline-making moment, Clooney even defended his decision to write a New York Times op-ed calling for former President Joe Biden to step aside. "I was raised to tell the truth," he said, recalling how a close encounter with Biden at a fundraiser left him shaken. He then accused his fellow Democrats of showing profiles in cowardice by refusing to acknowledge the former president's struggles.
What should be remembered is the selfless act of someone who, you know, it's very hard to let go of power. You know, we know that. We've seen it, you know, all around the world. And for someone to say, I think there's a better way forward, that's all the credit goes to him.
Donald Trump let him complete, but then came the time when he fired back. Mocking Clooney's acting career, Trump called the interview a total puff piece. In the furious post, he even trashed Clooney as a second-rate movie star and failed political pundit. Trump's rant went on and on. Fuming, he wrote, he fought hard for Sleepy Joe's election, and then, right after the debate, dumped him like a dog. Clearly, Trump didn't stop there. He revived his claim that 60 Minutes had deceptively edited Kamala Harris's October interview, calling it one of the most embarrassing and dishonest events in broadcast history. Then, going back to Clooney, the American leader accused the actor of switching allegiances under orders from the Obama camp and mocked his career, claiming movies never really worked for him. Trump and Clooney have been at odds for years. After Clooney's op-ed last summer, Trump called him a fake movie actor who should go back to television. Clooney later shot back on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, sarcastically responding to Harris's election loss by quipping, "What am I supposed to do? Storm the effing Capitol?" The clash is not the first, and it certainly won't be the last, because the Trump-Clooney showdown is only getting started. Clooney says he will keep speaking the truth, and Trump says he will keep calling him out. The question is, who wins this war of words?
And now moving to South America, hundreds of fishermen gathered outside the National Congress in Chile's Valparaiso on Tuesday. They protested against the Senate Commission delaying a vote on a new fishing bill which has sparked controversy in recent days. The agitation soon turned violent after some protesters tried to enter the Congress and knock down a gate surrounding the building. They also clashed with the riot police, who repelled them with water cannons, tear gas, and batons. one police officer was in fact injured during the demonstration, while several protesters were detained to prevent further escalation. Meanwhile, thousands of fishermen also gathered at docks in Valparaiso carrying banners that said the sea is not for sale.
Our country is surrounded by sea. We're mere sea, but people barely eat fish. Why? Because the fishing industry uses it to produce fish meal to feed salmon farms, which pollute our sea.
The controversial bill seeks to redistribute quotas between industrial and artisanal fishermen and has already been passed in the lower house. Local fishers say the original bill passed in the lower house benefited artisanal fishermen in terms of sales of hockey and cutler fish species. However, these benefits were reduced as the bill made its way through the Senate. Protesting fishermen and their unions now claim the revised bill favors industrial fishing companies.
Quotas have been set at 70% for artisan fishermen and 30% for industrial ones. However, they were changed by the Senate Fishing Commission. This is what angered us because they didn't respect the discussion that lasted for over a year in the commission of the Chamber of Deputies. Then 5 senators said no, and they cut our quotas in a totally anti-democratic and dictatorial way. In the end, 5 people can't decide the future of artisan fishing. This new law will remain for 30 years. This is what brought different groups and fishermen from the Chilean coast here.
Now, artisanal fishermen say they will continue to fight for equitable fishing rights amid threats to their livelihood. Meanwhile, debate on the controversial bill continues Wednesday with further delays and legal hurdles expected in the Senate. And today we end with Snow White's magic in red states. Disney's live-action Snow White, despite criticism over its casting and so-called woke elements, performed better in Republican-leaning states than in traditionally Democratic ones. Box office analysts reveal that ticket sales in red states surpassed expectations. Its unexpected success in conservative regions adds a new twist to the ongoing debate over Hollywood and audience preferences. Here's our report with more.
Once upon a time, in a land divided by political opinions, Disney released a live-action remake of Snow White. Critics scoffed, controversy brewed, and the internet dubbed the film a snow woke. But, plot twist.
This was my father's kingdom, a place of fairness, but the Queen changed everything.
While the film floundered at the box office, it actually performed better in Republican-leaning states or the red states than in its assumed liberal strongholds. Now, who knew Prince Charming was red? Starring Rachel Zegler as the titular princess, Snow White had a fairy tale budget of $270 million. But the film barely conjured up $43 million in its opening weekend. And yet, despite the online backlash over its diverse casting and woke undertone, ticket sales revealed an interesting twist. Conservative-leaning audiences turned out at a higher than expected rate.
Hello? Is there anybody here?
According to a box office analytics company, family films typically pull in 63% of their revenue from Democrat-supporting areas and 37% from Republican ones. But Snow White raked in 40% from red states and got 43.5% admission from red county-based cinemas, overperforming in regions where you'd expect a boycott rather than a box office boost.
The Queen stole everything from all of us. I'm gonna need your help. It's time to restore our kingdom.
Florida's Lake Buena Vista became the highest-grossing theater for the film. Even more surprising, Snow White overperformed in Latino and Hispanic-heavy cities like Dallas, San Antonio, and Phoenix, proving that audiences don't always vote with their wallets the way social media suggests. The film's road to the silver screen was anything but smooth. When Zegler, who's Latina, was cast as Snow White, right-wing critics lost their glass slippers over the idea that a character described as having skin as white as snow could be played by an actor of color.
The most emotional experience that a person can go through, to know that what they're working on is something that has reached a generation of people. You know, this is a classic film that established the Disney name, and now I'm a part of that legacy to some degree, and it's not something I take lightly, and it's just the most emotional experience to see little girls dress up as Snow White, and I hope that they will for years to come.
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?
Famed is thy beauty, majesty.
Now let's be real. No magic mirror is going to declare Snow White the fairest at the box office. With a sluggish start and a divisive reputation, the film seems more destined for a fate more akin to Maleficent than Cinderella. Whether this unexpected red state support signals a shift in Hollywood cultural battlegrounds or just proves that children don't care about politics is yet to be seen.
And now we're here to take it back.
Either way, it's safe to say that this isn't the fairy tale ending Disney was hoping for.
My dear, did I frighten you?
That's First Post America for this Wednesday, March 26. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa. I am Gusheen Garland, and tonight on the show we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. But first, let's take a look at the latest headlines. Iran-backed Houthi rebels claim the US launched 17 new airstrikes in Yemen, damaging civilian property as Washington presses offensive to protect Red Sea shipping routes. Russian Navy submarine conducts drills in Sea of Japan, launches cruise missiles at sea and coastal targets. Moscow says all mock targets hit with firing range over 1,000 kilometers. Sudan Army recaptures Khartoum airport from the paramilitary RSF as the Sudanese capital once again turns into a flashpoint into the 2-year-old conflict. Armenia's parliament passes a bill launching the country's bid for European Union membership as the historically Russia-allied country drifts further away from Moscow. And South Korea launches a full-scale national response to deadly wildfires burning in the country's southeast, which have killed at least 24 and injured 20 others. We begin with the latest in US-South Africa tensions. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has once again pushed back against claims from US President Donald Trump and tech billionaire Elon Musk that a white genocide is taking place in South Africa. Ramaphosa strongly rejected these accusations, calling them false narrative during his weekly address. He urged South Africans to challenge the idea that any racial or cultural group is being targeted for persecution. Now, while he didn't take names, his remarks were a clear response to Trump's allegations that the South African government is persecuting white minority Afrikaner group by encouraging violent attacks on their farms and seizing their land. Last month, Trump issued an executive order, cutting US funding to South Africa as a punishment. He also offered Afrikaners refugee status in the United States. The commander-in-chief's buddy Elon Musk, who is a South African-born tech billionaire, has also repeated these claims frequently. Just this weekend, he accused South African leaders of actively promoting white genocide. He pointed to a recent rally by the leftist Economic Freedom Fighters, or the EFF party, where leaders sang a controversial apartheid-era song with the lyrics, "Kill the Boer." And in South Africa, Boer is a term for a white farmer. After the tech billionaire, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio also weighed in, calling the chant a call to violence. While the modern use of the song has been criticized by some in South Africa, A 2022 court ruling found that it does not constitute hate speech, as there was no proof it incites actual violence. Now the EFF party says it's a historical anti-apartheid song that shouldn't be taken literally. But as tensions grow over the treatment of South Africa's white minority, President Trump has nominated a new US ambassador to South Africa. He has appointed conservative media critic and pro-Israel commentator Leo Brent Bozell. Now Trump has been a vocal critic of South Africa's stance on the Israel-Hamas war, particularly its decision to accuse Israel of genocide in Gaza at the International Court of Justice. And Bozell's nomination comes just days after the US expelled South Africa's ambassador Ibrahim Rasool over his controversial remarks about Trump and his administration. Rasool returned to South Africa to a hero's welcome and said he has no regrets. But now, with relations between Washington and Pretoria at a boiling point, the question is, how could South Africa navigate its foreign policy challenges? And now, to discuss further, we have with us Phumlani M. Majosi, an author and political analyst, joining us live from Johannesburg. Mr. Majosi, welcome to Firstpost.
Great to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Mr. Majosi, US President Donald Trump and his allies claim that a white genocide is being encouraged in South Africa. Considering the country's crime statistics, how credible are these allegations for a targeted campaign against white farmers?
No, there is no genocide in South Africa. There is no white genocide. I think to put it like that is totally wrong. There is no white genocide, but there has been concerning attacks on farmers, right? There has been concerning number of murders on farmers. Even the editor of Politics Web, James Mayberg, he put together some numbers years back. So there have been people who have been looking into the numbers. So there has been concern around the farm attacks, the farm murders, but to say there is a white genocide, that is totally misleading. There is no white genocide in South Africa. Anybody who says that there is a genocide against the white population in South Africa is totally wrong. There has been, though, the concerning significant, numbers that are a significant issue around the farm matters. And I must say here that it's very important to point out that amongst the things that have been concerning is that there has been very much a very disturbing rhetoric 30 years into our democracy. When it comes to some politicians chanting the songs around the kill the Boer, kill the farmer, those things have been quite concerning for many people in the country, including many within the white population itself. Many of us, they do believe that, 30 years into our democracy, we shouldn't be singing these songs. They may have been relevant back then, before we got democracy, but now we're a democratic nation. We have to ensure that everybody feels safe and we build forward.
Now you say there's no genocide, but what role does South Africa's historical context play in shaping perceptions of racial violence in the country? And to what extent does misinformation contribute to amplifying these claims?
Oh yeah, many people in the country, they still look in the racial lens. You do have politicians who keep on leading the charge when it comes to race matters. And you do have politicians who have been really determined to divide us as a nation along racial lines. That I don't believe has been helpful for our country. It's not what we need to build together. There has been this narrative amongst some politicians, especially on the left and far left, people led by Julius Malema, the leftist far brand, who have been pushing the narrative that the blame should be on the white minority, who account for less than 8% for South Africa's socio-economic issues, or for South Africa's, the issues that are being faced by the majority of the population. That has been quite concerning, that we have such political leaders who continue to push the race issue. Yes, we do have significant issues that we have to face. We have to address, from unemployment to crime to creating opportunities. But the push by politicians to divide the country along racial lines has been quite counterproductive for the country. And in terms of misinformation, of course, misinformation in the age of digital media, social media, that has been concerning, and it can cause some damage in the country and to societies at large. So that has been quite disturbing as well.
Right. Mr. Majosi, President Donald Trump has nominated a pro-Israel commentator as the U.S. ambassador to South Africa. How do you think this decision will impact diplomatic relations between the two countries?
Well, South Africa does want to work with the U.S. President Ramaphosa has been very clear on that, and I do approve of that stance that we need to be open to working with the U.S. President Ramaphosa has said he is willing to get into a trade discussion or a trade deal with President Donald Trump's administration. I think that is positive. I do hope that the new ambassador will be a person also who will want to strengthen relations with South Africa. Of course, there are differences right now that are very significant between the two countries. I think that there are opportunities to work together and move forward. I look forward to those negotiations because it means that at that time there will be some compromises from both sides. Where we go, it will be interesting to see. But I do believe that this is an opportunity to reset the relations with the U.S. that have been really, they've been knocked down by the differences between the two countries.
Mr. Majosi, as we closely track the story, I thank you very much for sharing your insights. Thank you for Firstpost.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to East Africa, where amid escalating DRC-Rwanda conflict, Burundi now accuses Kigali of planning a new war against it. Burundian President Evariste Ndayishimiye claims to have seen credible intelligence that Rwanda is planning to attack his country. He warns that Burundians will not accept to be killed, as he says is happening to people in neighboring DR Congo at the hands of Rwanda-backed rebels. He also reiterated accusations that Rwanda tried to stage a coup in Burundi a decade ago. Now, following the president's statement, Rwanda has swiftly responded, calling the Burundian president's comments surprising. And it denies any plan to spark conflict in Burundi, but says it remains open to diplomatic dialogue to resolve the tensions. Rwanda and Burundi have long been locked in conflict, just as DR Congo accuses Rwanda of backing the M23 rebels who have waged a deadly insurgency and seized key territories in eastern DRC. Burundi accuses Rwanda of supporting the Red Tabara rebel group. Now, the Red Tabara rebel group was founded in 2011, operating primarily in eastern DR Congo alongside several other militia groups. Its goal is to overthrow the Burundian government, as it claims to fight for the rule of law. And its main energy is Burundian ruling CNDD-FDD party, which has held power since 2005. However, the group has launched deadly cross-border attacks into Burundi, and Burundi accuses the Red Tabara of attempting a coup in 2015, and it claims Rwanda is backing them. Rwanda, on the other hand, denies all allegations. Meanwhile, the ongoing conflict in mineral-rich eastern DRC has further worsened Burundi-Rwanda relations. Burundi has deployed around 10,000 troops to eastern DRC as the fighting intensifies. The president says he has no plans to withdraw the troops, despite the East African nation recently facing heavy losses. Since January, Burundi has faced its largest influx of refugees in decades, with around 70,000 people fleeing escalating conflict in eastern DRC and seeking refuge within its borders. Burundi's president warns that the crisis in DRC is not about the people. Rather, it's about the minerals. And he says the fate of peace efforts depends on whether Rwanda is willing to cooperate, because as neighbors, Burundi, Rwanda and DRC see escalating tensions. And now, with accusations of rebellion, coups and war plans, the region faces a growing risk of destabilization. Now turning our attention to growing controversy in the southern African country of Lesotho, a nation that, according to US President Donald Trump, nobody has ever heard of. The UK's Prince Harry and Lesotho's Prince Seeiso have stepped down from Senate Centrebell, a British country operating in South Africa following a dispute between the charity's trustees and its board chair. In a joint statement, the two princes confirmed that they were resigning as patrons of the organization until further notice. And they even called it devastating that tensions between the board's trustees and its chairs had escalated beyond repair, creating an untenable situation. Prince Harry and Prince Seeiso co-founded Centrebell back in 2006. In the local language of Lesotho, Centrebell means forget-me-not. And the charity focuses on supporting young people affected by HIV and AIDS in Lesotho and Botswana. But now, Centrebell is making headlines after its board called for the resignation of Chair Sophie Chandauka, who was appointed 2 years ago in 2023, reportedly over a dispute about fundraising efforts in Africa. Rather than stepping down, Chandauka took legal action to remain in her position, suing the charity to block the trustees from removing her, further deepening the crisis within the organization. Now, in response, the entire board of the trustees have resigned, saying they had a lot of trust and confidence in Chandauka and could not allow the charity to bear the legal and financial burden of the lawsuit. But Chandauka has hit back. She insists she acted to protect the charity's integrity and has accused the board of poor governance, abuse of power, harassment, misogyny, and a cover-up. Chandauka has also reported the trustees to the UK Charity Commission, a government department that regulates philanthropic organizations, which has now launched an investigation into the matter. Meanwhile, a Centrebell spokesperson has downplayed the controversy, saying neither Prince Harry nor Prince Seeiso had officially submitted their resignations, and that the board's restructuring was part of a planned transformation agenda. Prince Harry's role at Centrebell was one of the few private patronages he retained after the late Queen stripped him of his royal patronages and honorary military positions in 2021 following his departure from the working monarchy. The British royal travelled to Africa last year to support Centrebell's work, and in December, he attended a fundraising event in New York. For now, both Prince Harry and Prince Seeiso have stated they will approach the UK Charity Commission. But with Centrebell in turmoil, the big question remains: what happens next for the children and the youth in Lesotho and Botswana, who rely on its support amid US aid cuts? It's not every day that a high-ranking military official challenges a global rap mogul to a duel over a pop star. But here we are. General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, the son of Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni, has once again taken to social media to proclaim his undying love. And this is for none other than Beyoncé. If you thought this was just another harmless fanboy moment, think again, because General Kainerugaba is ready to take things to the Middle Ages. Now, for the ones who aren't aware, Jay-Z and Beyoncé have been happily married for more than a decade now. In a now deleted ex-post, the Ugandan general didn't just confess his admiration for Queen Bee, he essentially took the liberty to declare the pop star his. He posted, and I quote, "Jay-Z can do whatever he wants to me, but I am taking Beyoncé." But the Ugandan general didn't stop there. He demanded via his tweet that Jay-Z must apologize to him as he married his woman Beyoncé. And because no good old-fashioned conquest is complete without a dramatic showdown, he followed up with a challenge on X. The general wrote, and I quote, "I challenge Jay-Z to a duel at dawn. If I win, I take Beyoncé." Now, if you are wondering whether this is the first time the Ugandan general has been fixated on Beyoncé, the answer is a resounding no. Back in December 2024, he had the internet in stitches when he dramatically lamented, and I quote, "How long will I wait for Beyoncé?" Does she even know how many cows I have? End quote. Clearly, the man was ready to trade livestock for love. And not just any cow. We are talking about the esteemed Ankoli cattle, a sacred breed in Uganda that symbolizes wealth and status. In an again deleted tweet, he had posted, and I quote, "Jay-Z, an impoverished guy. He doesn't even have an Ankoli cow. How will he look after my woman?" End quote. But seems like Beyonce isn't the only one on General's mind. In a bizarre twist, he had also taken time out of his busy schedule to address Kenyan women. In another social media rant, he boldly claimed that many Kenyan women are dreaming about him, while their men are doing nonsense. And he even proceeded to critique Kenyan men's facial features. The general wrote, and I again quote, "Kenyan men's noses are all over the place. No wonder their women are frustrated." End quote. Now, at this point, it's hard to say whether he is simply an unfiltered social media lover or if he's genuinely assembling his own personal bachelor military edition. However, amid all the liking, Beyonce remains blissfully unaware, and Jay-Z is yet to RSVP to the duel. As for the rest of us, we'll just be here with popcorn in hand, waiting for his next move, because at this rate, anything is possible. That's it on the show. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump has hit top gear with his tariff plans. His latest target are cars. He has slapped a 25% tariff on car imports in America. What does it mean for car makers and consumers? How have stock markets and countries reacted? And what does it mean for India? We'll discuss all of that. Meanwhile, recession fears are on the rise. More and more experts warn of a recession in the US this year or next year. We'll tell you how that may play out for India. In Washington, the storm over the war plan leaks on Signal rages on. We'll talk about how safe these messaging apps really are. Also, what is Europe's grand plan to deter Russia? It's sanctions again. And they're preparing for war, asking all European households to stock an emergency 3-day survival kit. In Asia, Kim Jong-un has a new toy, an AI-powered suicide drone. India has slammed the American panel on religious freedom, calling it an entity of concern. In Africa's Niger, the junta chief has designated himself as a president for at least 5 years. In South Korea, the scandal of mass export of babies. And in Argentina, the president is at loggerheads with football clubs. He wants to privatize them. All this and more coming up.
Doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
President Trump announced 25% tariffs against our auto industry. And this is a direct attack, to be clear.
Imagine you're walking into a car dealership. You've saved up money, you're ready to buy, but suddenly what you have is not enough. Prices are high, way higher than last year. So you ask the salesperson why, and they have just one word as the answer: tariffs. It's the word dominating headlines, business meetings, and political debates. It is the word of the year 2025, all courtesy Donald Trump. The US president has announced a new series of tariffs, 25% auto tariffs, that is tax on cars and car parts imported to the United States. The goal is quite simple. Trump wants to bring car manufacturing back to America. He wants to boost American jobs.
And we're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe, and frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And this is very modest. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff. We start off with a 2.5% base, which is what we were at, and we go to 25%.
Trump promises, quote-unquote, tremendous growth. But like most things in politics and economics, the reality is a little more complicated. First things first, how do tariffs work? These are taxes on imported goods. And guess who pays them? It is not the exporting country. It is the importers who pay this extra money. And businesses do not just eat that cost. They do not reshuffle an entire supply chain overnight. They just pass it down to the customers. So higher tariffs mean higher costs for you and me, and that means the consumers pay more. And who will these tariffs affect? First, the US car makers, the big three, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. Their shares dropped by more than 3% today. The US imported around 8 million cars in 2024. That is around $240 billion in trade. It makes up for nearly half of the sales. Most of these car makers rely heavily on international supply chains, especially in North America. They produce vehicles in Mexico and Canada, and those operations now face disruption. Factories might shut down temporarily, jobs could be lost, and production costs will spike. So that's the first affected party, the car makers. The second affected party are the American allies, the likes of Mexico, Canada, Japan, and the EU. Mexico is the top supplier of cars to the US, followed by South Korea, Japan, Canada, and Germany. So Trump's move has sparked a massive backlash. Canada has called it, and I'm quoting, a direct attack on the country.
President Trump announced 25% tariffs against our auto industry. And this is a direct attack, to be clear, a direct attack on the very workers that I stood in front of, uniformed workers I stood in front of this morning at the Ambassador Bridge. A bridge that is a symbol and a reality up until now of the tight ties between our two countries, ties of kinship, ties of commerce, ties that are in the process of being broken.
Japan too is outraged. The government was quick to respond. It is contemplating reciprocal tariffs. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba says all options are on the table.
We are one of the biggest investors in the United States. In fact, we are number one. When we consider this, is it right that all countries are treated the same? We have been making this point and will continue to do so. We must consider the appropriate response to this announcement. Naturally, all options are on the table.
And the last party to face the brunt is the American consumer. This tariff money will come out of their wallet. Prices could rise by anywhere between $4,000 to $10,000 per vehicle, $4,000 to $10,000. So if you are eyeing a Japanese Toyota or a German BMW, be prepared to pay a premium. So these are the losers in Trump's trade war. What about the winners? Or maybe I should ask, are there any winners? Well, there could be one, and that is Tesla. It might actually come out on top here. Tesla builds most of its cars in the United States. Its factories are in California and Texas. That means it won't have to pay the new tariff on finished vehicles. Just look at the numbers from last year. The two best-selling electric vehicles in the US were Tesla's Model Y and Model 3. They were the best sellers. But this year, Tesla has been losing ground. Two other cars were racing ahead in sales: GM's new EV and Ford's Mustang Mach-E. Both of these cars are made in Mexico, so now they're going to cost more, which means Tesla will have an advantage again. And by a happy coincidence, the Tesla CEO is also Donald Trump's first buddy, Elon Musk. He was asked about this, about the advantage that his company now gets, and he said, with these new tariffs, Tesla won't be unscathed. For a change, he was not wrong. The company still imports some parts from abroad, which means the production costs will rise for them too, although not as dramatically as their competitors. So it is still a win for them. Which brings us to the question, what does all of this mean for India? Our auto exports to the United States are limited. In 2023, they were worth $1.5 billion. But some companies will feel the pain. Companies like Tata Motors, they do not export directly to the US, but they have a subsidiary called the Jaguar Land Rover. 22% of its sales are in the US market. So Tata Motors will be affected by these tariffs. Its shares were down by 5% today. Next question. What happens next? US automakers are scrambling, allies are furious, and prices are set to rise. This is just the beginning of a long and messy fight over tariffs. Will companies move production back to the US? Will consumers stomach higher prices? Will other countries retaliate? Will this lead to a full-blown trade war, or will Donald Trump take his tariffs back? At this point, your guess is as good as mine. The only tip is this: if you're in the market for a new car, buy immediately.
We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. And I can do it the easy way or the hard way. The hard way to do it is exactly what I'm doing. I think this country is going to boom. And remember, Trump is always right.
Every day, the Trump administration stuns the world with a new trade fight, a new confrontation. It's classic shock and awe. But here's the thing. It is shocking the US system too. It is raising fears of a recession in America. A survey came out this month. It puts the chance of a recession at 36%. 2 months back, it was at 23%. So the risk has increased considerably. And this is not the only such assessment. Major banks have expressed concern, like Deutsche Bank. It says there is a 43% chance of recession in the next 12 months. 43% chance, Deutsche Bank. JP Morgan puts the odds at 40% if Trump imposes all the tariffs. And some experts are going even further. They say the possibility of a recession is as high as 60%, 60. Of course, Trump is playing down all of this. He says there will be no recession in the US. In fact, the president has become more vocal, more assertive about his denials. Last month, he gave an interview. He was asked if tariffs will trigger a recession in America. He did not rule it out. He tried to sidestep the question. He said the US is going through a quote-unquote transition. Now, this was a vague and evasive response, and it caused a stock market crash. US stocks plunged by over $1 trillion in just one day because of that remark. And after that, Trump's messaging changed.
Your comments the other day not ruling out a potential recession seemed to rattle the stock markets. The Commerce Secretary said there wouldn't be one.
Boom. Just so you know.
Just specifically on the recession.
Yeah.
Do you think there will be a recession?
I don't see it at all. I think this country is going to boom.
Well, what's a recession? The presidency is a boom. And he remains bullish on tariffs. He insists that they will boost the economy and make Americans rich. Even though the economic data tells a different story, inflation is set to rise. The US Federal Reserve has raised its forecast. This is America's central bank. It's also called the Fed. It expects inflation to hit 2.8% this year. The earlier estimate was 2.5%. Now, for an economy of America's size, this shift from 2.5 to 2.8 is quite significant.
You may have seen that goods inflation moved up pretty significantly in the first 2 months of the year. Trying to track that back to actual tariff increases, given what was tariffed and what was not, very, very challenging.
Growth projections have also taken a hit. The Fed expects the US economy to grow at just 1.7%. If you ignore the pandemic years, this would be America's weakest performance since the year 2011. And that's not a good headline to have. Plus, business confidence is slipping. Recently, America's top CFOs took part in a survey. CFOs, as you would know, are chief financial officers. 60% of them are expecting a recession this year. Another 15% believe it could happen next year. So a majority of CFOs feel that a recession is coming. That is the broad sentiment in the United States. What about the rest of the world? A recession in America will have far-reaching consequences. It would send ripples across the global economy. So the obvious next question is, how is India poised? Can India handle the shock of an American recession? Broadly speaking, it can. India is not completely insulated from the risks, of course, but it is among the least vulnerable in Asia. Let me show you some data. How much does the Indian economy depend on the US for exports? Just a little over 2%. Compare that to some other countries in the region, like Vietnam. 25% of Vietnam's exports go to the US, so the risk for Vietnam is quite high. A recession in America could mean less business for exporters in Vietnam. Same with Taiwan, Thailand, and Malaysia. They're all more vulnerable. More than 10% of their exports go to the United States, so even the possibility of a recession is bad news for them. Comparatively, India is better off. And what about the Indian stock markets? If the US slows down, Indian markets will gain. That is the assessment of Bernstein. This is a wealth management company. It argues that the Indian economy is driven more by domestic factors. It does not depend on the behavior of US consumers. So largely, Indian stocks may rise. Some sectors may be hurt, like IT services and pharmaceuticals, because these are among India's biggest exports to the United States. But on the upside, they're working on a trade deal, India and the US, on a free trade pact that could insulate exports from Trump's erratic economic policies. Because remember, a trade war cuts both ways, and as of today, it is hurting Trump's America more.
He had no clue. We can't let this happen. I said, we'll look into it. There was no classified information.
Clearly classified information.
Had this happened to me, I would have walked my resignation in immediately.
The number one used device or app.
It's been 3 days since Signal Gate, the war plan leak. It happened on March 24th. It is the 27th now, and the storm is still brewing. Donald Trump is trying his best to push it under the rug. The White House is doing everything, downplaying, deflecting, denying, but it's only growing bigger. We've been telling you about this. The Houthi war room chats on Signal. Trump's top officials discussed plans to bomb the Houthis in Yemen. This discussion was on a messaging app called Signal. A journalist was added to this group chat by mistake. His name is Jeffrey Goldberg. He read the complete war plans, then he exited the group and broke the story. He wrote an article in his magazine. So while bombs fell on the Houthis in Yemen, a firestorm erupted in Washington. Trump has been in damage control mode since then. The Democrats are demanding answers. Even some Republicans are raising eyebrows. Trump's team is giving contradictory statements. Marco Rubio and Tulsi Gabbard seem to be on the same page. They accept the mistake. But Pete Hegseth says otherwise. He insists that no classified information was shared. Have a look.
Obviously, someone made a mistake. Someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. Nothing against journalists, but you ain't supposed to be on that thing.
Nobody's texting war plans. Well, I noticed this morning, out came something that doesn't look like war plans. And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
So Trump's Secretary of State admits that there was a mistake, but the Secretary of Defense says no war plans were leaked. Now this seems very confusing. This political storm also brings in focus a larger issue, that of messaging apps. like Signal and WhatsApp, are they safe? More importantly, should they be used for classified government communication? Let's start with the basics. WhatsApp is the most widely used messaging app in the world. It has more than 3 billion users. You heard that right, 3 billion. Then there is China's WeChat, followed by Russia's Telegram, and somewhere down the list is Signal. It has just 70 million users worldwide. But Signal has become the go-to app for the Trump administration, and the reason is quite simple. WhatsApp is owned by Meta, a private entity founded by billionaire Mark Zuckerberg. Trump and Zuckerberg have a history. Trump was once banned from Facebook and Instagram. This was over the Capitol Hill riots in 2021. Of course, now there's a thaw between the two sides, but a trust deficit remains. WeChat and Telegram are out of the question. They're owned by the Chinese and the Russians. So we are left with Signal. It is owned by a US-based non-profit. And American intelligence agencies rate Signal higher than WhatsApp. They say it has enhanced security features. But all these apps have one thing in common, and that is end-to-end encryption. You may have heard this term before. It is basically a security setting. It ensures safe transfer of digital messages. End-to-end encryption means only the sender and the receiver can read these messages. No third parties can access the chat. Third parties like your phone company or your internet provider, they cannot read your messages. It is encrypted or locked end-to-end. Seems like a safe way to communicate, right? But it's not as safe as they promise, because end-to-end encryption is not foolproof. Let me tell you why. The least secure way to communicate is through text messages. They can be intercepted and seen by any hacker. Encrypted messages on Signal and WhatsApp are slightly more safe. Even if they're intercepted, they cannot be read. But if your phone has already been hacked, your encrypted messages are compromised. Whether you're the sender or the receiver, if your phone is hacked, your messages can be read by the hacker. So just because Signal protects messages in transit does not mean it is fully secure. All that a hacker needs to do is compromise your phone. Because in today's digital world, there is a key for every lock. The messages can be decrypted using special software. And you may have heard of that too. I'm talking about Pegasus. Pegasus is a spyware. It was developed by an Israeli cyber arms company. Not only is it widely available, but it's also widely used. Both autocratic and democratic governments have been guilty of this. Pegasus has effectively surpassed firewalls. It can even hijack iPhones. So governments use it to snoop on threats. And Pegasus has compromised WhatsApp in the past. We have data from 2019. At least 1,400 WhatsApp accounts were exploited by Pegasus. And this is just one example. This is just one spyware that we know about. There could be hundreds of them. The thing is, for most people, messaging apps are safe. End-to-end encryption does its job fairly well. But if powerful governments want to bypass it, they very much can, and they have. That may not be the case with the Houthi war plan chats. That seemed more like a chat for college group projects, where the admin does not know who is in the group. But for a country that claims to be the biggest superpower, that was definitely shoddy work. And it proves one thing: no matter how safe technology may be, it will always remain vulnerable to human error. Now let's turn to Europe. A grand meeting took place today in the French capital, Paris. It was a summit to support Ukraine. The meeting was co-chaired by French President Emmanuel Macron and Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. This was not a European Union meeting because, as you know, the UK is out of the EU. This was a different group. They're calling it the Coalition of the Willing. It's all the European nations that want to support Ukraine and help it secure better terms against Russia whenever a peace deal is finally struck. This coalition is Europe's way of making a lot of noise. So it will finally get a seat at the negotiating table, because so far it has been kept away. You know that the US is overseeing ceasefire talks. It is talking to both Russia and Ukraine, and these talks are taking place in Saudi Arabia. So Europe is nowhere in the picture. They're not involved, and they do not like it one bit. So this coalition of the willing is Europe's attempt to stay relevant. And that's a fair ask. After all, Europe has been part of the Russia-Ukraine war since day one. It has poured billions into Ukraine in the form of both humanitarian and military aid. Europe has provided jets, tanks, arms and ammunition. So obviously it wants to stay involved, especially at this crucial stage when peace could be within grasp. So wanting to stay relevant is not the issue here. The problem is the way Europe is doing so.
More support for Ukraine to make sure Ukraine is in the strongest possible position, both now and in further negotiations. Second, complete clarity that now is not the time for lifting of sanctions. Quite the contrary, what we discussed is how we can increase sanctions to support the US initiative to bring Russia to the table through further pressure from this group of countries.
No lifting of any kind of sanctions until Russia will stop this war. And I think more pressure on it, more packages of sanctions. This is important. The second point, as you said, Kira, that new packages to strengthen Ukraine, and we heard of some of the leaders' new packages. We are very thankful to all the leaders.
That was Starmer and Zelensky just after the summit got over. And what was their brilliant idea? More of the same. Europe's grand scheme is to stay the course. More sanctions, more aid to Ukraine, more of the same old, same old. We all know how brilliantly that has worked for 3 long years. I'm sure Russia is ready to give up any second now. It will take just one more sanction or one more missile from Ukraine. That will show Moscow. Look, Europe's heart may be in the right place. It is not wrong to keep supporting your friends, but doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, that is ludicrous. And speaking of ludicrous, there was this gem by Macron.
We have agreed that the British Prime Minister and I will mandate our Chiefs of Defense Staff to send a Franco-British team to Ukraine in the coming days. This team will work closely with our Ukrainian partners, who have also approved this mechanism, to prepare, across all areas, the structure of what the Ukrainian army of tomorrow will look like.
The UK and France will apparently help reorganize Ukraine's military into the army of tomorrow. Well, they should be hoping that Ukraine does not need an army tomorrow, because peace should prevail. But instead, it is the same old strategy, try and bolster Kiev's forces so that Moscow suddenly becomes afraid. The fact is, the time for pressure tactics is over, because frankly, Europe does not have its main backer anymore. Trump's America seems more in sync with Russia than Europe, but the Europeans refuse to take the hint. They keep hoping that Trump will come around. Look at this.
It's very clear that everything we agree for the future should be with the United States a part of it, and that also means that it shares responsibility with us for the security of Ukraine and for peace and security in Europe. That's why we are in NATO. And it is also clear that it is very important that there are such American security guarantees.
Talk about tone deaf. That is Olaf Scholz, Germany's outgoing chancellor, the one who lost his election and is waiting to retire. He is telling Donald Trump to take responsibility for protecting Ukraine. And then he brings up NATO. When Germany is one of the nations struggling to contribute its fair share, how can someone be so out of touch? In fact, that is a problem in a nutshell. The Europeans refuse to see the big picture. The old world order has fallen. Donald Trump has rewritten the rules and Europe has been left behind. They need to stop with the sanctions and saber rattling. They need to get out of the past, out of their comfort zone. That is the only way Europe will become relevant again. And the only way they will get their place at the talking table. So Europe is getting ready for war and it wants its citizens to prepare too. Brussels has issued guidelines for all 450 million Europeans. 450 million people across all 27 member states. Every household has been asked to maintain a survival kit to stock up on things like bottled water, canned food, a torch and basic supplies like toilet paper. This stock should last for at least 3 days. That is the instruction. It is part of a new European strategy for preparedness.
Today's threats facing Europe are more complex than ever, and they are all interconnected. The battlefields in our pockets, our phones, our computers, our power plants, our banks, our supply chains, our raw materials, and in the media, the social media we consumed every day. These are all battlefields, and they are being weaponized to threaten our European way of life and our democracies.
Brussels wants Europeans to be ready for anything. A war, cyber attacks, extreme weather events like floods or wildfires, even a major disease outbreak. Europeans must be self-sufficient, at least for the first 72 hours of any crisis. That is the key message of Europe's preparedness plan. Top EU leaders are urging people to act on it. They're suggesting keeping an emergency bag ready at home.
It's Ajalabi. Welcome to What's in My Bag Survival Edition. My document in a waterproof pouch, a must in a rainy Brussels. Let's talk about lighting. I have a flashlight and, of course, the light. Turn. And my special friend, a Swiss Army knife, and of course some cash. In the middle of a crisis, cash is king. A charger and a power bank, because a dead phone is a dead end. This is everything you need to survive the first 72 hours of a crisis. Speaking about being prepared, the EU is preparing its strategy to be sure that every citizen is safe in case of crisis. Be prepared, be safe.
Believe me, that's a real video. Hadja Labib shared it on X. She is the European Commissioner for Preparedness and Crisis Management. She is the driving force behind this plan, and it does not stop at survival kits. In future, the EU wants to have a National Preparedness Day. They haven't locked a date yet, but the plan is grand and exhaustive. Preparedness will become a part of the school curriculum. Europe feels it's an absolute must. Although most people would consider these measures extreme. They're asking 450 million people to keep emergency kits at home with stockpiles of canned food and toilet paper. Is Europe really heading into a war, or is this just fear-mongering? The trigger, of course, is the situation in Ukraine. Europe increasingly feels that it is at risk, that the threat of a conflict is higher. Different member countries are working on their own plans too, like France. This summer, all French citizens will get a manual, a survival manual, outlining clear and detailed steps, like what to do if a war or any major crisis breaks out. In fact, Belgium already has a website for its citizens. It has a list of items, things that every household should keep in an emergency pack. Germany and Poland have gone a step further. They have asked families to upgrade cellars, garages, or storerooms as bunkers. Homes in Poland are already doing this. One EU leader compared this to accident insurance. Listen to what they said. You want to be prepared and you want to minimize the damage, the costs, the suffering that you might go through. They make it sound rather so normal, but it's anything but normal. Stockpiling of critical supplies and turning basements into bunkers is not normal. People do this when a war looms. Governments are supposed to protect their people to keep them safe from harm. Instead, the EU is handing out an instruction manual with doomsday predictions, telling Europeans how to survive on their own for 72 hours when crisis hits. This is not insurance. This is leaving people to fend for themselves. The fact is, Europe's security landscape has changed. For decades, the bloc relied on American protection, but now that guarantee is fading. US President Donald Trump has issued repeated warnings. He does not want to pay for Europe's security, and Brussels was not prepared for this. Without the United States, Europe lacks a credible deterrent. The only solution is to raise defense spending well beyond 2% of their GDP. That is what NATO prescribes for its members. 2% of the GDP should be spent on defense. A lot of members don't meet this figure, but now they're pulling up their socks. Sweden, for example, it wants to raise defense spending significantly to as high as 3.5% of its GDP. This is a welcome step, but it must be taken by the whole bloc. Europe needs stronger defenses, not safety manuals. You've heard of ChatGPT, Grok and DeepSeek. These are all artificial intelligence platforms. They use supercomputing to mimic human behavior. People often use AI for research or for homework. That's what most people do. But Kim Jong-un is not most people. He is the leader of North Korea and he is installing AI into kamikaze drones. These are drones that find a target and explode. They're highly lethal. Equipping these weapons with AI is taking it to the next level. It's like giving the drone its very own brain. It can think, calculate, and act without human intervention. Imagine a weapon that does not need any human input. And Kim Jong-un wants thousands of these. So what exactly is he preparing for? Our next report digs deep.
There's a new sheriff in town, and it's none other than North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Taking inspiration from the Hollywood thriller Top Gun, Kim Jong-un was seen wearing a leather jacket as he inspected his country's new weapons. Surrounded by his generals, the North Korean leader was seen standing next to a massive reconnaissance drone, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Kim then inspected several other smaller drones. These were test-fired in his presence. The attack drones were seen hitting their targets. Then Kim Jong-un made some big announcements. He said that all new drones will be powered by artificial intelligence and that thousands of AI-powered kamikaze drones would be made. We all know that the use of AI has become rampant, from children using it for school projects to grandmas using it to learn new recipes. AI has made its place in almost all sections of society, even the military. The US, Russia and China are already using this technology for their weapon systems, and Kim Jong-un doesn't want to be left behind. So what exactly are these AI-powered suicide drones, and how are they different from normal ones? Largely, all suicide drones are controlled by humans. Operators launch the drone and then guide them to their target using cameras or lasers. But that will change with AI. It's like giving the attack drone its very own brain. After it's launched, it can gather data on its own, recalculate its flight path, and act without any human intervention. It's the ultimate fire-and-forget weapon. This means it won't be vulnerable to electronic jamming because there's no electrical feed guiding it, and this will give them a much higher success rate. So AI is going to make suicide drones extremely lethal, which is why Kim Jong-un wants them. But that's not all that North Korea revealed. A new airborne early warning aircraft was also brought out from under the covers. It will be used to track any incoming aerial threats. However, military experts say it's a Russian copy, or could even be a Russian plane that's been repainted as a North Korean one. South Korea's military has already called out North Korea's propaganda.
If you see it, you will know that it appears to be quite dull, heavy, and vulnerable to interception. We believe that the internal devices and components may have connections to Russia, and the model itself is an upgraded version of the one that North Korea previously owned.
Relations between Russia and North Korea go back to the 1950s. But the two nations have upgraded their ties recently. Russian President Vladimir Putin calls Kim Jong-un his trusted friend. The two even signed a strategic defense agreement last year. The two countries have pledged to defend each other in case of a war. Reportedly, Pyongyang has already sent 11,000 troops to fight in Ukraine, and now Kim Jong-un has sent an additional 3,000. Seoul believes the North Korean troops are gaining vital combat experience, which is increasing tensions in the Korean peninsula. With the new AI-powered suicide drones and battle-hardened soldiers, it looks like Kim Jong-un is sticking to his guns and readying for war.
Let's return to the United States. New president, new administration, new policies, but the same old habits. Uncle Sam has a habit of poking his nose where it does not belong, and he's doing it again. with its annual report on religious freedom. It's compiled by the US Commission on International Religious Freedom. It's a federal commission of the US government. They call themselves independent and bipartisan. But they're funded by American taxpayers and they have one job: publish reports on what they call religious freedom. And how do they define that? They say religious freedom is the right for everyone to practice their religion or to not practice religion at all. So this body compiles a list of global incidents where religious rights are under threat. Then they publish an annual report. It is submitted to the White House and the US Congress. Clearly, the report is important for Washington. They use it as a stick to beat up countries they do not like and countries they want to put pressure on. But why am I talking about it tonight? Because it mentions India again. This report, the latest one, has at least 3 pages dedicated to religious freedom in India. It says, and I'm quoting, in 2024, religious freedom conditions in India continue to deteriorate as attacks and discrimination against religious minorities continued to rise. That's not all. It mentions the ruling party in India, the Bharatiya Janata Party or the BJP. It also names Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Listen to this. The report accuses the Indian Prime Minister of hateful and disinformed rhetoric against Muslims. It further says that the consecration of the Ram Temple in Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh led to increased attacks against religious minorities in 6 Indian states. It categorically mentions Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Chhattisgarh, Manipur, Gujarat and Rajasthan. 5 of these states are ruled by the BJP. What else does the report say? That Sikhs, Christians and Muslims are being targeted by the government of India. And then the report has 3 recommendations for the Trump administration. First, sanction the Research and Analysis Wing or RAW, that is India's spy agency. The US panel says RAW is targeting minorities abroad, particularly the Sikh community. That's number 1. Recommendation number 2, review the sale of weapons to India. Halt the sale of the MQ-9 Reaper drones. New Delhi is buying 31 of these drones for its eastern borders. The US body wants to halt this deal. Do you know why? Because it feels that these drones will be used to persecute religious minorities. It makes no sense. Using drones to persecute minorities. And finally, recommendation number 3, designate India as a country of particular concern. This designation is given by the US to countries like China, Pakistan and Iran. The report says, club India with them. New Delhi has, of course, rejected all of this, calling it, and I'm quoting, a biased and politically motivated assessment. The official statement from India says, and I'm quoting, the USCIRF's persistent attempts to misrepresent isolated incidents and cast aspersions on India's vibrant multicultural society reflect a deliberate agenda rather than a genuine concern for religious freedom. Such efforts to undermine India's standing as a beacon of democracy and tolerance will not succeed. In fact, it is the USCIRF that should be designated as an entity of concern. New Delhi is spelling the obvious. The report is utterly biased. It is a poor hit job attempt backed by Washington, and it must be called out with some facts. This is data from 2024. 3,268 hate crimes were reported in the US in 1 year. Anti-Muslim hate crimes increased by 18% in 28 cities. Anti-Semitism was up by 11% in 35 cities. And anti-Asian slurs rose significantly. Clearly, minorities are not safe in the US, and this is just the hate crime data. We are not even counting the mass shootings. There were more than 500 mass shootings in 2024, so no one is safe in America, but they want to lecture others. The thing is, Washington is free to publish such reports, but they should start with the US, with the plight of minorities in their own country, because if the US saw what is going on in the US, they would invade themselves to free the US from the US. Since 9/11, Muslims in America have endured heightened surveillance, profiling and hate crimes. The Council on American Islamic Relations documented more than 8,000 complaints from Muslims in 2023 alone. These range from employment discrimination to outright violence at mosques. Then there's the rise in anti-Semitism. It saw a 140% surge in 2023 compared to the previous year, with synagogues vandalized and worshippers harassed. But Washington's reports do not talk about any of this. What it does right now is just sanctimonious posturing and wielding a calculated political tool. Our next story is from Africa, from Niger in the west. The country made global headlines in 2023 because of a coup. Niger's military overthrew their democratically elected president in the name of national security. It's been 20 months since then. Security is still down in the dumps. Terror attacks are more frequent than before the coup, and the country is heading down an all too familiar path. The leader of Niger's military junta has declared himself president. His unelected term will last 5 years at least, because apparently the term is flexible. It's the same story that keeps playing out in Africa and beyond. Here's our report.
These are scenes from Niger in July 2023. The military was orchestrating a coup. They were detaining the democratically elected president, Mohamed Bazoum. The people on the streets were thrilled. They were angry at their government for failing to put an end to terrorist attacks in the country, and for allegedly being pawns of France, Niger's former colonial overlord. So, the people of Niger thought military rule would be better. That's why they were celebrating the coup. Niger's military is certainly no pawn of the French. That part seemingly held true. But on the terror front, the junta has proved to be worse than the old Bazoum government. Terrorism has been on the rise, which was to be expected, because the junta got rid of a coalition of Western forces, anti-terror forces led by the French and the Americans. The move was great for optics. It helped to reinforce the anti-colonial narrative, but fewer boots on the ground was bound to help terrorism thrive. It seems this was the price the people of Niger had to pay, to be free of French and Western soldiers in their backyard. Niger's military junta has been hyping this up, appealing to nationalist pride and finding excuses for their abject failure to deal with terror. They keep blaming everyone else for their failures: France, the US, even other West African countries, members of the regional grouping ECOWAS. Niger's junta says that all these external forces are working to undermine them. Simultaneously, the junta keeps expanding its own power. They made a fresh power grab yesterday.
From this moment on, the President of the Republic of Niger, Head of State, Army General Abdourahmane Tiani,
the junta chief, Abdourahmane Tiani, was officially declared the president of Niger. The coup leader is now an unelected president, and he will remain so for 5 years. At least, that's what they're saying right now, because this unelected presidential term is apparently flexible.
The duration of the transition period is set at 60 months from the date of its promulgation. This duration is flexible depending on the country's security situation, the burden of the reform, and the agenda of the Confederation of Sahel States.
The junta chief's term depends on a number of factors, including what happens in the neighboring countries Mali and Burkina Faso. All three nations, Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso, are ruled by military juntas, and their juntas have banded together into a group called the Confederation of Sahel States. They all seem to be following the same playbook too. First, they orchestrate coups, and then they promise to return their countries to democracy within a short transition period. Niger's junta chief did this too, back in August 2023.
Within this framework, the stakeholders who will be invited will set about formulating concrete proposals within 30 days, leading to 1. Define the fundamental principles that should govern our transition. 2. Define the priority of the transition, which should last no longer than a few months.
But somehow, the junta leaders never follow through. They all find excuses to extend the time frame. and the junta leaders somehow all get sworn in as president. It's the exact same playbook all over West Africa and the world in general. In Myanmar, the junta took control in 2021. They have been clinging to power there since then. They keep postponing elections too. It's the same story almost every time a military takes control via a coup. So Niger's case is not unique. It's just the latest example of what happens when you let a military dictatorship take root.
What comes to mind when you think of South Korea? K-pop, Korean skincare, cutting-edge technology. South Korea has a sleek, modern image. A place that thrives on innovation, a cultural powerhouse shaping global trends. But there's another side to this country, one that barely makes the headlines. Now it is out in the open, and it's a massive adoption scandal. You see, South Korea is one of the biggest exporters of children to the world. You heard that right? It is the world's biggest baby exporter. Since the 1950s, more than 200,000 Korean babies have been adopted overseas. 2 lakh. These adoptions were mostly in the US and Europe. It started right after the Korean War in 1953 when South Korea was impoverished. It was one of the poorest countries in the world, so adoption was a way to deal with this poverty. Parents gave up their children. Many of them were abandoned, so they were put up for adoption. But soon it became a multi-million-dollar industry. Here's what reports say. South Korea earned between $15 to $20 million every year just from international adoptions. And this system was run with little oversight. And as we now know, a shocking degree of corruption. In 2022, a commission started looking into this. 3 years later, their findings are out, and it is shocking to say the least. Records were falsified, babies were taken without consent, and the entire system was more about profits than protection. Here's how it worked. Private adoption agencies ran the show. There was no government interference or oversight. These agencies relied on money from adoptive parents abroad. They would charge anywhere between $3,000 to $4,000 per child. Plus, there was airfare. Also, a $1,450 adoption fee. So the more babies they placed, the more cash they made. And that pressure to keep up supply led to some seriously shady practices like fake birth records, coercing mothers to give up their children, and kids taken without consent. In the last decades, the adoptees, that's the children who were adopted, have filed hundreds of petitions. They suspected that something was amiss with their adoption story. So this investigation looked into 100 such cases, and 56 of them were confirmed victims. These were children whose families were torn apart by the scandal. Some even had their identities swapped. And what happened to these babies and children afterwards is an entirely different story. Most of them went to 3 countries, the United States, Sweden, and Denmark. Sure, some did end up in loving families and homes, but many others faced neglect. Some were physically and sexually abused. Some of the adoptive parents were later deemed unfit, but the adoptions went on. And that is because South Korean agencies did not care. All they really wanted was the money. This went on for decades. In recent years, Seoul has tightened adoption laws. It has cut down on inter-country adoptions. But that does not erase the damage done. The Commission wants the government to apologize. So far, there's radio silence. The question is, can South Korea own up to its past while maintaining the polished, high-tech, trend-setting image? Because right now, the disconnect is glaring. This is a nation that exports cultural excellence. It must reckon with the fact that it was also exporting its own people without their consent. Our last story tonight is about Argentina. Football here is not just a sport, it's a religion, it's an identity, and it's the path to greatness for many impoverished families. Take Lionel Messi, for example. His father was a steel factory worker. His mother worked as a cleaner, yet he started playing at a local football club. That is where his talent got recognition. Argentina's football clubs are community institutions. They are owned by the members. They give back to the community. But Argentina's president wants to privatize them. His name is Javier Milei. He wants the clubs to become profit-making machines. Why is that a problem, and will Argentina fight back? Our next report tells you.
Long before Lionel Messi lifted the World Cup, long before Diego Maradona's famous hand of God, long before these two became the goats of football, Maradona and Messi were just kids, playing around in tiny neighborhood clubs, kicking around a worn-out ball in the dusty fields of Buenos Aires and Rosario. And that's where this story begins. Argentina's football stars don't just appear out of thin air. They come from grassroots community clubs, Los Clubes de Barrio. These places are more than just football pitches. They are lifelines. They keep kids off the streets, away from bad influences. They give them a sense of purpose. These football clubs are owned by the people. They are run by the members, and they are built on something deeper than money. It's passion. You don't buy your way in. You must belong. The community clubs are run as non-profit civil organizations, unlike the English Premier League or the La Liga. They are not privately owned by billionaires and investment funds. Instead, members elect a president and the board. They contribute to the club. These clubs are deeply intertwined with their local communities. They reinvest earnings back into infrastructure, youth development, and social programs. But now, Argentina's President Javier Milei wants to change all that. His plan is to privatize these clubs, to turn them into corporations and let investors take over. If he gets his way, the heart and soul of Argentine football won't belong to the people anymore. It'll belong to whoever's got the deepest pockets. Now you may be wondering, why does Milei care so much about football clubs? Well, it's simple. Milei believes in the free market. And to him, football should be no different from any other industry. If foreign billionaires want to pump money into clubs, why stop them? Why not turn them into profit-making machines? That's the logic. And on the surface, it may be appealing, but here's the problem. Look at what's happened elsewhere. England's Premier League may be swimming in cash, but ticket prices are through the roof, and clubs are now playthings for oil-rich billionaires. In Argentina, football is more than just a game. So letting corporations run the show could tear the sport away from the very people who built it. And people are fighting back. The Argentine Football Association is dead set against privatization. Most clubs are too. Fans have taken to the streets. They say football is not for sale. Even some club presidents are reluctant to open that Pandora's box. Courts have even blocked one such bid. But Milei isn't backing down. His allies are already laying the groundwork, testing the waters. Take Estudiantes de La Plata. It is one of Argentina's most historic clubs. They recently signed a deal with American businessman Foster Gillett, the same Gillett family that once ran Liverpool. So it's a foot in the door. And once that door is open, there's no telling how far privatization could go. This isn't just about football. It's about what Argentina values. These clubs aren't just factories for future superstars. They are community hubs. So what happens next? Well, the fight's far from over. The clubs are resisting. The fans are furious. And even as political divides run deep, there's a rare sense of unity on this issue. If history has shown us anything, it is that football in Argentina belongs to the people. And they won't give it up without a fight.
Elon Musk's X looks like a comic strip today. A new viral trend has taken over the internet, or rather, the AI has. It's called Ghibli. It's inspired by the classic Japanese animation studio. OpenAI launched a new image tool. It can turn real photos into Ghibli-style art. Users jumped in right away. They wanted to see themselves in this hand-painted look. Now, X is flooded with dreamy images. Even old memes are getting a makeover. Some are adding their own twist, and the internet is not complaining. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Turkey, Erdogan's crackdown has not even spared Pokemons. Pikachu was seen fleeing the police during the protests. In Washington, D.C., a child slips through the White House fence and was escorted out by the Secret Service. And colorful aurora lights light up the sky over Finnish Lapland. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1977, the world's deadliest aviation accident took place in Spain. Two Boeing 747 planes collided in the middle of a runway. It killed 583 people. Heavy fog and miscommunication have been blamed for this collision. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome everyone to Firstpost America. We're so glad to have you with us today. I'm Eric Ham and we're live in Washington, D.C. And today Donald Trump takes a step back. India's in the tariff crosshairs and mushrooms from outer space. We begin here in the United States, where the arrest of a Turkish doctoral student at Tufts University in Massachusetts has sparked massive outrage. 30-year-old Rumziye Öztürk was taken into custody by federal agents on Tuesday evening near her home in Somerville, Massachusetts. Surveillance footage showed masked officers seizing her phone and handcuffing her as she cried out for help.
I think hypocrisy is a great word in terms of the administration's words and actions. They say they're targeting criminals, people who are breaking rules, whereas she as a PhD student, was definitely not that.
Now, according to several reports, Ozturk was on her way to meet her friends for the Ramadan fast when she was detained. However, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security alleged that the student had engaged in activities in support of Hamas. After Ozturk's detention, Tufts University said it had no prior knowledge of the arrest and that it did not share any student information with authorities. However, the university later confirmed that Ozturk's student visa had in fact been revoked.
The ICE team, whatever they're doing, it's really just one step away from fascism. Actually, it's not even a step away. It is full-blown fascist intimidation. This regime administration is handing off national secrets to our adversaries while simultaneously arresting anyone who speaks out against them.
Now, soon after Ozturk's detention, massive protests swept across Somerville. Demonstrators said the Turkish student's detention was part of a broader effort by President Donald Trump's administration to silence pro-Palestinian activists.
Just before this rally started, we learned that Rumeysa has been taken to Louisiana, the exact same tactics that were used with Mahmoud Khalil. This is a clear and concerted attack on grad workers for speaking our minds in the workplace.
Ozturk is not the first international student, however, to face such consequences in the United States. In fact, earlier this month, Mahmoud Khalil, a Columbia University graduate, was arrested under similar circumstances. The Trump administration accused him without evidence of supporting Hamas.
The department's recent actions, which hopefully you've seen at Columbia University in coordination with our law enforcement agency partners, are part of the administration's mission to end anti-Semitism in this country. The president promised that under his watch, we will no longer stand by while universities tolerate and facilitate anti-Semitism and support of terrorism on their campuses.
Now, cases like these signal President Trump's escalating efforts to target international students critical of Israel. But critics warn this is an attack on free speech, and they fear under Trump's rule the line between national security and political repression is disappearing. Now it remains to be seen if public outrage will have any impact on President Trump's latest crackdown on dissent. And now moving to Greenland, the Danish Autonomous Territory is facing renewed pressure from Washington as President Donald Trump intensifies his push to annex the island. President Trump's remarks have sparked political outrage, forcing the White House to alter its plans for a visit by Second Lady Usha Vance to Greenland's capital Nuuk and the town of Sisimiut, where she was scheduled to attend a major dog sled race. Now, instead of Usha Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance himself will lead a scaled-down delegation limiting their visit to the U.S. military base at B-2 in northern Greenland. Meanwhile, it's not confirmed whether National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and Energy Secretary Chris Wright, who were originally set to accompany her, will still be visiting the island.
You know, there was so much excitement around Usha's visit to Greenland this Friday that I decided that I didn't want her to have all that fun by herself, and so I'm going to join her. So we're going to check out how things are going there. And I say that speaking for President Trump, we want to reinvigorate the security of the people of Greenland because we think it's important to protecting the security of the entire world.
Now, even though Donald Trump had earlier claimed that the visit to Greenland was about friendliness and not provocation, the president has not hidden his intentions. In fact, he's made clear that Greenland is a priority for the U.S. to boost its national and international security.
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go. We need Greenland. And the world needs us to have Greenland, including Denmark. Denmark has to have us have Greenland. And, you know, we'll see what happens. But if we don't have Greenland, we can't have great international security.
And when asked about Greenlandic resistance, the commander-in-chief dismissed their opposition, saying, quote, whether they wish to become Americans or not is secondary, end quote. Now, the president's remarks have only heightened his tensions with Denmark, which is also a close NATO ally. Denmark's prime minister has commended Greenlanders for standing their ground, warning that Washington's push for control is far from over. She also acknowledged that Denmark had not done enough to strengthen its Arctic defenses and pledged to increase military investment in the region.
My reaction to the American visit is several things. Firstly, this cannot be seen independently of the statements and reports we have heard from the American side. Secondly, this is clearly not a visit that is about what Greenland needs or what Greenland wants from visits from the outside now. President Trump is serious, and he is serious he wants Greenland. Therefore, it cannot be seen independently of anything else.
Vice President Vance's upcoming visit to Greenland will focus on national security discussions at B-2 space base. And even though Denmark and Greenland may have forced the U.S. to rethink its approach for now, their fight against President Trump is far from over. And staying in the United States, the Department of National Intelligence has named India as one of the state actors enabling the supply of substances used to produce fentanyl by drug cartels. In its annual threat assessment, the DNI said China remains the primary source country for illicit fentanyl, precursor chemicals, and pill pressing equipment, followed by India. Now, this is the first time Washington has put New Delhi on almost the same level as Beijing in connection with the manufacturing of synthetic opioids. The same assessment last year placed India as one of many countries from where Mexican drug cartels were sourcing such chemicals. Fentanyl is among the most lethal drugs smuggled into the United States and is behind a major drug crisis in the country. The latest DNI report says fentanyl, among other synthetic drugs, claimed more than 52,000 lives in the U.S. in a year alone. The assessment comes a week after an India-based chemical manufacturing firm and 3 of its employees were charged in a federal court in Washington. They were charged with illegally importing precursor chemicals used to make illicit fentanyl drugs. The DNI report also comes less than a week before President Trump's reciprocal tariffs are set to kick in. The commander-in-chief has also threatened to impose a global regime of reciprocal tariffs on all U.S. trading partners on April 2nd. Now, earlier this month, he also briefly imposed 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and increased duties on Chinese products as well. President Trump said he was using these tariffs to clamp down on illegal migration and drug smuggling in the United States.
The tariffs, as you know, will start a week earlier than the reciprocal, which is going to be on a couple of weeks earlier. Reciprocal tariffs start on April 2nd. And I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to go April Fool's Day, because that costs a lot of money, but that one day. But so we're going April 2nd. But very importantly, tomorrow tariffs 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico, and that'll start. So they're going to have a tariff. So what they have to do is build their car plants, frankly, and other things in the United States, in which case they have no tariffs.
Meanwhile, on Wednesday, he announced 25% tariffs on auto imports to boost domestic manufacturing and the economy.
And we're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe. And frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And this is very modest. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff. We start off with a 2.5% base, which is what we were at, and we go to 25%.
Now, as President Trump's tariffs loom over its trading partners, India is considering tariff cuts on more than half of the U.S. imports to avoid some of the duties. However, only time will tell if Washington will agree to such a move after linking New Delhi to its deadly fentanyl crisis. Canada's Liberal government has barred its 3-term MP Chandra Arya from contesting the upcoming federal election. The reason is his reported ties to India, which Liberals claim could result in foreign meddling in the election. Now, Prime Minister Mark Carney, a political outsider himself with no election experience, will contest from Arya's seat. Meanwhile, the Indian-Canadian politician has slammed the move, saying his strong stance against Khalistani extremism has cost him a place in the party. So is Canada really fighting foreign interference or seeking electoral gains using pro-Khalistan elements, which are a threat to India's national security? Here's more from Canada.
With Canada's federal election just a month away, a major political shake-up has put Liberals in the spotlight. The ruling party has decided to bar three-time MP Chandra Arya from contesting the polls again. The 62-year-old, who represents the Ottawa riding of Nepean, had also been blocked from the party's recent leadership race, where political novice Mark Carney emerged as the winner.
I, Mark Carney.
Now, the new Prime Minister, who's also the first to govern before holding elected office, has also taken over Arya's constituency.
His heirs and successors.
So quite evidently, the Liberals are sidelining a seasoned politician. At the heart of this move is Canada's fear over foreign interference in its election. Recently, a Canadian media report claims the ousted Indian-Canadian MP allegedly shares close ties with New Delhi, hinting at political interference. The report says members of the Liberal Party who look after foreign meddling also found troubling inconsistencies in a confidential questionnaire filled by Arya. Not just the party, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has also reportedly expressed similar fears about Arya's alleged links. This came after Indian-origin Liberal Party leader visited New Delhi and met Prime Minister Narendra Modi last year. Rubbishing all allegations of influence or interference, Arya said as a parliamentarian he was never required to seek permission to engage with dignitaries in Canada or abroad. He claims he's been abandoned by his party due to his firm stance against the Khalistan movement that promotes a separate homeland for Sikhs in India's Punjab.
As a member of Parliament, I have engaged with numerous diplomats and heads of government, both in Canada and internationally. Not once have I sought, nor been required to seek, permission from the government to do so. At no point did former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau or any cabinet minister raise concerns about my meetings or public statements. The sole point of contention with the Liberal Party has been my outspoken advocacy on issues important to Hindu Canadians and my firm stance against Khalistani extremism.
India has long accused Canada of seeking electoral gains using pro-Khalistan elements, which are a threat to India's national security. The relations between India and Canada plummeted back in 2023, when former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accused New Delhi of being involved in the murder of Khalistani leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. New Delhi firmly denied these accusations, calling them baseless and absurd, and sought proof to substantiate the claims. However, Ottawa has failed to provide any evidence to back its claims. Earlier, under Justin Trudeau, a Canadian Commission report also carried insinuations of interference in Canada's elections by certain foreign governments, including India. After Mark Carney took over as the Canadian Prime Minister, Ottawa once again claimed that India, along with China, are likely to interfere in the upcoming general elections in the country. While Ottawa continues to repeatedly level baseless allegations against New Delhi, India waits for concrete proof from Canada as ties between the two countries nosedive rapidly.
And our final story today is about mushroom farming in space. An Australian company is sending fungi into orbit aboard SpaceX's Frame 2 mission, hoping to prove that mushrooms are the ultimate space crop. They might just be the future of astronaut dining, as they are fast-growing, nutrient-packed, and low maintenance. But will these cosmic shrooms thrive in microgravity, or will they crumble under the pressure? Our final report has more.
Just when you thought space exploration was all about high-tech gadgets, rocket fuel, and existential questions about the universe, Australia comes in with a curveball: mushrooms. An Australian company is aiming to make history. They are attempting to grow a crop of oyster mushrooms in space. This will happen in microgravity aboard SpaceX's Frame 2 mission. It is scheduled for April this year. Because why limit space farming to boring old lettuce when you can send fungi floating through the cosmos? The Australian firm behind this ambitious experiment isn't just sending mushrooms to space for the fun of it. Oyster mushrooms, their chosen cosmic crop, are nutritional powerhouses. They are rich in protein, fiber, antioxidants, and essential minerals like copper and selenium. Plus, they naturally contain vitamin D, which increases when exposed to UV light. Perfect for astronauts who can't exactly bask in the sun on Mars. These oyster mushrooms are low in fat and require minimal resources to grow. The bonus is that they don't need fancy fertilizers and much water. The FRAM-2 mission, launching from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, is set to orbit Earth's polar region for 3 to 5 days. On the final day, Australian adventurer Eric Phillips, who, fun fact, will be only the 4th Australian-born person in space, will tend to this otherworldly mushroom patch. He will document their growth, check for signs of space-included fungal weirdness, and make sure they don't mutate into some sci-fi horror scenario. According to experts, mushrooms are the ideal space crop. It's because they're fast-growing, highly nutritious, and don't require complex processing. Given that NASA is prioritizing grow, pick, and eat crops like lettuce and tomatoes, mushrooms fit right in. They also contain potassium and essential minerals usually found in nuts and seeds. This makes them a versatile, nutrient-dense food option for future lunar or Martian missions. Of course, this isn't fungi's first trip to the stars. Last August, Australian astrophysicists sent vials of lion's mane, turkey tail, and cordyceps to the International Space Station. This time, if all goes well, Australian adventurer Eric Phillips' space mushrooms will fully fruit, hence giving scientists a chance to analyze their growth and compare them to control samples stored back on Earth.
I'm in a lab designed to last 31 days. So I gotta make water and grow food on a planet where nothing grows.
While growing mushrooms in space might take people back to 2015's The Martian, starring Matt Damon, who gets stranded on Mars and survives,
In your face, Neil Armstrong.
will oyster mushrooms become the go-to snack for future space travelers? Or will they just float around looking mildly confused in zero gravity? Either way, one thing's for sure. Australia just gave a whole new meaning to the phrase out of this world cuisine.
That's all we have time for today. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. Israeli parliament passes a law expanding the elected officials' power to appoint judges, defying a years-long movement against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's contentious judicial reforms that saw massive street protests. Taiwan sentences 4 soldiers for at least 5 years in jail, including 3 assigned to the presidential office's security unit for photographing and leaking confidential information to China. Now, the Algerian court sentences French-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal to 5 years in jail. The author, known for his criticism of Algerian authorities, has been at the heart of a diplomatic storm between France and its former colony. And Vietnamese police bust the country's biggest synthetic drug factory, seizing 1.4 tons of ketamine in the coastal tourist city of Nha Trang. And firefighting helicopters race to tackle the burning wildfires in several areas of northern Thailand, worsening the annual pollution in the area from stubble burning. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest updates from the Sudan civil war, a conflict that is now at a decisive turning point. Sudan Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan has declared the capital Khartoum free of the rival paramilitary, the Rapid Support Forces. This after nearly 2 years of bloody civil war. Now, the Army Chief made the announcement from inside the recaptured presidential palace in his first visit there since it was seized by the RSF shortly after the war broke out in April of 2023. Burhan was seen marching through the war-ravaged palace in military fatigues, his first raised high and flanked by soldiers chanting, "God is greatest." The declaration comes as the Sudanese armed forces have made major territorial gains in the past few days, marking their most significant advance since the war began. The Khartoum region is divided into 3 main areas: Khartoum City, the official capital, Omdurman, and Bari. Now together they form what is called Greater Khartoum, all linked by strategic bridges across the Nile and the Blue Nile. The army has now made major advances in central Khartoum, the inner core of the capital. Now, in a lightning offensive, they first captured Al Rawad residential complex, one of the largest housing complexes in the city. They then stormed and secured the presidential palace. Following this, the army regained control of most of central Khartoum, including ministries, banks, and government offices. And finally, they captured the Khartoum International Airport, which is the last major stronghold of the RSF in the capital. But reports say that the RSF remains present in parts of eastern Khartoum, as well as in the isolated pockets in Bari and Omdurman. New drone footage released by the Sudan Army shows people moving across the Jebel Olia Dam, located in the southern outskirts of Khartoum state. The army claims that these are RSF fighters retreating from the capital. Meanwhile, in Port Sudan, crowds took to the streets celebrating the army's gains. Port Sudan is currently acting as the de facto capital. It became a refuge for hundreds of thousands who fled after the RSF captured Khartoum.
The joy, as you can see, fills the whole area. Thanks to God, everyone is happy, even the residents of Port Sudan. God willing, we will return to Khartoum and celebrate Eid in our homes. Personally, I will be the first one to return, God willing.
Despite these heavy blows to the RSF, analysts warn that the war is far from over. While the army has made gains in several regions, including Khartoum, Northern State, the River Nile State, the Red Sea State, and others, the RSF still controls most of Western Sudan, including the entire Darfur region. where they have now announced a parallel government. Now, this parallel authority was declared under a political agreement signed in Nairobi last month, further hardening the battle lines and raising fears of a de facto partition. The Sudan conflict has also drawn major foreign players, each accused of fueling the war by supporting one side or the other. Both the Sudan Army and the RSF face accusations of civilian atrocities in a conflict that has already claimed up to 150,000 lives, according to some estimates. The Sudan Army had previously pledged a transition to civilian rule after regaining Khartoum. But under the current circumstances, will it keep that promise? Now, for more on this, we have with us Yusuf Bilal, a Horn of Africa expert who is joining us live from Meknes in Morocco. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Alison.
So what does the Sudanese Army's declaration that the capital is free of the RSF really signify in terms of actual control and, of course, stability on the ground?
Well, first, it means it's a major shift in the war between the RSF and the Sudanese army, because the big prize in Sudan, in all the conflicts in the history of Sudan, has always been the capital Khartoum, where you have the center of political, military, and economic power, and where all the elite of the country has been living. So retaking control of Khartoum is a big win, a symbolic win, victory for the army, and also on the ground.
Right.
And the second aspect of it is that since the war started 2 years ago, most of the elites, all the elites actually, and the middle class left Khartoum and left Sudan for the neighboring countries. So the key question then would be how fast and what would be the conditions for them to return. And the third point is that now the government has been in Port Sudan for the last 2 years. Now will also bring back all its offices to the capital. So all this means that there will be an important shift in the dynamics of the war.
Right. And with the RSF consolidating its grip in the west and the army now gaining ground in central Sudan, are we now witnessing the early stages of a de facto partition of the country?
Well, Alison, actually, we have been in a scenario of a de facto partition since the early days of the war. And what we'll have is that actually entrenching this de facto partition between Western Sudan, mostly Darfur, and the rest of the country that will be controlled by the government. Yeah. What we have to keep in mind is that partition, unfortunately, has been a constant given in the history of Sudan, whether when the South, which will later became independent in 2011, whether in the frozen conflict in South Kordofan and Blue Nile, the partition or an increasing limited authority of the central government over all the territories of Sudan has been actually the rule. So we will be in a situation where the RSF will regroup in the west in Darfur and will try to maintain its stronghold.
Right. And how are these shifting territorial dynamics likely to impact regional diplomacy and humanitarian access, especially in areas that are still under the RSF control?
Well, humanitarian access officially, it still has to go through the government of Sudan. But obviously, in the areas under the control of the Rapid Support Forces, and given that the RSF announced the establishment of its own parallel government that is not recognized by any country, it needs to be negotiated with those authorities, with the RSF, and mostly coming from Chad, which is a cross-border delivery of humanitarian aid. So it certainly it is part of the everyday negotiations that enables humanitarian aid to flow into the areas under control by the RSF.
Right. Yusuf, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
You're welcome.
Let's turn our attention now to Sudan's southern neighbor. In the world's youngest country, tensions are rising by the day. A 2018 peace deal that once brought hope to South Sudan is now teetering on the edge of collapse, sparking fears of a return to civil war in the East African nation. In a major escalation, South Sudan's opposition has declared that the late-night arrest of the first Vice President, Riek Machar, a longtime rival of President Salva Kiir, has effectively invalidated the fragile peace agreement. Machar was detained in the capital of Juba after a convoy of 20 heavily armed vehicles surrounded his residence, in what is widely seen as a turning point in a crisis that has been brewing for weeks. Now, according to Machar's political party, the SPLM-IO, he is accused by the government of having links to recent clashes between government forces and the White Army, which is a local militia allied with him in the Upper Nile state. Machar has denied these claims. His arrest has triggered widespread international concern. The United States has now urged President Kiir to release the first vice president, warning that his detention risks escalating the situation further. Meanwhile, Kenya's President William Ruto has announced that he is sending an envoy to South Sudan to help to mediate the crisis. The United Nations mission in South Sudan has also weighed in, saying the arrest has left the world's youngest country on a precipice. The UN is calling on all parties to uphold the peace agreement, repeating a plea made earlier this week.
Given this grim situation, we are left with no other conclusion but to assess that South Sudan is on the edge of a relapse into civil war. We also encourage the President and First Vice President to meet to resolve their differences constructively, making a joint public statement that reassures all South Sudanese of their united, steadfast commitment to peace.
Meanwhile, the crisis is already having diplomatic repercussions. Germany and Norway have temporarily closed their embassies in Juba, while the British and US embassies have announced a drastic reduction in staffing levels as fears of a civil war grow. South Sudan gained independence from Sudan in 2011, but just 2 years later, it descended into a brutal 5-year civil war. A 2018 peace agreement ended the fighting and led to the formation of a fragile unity government between rivals Kiir and Machar. But in recent weeks, the fragile balance of power has been unraveling. An aging Kiir, now 73 years old, has been moving to secure his succession and has politically sidelined Machar through a series of cabinet reshuffles. Since February, more than 20 of Machar's political and military allies within the unity government and the army have also been arrested. The SPLM-IO claims that this is a direct violation of the peace agreement. Now, in response, earlier this month, the SPLM-IO had announced that it would boycott security arrangements linked to the peace process until all detained officials are released. Analysts warn that the ongoing power struggle between Kiir and Machar, coupled with their refusal to engage in meaningful dialogue, has pushed South Sudan into uncertain territory. But as international pressure mounts on South Sudan stands on the brink, while President Salva Kiir has vowed that the country will not return to war, the question remains, how will he restore peace within his government in the days to come? And shifting focus now, we've all seen ministers reshuffled, diplomats reallocated and bureaucrats swapped. But have you ever seen an army chief reassigned to the sports ministry? Well, that's exactly what just happened in Zimbabwe. Now, President Emmerson Mnangagwa has reassigned the head of the country's army, General Anselm Sanyatwe, to lead the sports ministry. He is replacing the retired swimmer, Kirsty Coventry, who is moving on to become the new president of the International Olympic Committee. But why did the president find an army chief as the only right person to fill her shoes? Well, observers see this as a major political move by President Mnangagwa, who is facing growing dissent and fears of a possible coup from his former allies. Now, the move comes just ahead of planned protests by Zimbabwe's war veterans on the 31st of March, who are demanding that Mnangagwa step down, accusing him of deepening the country's economic crisis and plotting to extend his rule. Mnangagwa is also facing mounting dissent within his own ZANU-PF party. Now, the ZANU-PF has been ruling Zimbabwe since 1980, the very year the country gained independence from British colonial rule. Since then, the party has maintained a close relationship with the military. But things changed during the era of Mnangagwa's predecessor, Robert Mugabe, who was ousted after 37 years in power by a military coup in 2017. It was called a soft coup because ZANU-PF remained in power. The biggest beneficiary of this coup was Emmerson Mnangagwa himself, who took over the presidency with the full blessings of the military. But now, just like his predecessor, Mnangagwa is being accused of tightening his grip on power while worsening the country's economic crisis. And the anti-Mnangagwa war veterans want him out. They are pushing to install Constantino Chiwenga, who is a retired general who led the coup against the former President Mugabe and is now serving as the vice president. Mnangagwa, however, denies all the allegations and has warned against people who want to disturb Zimbabwe's peace. How will this peculiar case in Zimbabwe play out? We'll keep you posted. And staying in the region, for years, American and Western travelers have enjoyed easy, visa-free access to many African nations. But now, Namibia is flipping the script. In a move that signals growing frustration over unequal travel policies, the country is introducing new visa requirements for US and other Western allies and visitors. Now, the officials say that it's about fairness and reciprocity, a step toward equality in global travel. But what does this mean for Namibia's tourism industry? Our next report breaks it all down.
In the southern African country of Namibia, the government has announced a significant policy shift, one that requires visitors, especially from the United States and other Western countries, to apply for a visa before entering the nation, known for its breathtaking landscapes, wildlife, and the world's oldest desert. Beginning April 1st, American travelers will need to apply for a visa in advance using Namibia's online visa portal. But those arriving at major entry points like airports and high-volume border crossings will still have the option to purchase a visa on arrival, according to the US Embassy. This brings an end to a long-standing visa-free policy, which previously allowed US tourists to stay up to 90 days without a visa. But this isn't just about tourism. It's a diplomatic tit-for-tat move, backed by Namibia's first female president, Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, who took charge last week. Her government is taking a stand against the United States and other Western nations that deny visa-free entry to Namibians. And this move didn't come out of nowhere. Last May, Namibia announced it would require visas from nationals of countries that don't reciprocate visa-free travel for Namibians. A total of 31 countries, including the US and the UK, were listed under this policy shift. Moreover, this decision comes amid growing frustration across Africa over strict US visa policies. Just last month, the US released its 2025 visa waiver list, granting visa-free entry to travelers from 40 countries. But not a single African nation made the cut. And for Africans, securing a US visa has never been easy. The process involves long applications, expensive fees, and high rejection rates. Meanwhile, tourists from the United States have had it relatively easy, walking into African countries without a visa or at most paying a small fee upon arrival. And social media has taken notice of this. Many users are applauding Namibia's move, calling it a long overdue push for reciprocity. Others see it as a bold stand against Western dominance. But not everyone agrees. Some worry that even a small drop in high-spending American visitors could impact investment and tourism in the country. Tourism is a big business for Namibia. The country welcomed more than 800,000 international visitors in 2023. Among them, 22,544 were from the United States, a small but significant number. Despite the policy shift, officials remain confident that Namibia will continue to attract international visitors. But this decision goes beyond tourism. It's a statement about fairness, diplomacy, and Africa's place in global travel. And Namibia is no longer waiting for permission to set its own terms.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. After many rounds of talks, the prospect of peace remains distant in Ukraine. But that has not stopped Donald Trump from pushing for another deal. He wants Ukraine's resources, all minerals, profits from their sales, and a veto power to block other players from joining. Will Volodymyr Zelensky agree to such a deal? Does he have a choice? We'll discuss that tonight. Meanwhile, America's oldest ally has declared the breakup. Canada says the old relationship is over. We'll tell you why. Also tracking the next battleground, Greenland, with US Vice President J.D. Vance visiting. Putin is flexing his military muscle and talking about control of the Arctic. In the other war, in Israel, a new report is doing the rounds. Will they move Gazans to Indonesia? How Xi Jinping is trying to woo top global CEOs amid tariff threats. How Myanmar is faring after an earthquake measuring 7.7 on the Richter scale. The pictures are quite dramatic and the scale of the devastation unclear. In Pakistan, Balochistan is on the boil again. Why America's allies are rethinking their F-35 supplies after Trump referred to a kill switch. And what's the new drug that turns human blood into mosquito poison?
You don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. We were just pouring money into Ukraine. It was a very unfair situation. So we made a deal and it'll be signed very soon.
The US is mediating a peace deal for Ukraine, but they won't do it for free. They have named a new price for peace. Washington wants control of all of Ukraine's critical resources. They've sent a new draft deal to Kiev. Top Ukrainian officials and international media have seen it, and they say it goes far beyond the previous agreement. Here's what the United States has demanded: complete control of Ukraine's natural resources, oil, gas, minerals, everything. The Americans want it. Now, this is far more aggressive than the original minerals deal. In the old deal, profits were supposed to be shared, but now the US wants all major energy assets of Ukraine, plus it wants to keep all the money generated from them. So obviously, senior Ukrainian officials have raised an alarm. They say this deal threatens their sovereignty, that their profits would be routed abroad, making Ukraine even more dependent on the US. Because along with this deal, America wants a veto power to decide which foreign investments can be made in Ukraine. Let me repeat that for you. The US wants to decide and veto foreign investments in Ukraine, including any proposals from Europe. This is one of the clauses in the new draft. It is called the right of first offer. And here's what it means. If there is a different deal on the table for Ukraine's natural resources, America can effectively kill it. It wants exclusive access. And this is in line with Trump's position on Europe. He often complains about Europe's role in the war. He says they're not doing enough and that the US has been shortchanged.
Europe is in for a very small fraction of what we're in for. It affects them much more than it affects us. Again, they are in as a loan, which nobody knew until I came along. Europe is giving the money to Ukraine as a loan. We were just pouring money into Ukraine. It was a very unfair situation. So we made a deal on rare earths.
Perhaps that is why the US president wants to not leave anything out. He also wants all revenues from Ukraine's mineral wealth. There is one more clause in the draft pact about a new reconstruction fund. Again, the US wants to control it. Profits from Ukrainian projects will go into this reconstruction fund, but Kiev will not be able to use this money, at least not immediately. First, the Americans will be paid. They will recover the cost of their weapons and aid to Ukraine. Only when they have got all their money, can Ukraine access the fund. Now, these are very strong terms. Will Ukraine agree to them? Will it sign this deal? Zelensky has not said yes or no. He says they're still negotiating. The US is constantly pushing for more changes. But I guess after the showdown at the White House, Zelensky is being more cautious, choosing his words carefully and saying that he wants to cooperate with the United States.
The conditions are constantly changing. I thought that we have agreed that there will be a framework deal and then the full deal. Now, as I understand, the Ukrainian and American teams are working on it, because the US is changing these conditions and offers to sign the full deal right away. I wouldn't want the US to have impression that Ukraine is against the minerals deal in general. We have shown our positive signals. We are for cooperations with the US.
And what does Ukraine get in return? It may end up surrendering all its mineral wealth with no guarantee of peace or even American protection. The US has refused to secure Ukraine. It is giving zero security guarantees in return. Meanwhile, negotiations for a peace deal remain stalled. A few days back, the US negotiated a ceasefire in the Black Sea. The talks happened in Saudi Arabia. The Americans mediated between Ukraine and Russia and then declared that they had an agreement. But Russia has rejected that deal. President Putin, in fact, is raising the stakes. He says Zelensky should step aside. Putin wants Ukraine under temporary international administration. He wants a transitory government in Kiev, one that paves the way for new elections in Ukraine and a new government in Ukraine that Moscow finds legitimate. Only then will the real peace talks begin. These are the words of Russian President Putin.
In principle, of course, it would be possible under the auspices of the UN, with the United States, even with European countries, and of course with our partners and friends, to discuss the possibility of introducing temporary administration in Ukraine. For what? In order to hold democratic elections, in order to bring to power a viable government that enjoys the people's trust, and then begin negotiations with it on a peace treaty, sign legitimate documents that will be recognized throughout the world and will be reliable and stable.
Those are the terms of Putin. The US is still negotiating, but there's no real breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the ground, the fighting continues. Where does this leave Ukraine? Firmly on the back foot and with no good options. Every day there is a new demand, a new proposal and a new deal to discuss. And each new proposal is worse than the one before, demanding more and more from Kiev, more resources, more control, and even political power. So the prospects for Ukraine are narrowing. The US wants economic control and Russia wants political dominance. And these two are discussing Kiev's future, often with Kiev not even in the room. The only thing that looks increasingly certain now is this: Kiev will have to make some serious concessions for peace, either its mineral wealth or its political sovereignty, or maybe even both. It will have to pay a hefty price for peace.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperations, is over. It's my solemn promise that when President Trump threatens us again, we will fight back.
Let's shift our focus to North America, to two nations that have been through thick and thin, but now their relationship may never be the same again. I'm talking about the US and Canada, once the closest of allies, but not anymore, all thanks to US President Donald Trump. You know that the US President is imposing tariffs soon on almost everyone. D-Day is the 2nd of April, or as Trump calls it, Liberation Day. On Wednesday, Trump confirmed one of the many tariffs that he is imposing. He said he will be imposing 25% duties on cars and car parts. And he made no secret about who he is targeting.
But this is very exciting to me. This is the automobile industry, and this will continue to spur growth like you haven't seen. Before I was elected, we were losing all of our plants. They were being built in Mexico and Canada and other places.
Canada is livid. Their new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, took a while to respond to this move, but when he did so last night, it was especially grim. Listen to what he said.
Yesterday, in the latest salvo in his trade war, President Trump again imposed unjustified tariffs on our nation in violation of our existing trade agreements. And our response to these latest tariffs is to fight, is to protect, and to build. It's my solemn promise that when President Trump threatens us again, we will fight back. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will build an independent future for our country, stronger than ever. The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperations, is over.
He says the old US-Canada relationship is over. That's quite the statement. You might even think it's uncalled for. After all, Trump says he just wants to move car plants back to the US. And he plans to do this by making foreign cars unaffordable. Here's how his tariffs will work. If a car is made in another country, US importers will have to pay 25% of the cost as tariff, just so they can sell it in the US. That is how tariffs work. They are a tax on American importers, and this additional cost will get passed on to the customer. Basically, Trump is making imported products costlier in the hope that this will force Americans to buy local. That's the tariff logic in a nutshell. And it seems like an attack on all foreign automobile firms, not just Canadian ones. The tariffs seem to be indiscriminate, but that's not the case. The car tariffs will hurt Canada a lot more than other nations. You see, the American and Canadian automobile industries are interconnected. There's barely anything like a purely American car anymore, or a purely Canadian one for that matter. Each car keeps crossing the border during manufacturing multiple times. And this is because of an old agreement. The Canada-United States Automotive Products Agreement from 1965. This deal allowed free movement of auto parts between the two countries. It encouraged them to integrate their car industries. It was a way for both countries to grow together, and things have been that way for about 60 years. But Trump's car tariffs will undo 6 decades of partnership. Canada's auto workers will come under attack from what was once its closest ally. That is why Canada is furious, and that is why Carney said the old relationship is over. He said part of it was based on deepening economic integration. But think about it today. Canada now knows that this integration is a weakness, one that can be exploited by the US. Whenever the next Trump-like president is elected, Ottawa may have never considered the possibility before, but it will now. The US elected Donald Trump not once but twice, which means they can elect a Trump clone in the future too. So the integrated economy will always be Canada's Achilles heel. Would you be willing to keep such vulnerability around? Of course not. You wouldn't want to develop it in the first place, but Canada was naive. They really did not believe the US would do this to them. They may have been partners forever, blood brothers, quite literally. I used the phrase D-Day earlier in the story. That is the day the Americans landed in Normandy during the Second World War. That's the day they officially entered the war in Europe. And guess who was with them, spilling blood side by side? It was the Canadians. That is why Ottawa never thought that this day would come. That's also why Carney said their tight security and military cooperation is over. Carney and Trump had a call today. But it probably won't change the Canadian leader's mind, because as far as he's concerned, after everything their countries have been through, Trump and the Americans have stabbed Canada in the back, and there is no way to recover from that. It's not just Canada. The US is waging war on other allies too, in Europe and NATO. This story is about Greenland. It's a semi-autonomous region that belongs to Denmark. Donald Trump wants to take it, and he's quite serious about it. But you already know this. We are talking about it again because Greenland has some unwelcome visitors today. US Vice President J.D. Vance, along with his wife and Second Lady Usha Vance. Earlier, she was supposed to go there alone, on her own. The Americans pitched it as a cultural tour where Usha Vance would attend local events. But now, Vice President J.D. Vance is tagging along, and this has dramatically changed the itinerary. It's now a one-day visit. They will be back home tonight. There will be no cultural events or exchanges, just a visit to a remote military base, a US Space Force outpost in Greenland. That's what J.D. Vance is visiting. With him are top officials from Washington, Mike Waltz, the U.S. National Security Advisor, Chris Wright, the U.S. Secretary for Energy, or the American Energy Minister, and Senator Mike Lee of the Republican Party. So this is a high-level delegation with a clear military overtone. Needless to say, the people of Greenland are not thrilled. They are protesting. So is the government of Denmark. The Danish foreign minister issued a statement. He said no government officials from Denmark would meet J.D. Vance. And here's what the Danish prime minister said.
Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom, and that is not going to change.
Like I said, Greenland is a semi-autonomous region. It is still part of the Danish kingdom, and that is why Denmark has lodged a strong protest. It insists that Greenland's status will not change. But Donald Trump does not care. He says the US needs Greenland.
How far are you prepared to go on Greenland? You said this morning that the United States needs Greenland.
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go. We need Greenland, and the world needs us to have Greenland, including Denmark. Denmark has to have us have Greenland. And, we'll see what happens. But if we don't have Greenland, we can't have great international security.
It started as a joke. then sounded like Trump's obsession. But now the plan to annex Greenland is part of US foreign policy. J.D. Vance's visit sends a loud and clear message. The US under Donald Trump is very serious about taking Greenland. And the Russians are watching this closely. President Vladimir Putin says it would be folly to think that Trump is not serious.
Everybody knows very well about the U.S. plans to take over Greenland, though it can be surprising only at first sight. It's a huge mistake to think that it is just extravagant talk of the new U.S. administration. Not even close. In fact, the U.S. had such plans as far back as in 1860s. Even back then, the U.S. administration thought about possibility of Greenland and Iceland annexation. But that idea was not supported by the U.S. Congress.
He's talking about the past. When the US tried to purchase Greenland, he suggested that Washington will step up its campaign and use Greenland to project influence over the wider Arctic, which could be the next battleground, the Arctic. The Russians are deeply interested in this region for two reasons. The first is trade. It could open up new shipping routes. Global warming is melting ice in the Arctic. It is opening up shipping routes, connecting Europe, Russia, and North America, reducing travel time and saving cost. So Russia wants to secure its presence along those paths. It wants to control the Arctic sea lanes. That is reason number one. The second is Greenland's mineral wealth. It has rich and untapped reserves of oil and gas. The Americans want them, so do the Russians. Which is why Putin wants to, quote-unquote, strengthen Russia's leadership in the Arctic. That's how he put it. He has launched a new submarine. It is called Perm. This is a nuclear-powered sub, heavily armed with hypersonic missiles that can travel faster than sound and are difficult to intercept. This sub is extremely suitable for operations in the Arctic. Putin also inspected other submarines this week, plus some icebreaker facilities. Clearly, he's responding to America's moves in the region. Trump's interest in Greenland has kicked off a storm. The Arctic is becoming increasingly militarized. Both the US and Russia are expanding their presence, and Greenland could be caught in the middle. Our next story is about the war in Gaza. A new report is doing the rounds. It's about the potential relocation of Palestinians. Apparently, 100 people from Gaza will be sent to Indonesia to work in the construction sector. And this is said to be a pilot program. If it is successful, more Gazans will be encouraged to go to Indonesia. I should add that they will reportedly be encouraged by Israel. But there's one issue with this new report. Indonesia says it is rubbish. So what's really going on here? Is Indonesia lying, or is there something else afoot? Our next story has the details.
Look at this headline. 100 Gazans to move to Indonesia as part of a pilot work program. Next to this is the word report. This Israeli outlet is covering its bases. Next, look at this. 100 Gazans to migrate to Indonesia for work under new plan. This outlet goes further to shield itself, squarely laying the blame on an Israeli news channel. Once the bases are covered, both reports go into the details. They say that there's a migration plan underway, a voluntary migration plan. An initial group of 100 Gazans is set to fly to Indonesia to work in the Southeast Asian nation's construction sector. This is apparently a pilot. If it's successful, thousands of Gazans will be encouraged to voluntarily move to Indonesia, and they may potentially decide to permanently resettle there. So according to the report, Indonesia is creating jobs for Gazans and willing to make space for them to permanently move there. And who's overseeing all of this in West Asia? It's not Hamas, the group that actually rules over the Gazans. It's not some charitable organization either. The person in charge of the pilot is apparently Major General Ghassan Alian, the head of an Israeli Defense Ministry body. If the pilot is successful, a new project will take shape, under a migration administration being established by Israel. This agency will reportedly head the project to relocate Gazans to Indonesia. Again, that is if that pilot is successful. The new project could be led by Brigadier General Offer Winter, an officer that the Israeli media describes as controversial. All of this probably sounds dystopian. It raises a lot of questions. First, is something like this legal? According to international humanitarian law, this could constitute ethnic cleansing. If that's the case, then why is Indonesia agreeing to this? Well, reports say it hasn't. Jakarta says it has neither discussed the matter with any party nor heard related information. This isn't the first time Indonesia has had to offer such a clarification. Something similar happened in January, around the time US President Donald Trump was about to get sworn in. His envoy to West Asia, Steve Witkoff, was reportedly thinking about the same thing, sending Gazans to Indonesia. So it could be rebuilt into, as Trump put it, the Riviera of the Middle East. Indonesia was questioned about the relocation of Gazans back in January as well. It categorically rejected the idea back then, and it's rejecting the new reports as well. So why do these reports keep surfacing? One possibility is that Jakarta is lying, but that would be political suicide. Palestinians have widespread support in Indonesia, so any government aiding their displacement would risk getting kicked out. The other option is that Israel is spreading these stories, perhaps to normalize the idea or to create panic. Israel has resumed the fighting in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu says it's to pressure Hamas into releasing the remaining hostages. Talk of relocating Palestinians would definitely add to the pressure. Some Gazans have begun protesting against Hamas. If they fear being relocated, the protests could intensify. The other reason could be that the Netanyahu government is trying to drum up support. The resumption of the fighting in Gaza is contentious, to say the least. Israelis are protesting too. They feel it endangers the remaining hostages, so they are demonstrating against Netanyahu. Now look at this report again. It says a controversial officer could be in charge of the relocation project, and this officer is apparently loved by Israel's religious community. Could the report be Israel's way to placate the masses back home as well? There are a lot of reasons for Israel to create a buzz around the relocation plan, but there's only one thing we know for sure. The relocation of Palestinians will always be a red line, and crossing it is bound to lead to more bloodshed.
Myanmar is in the headlines again and again for the wrong reasons. This is a country in Southeast Asia torn apart by 4 years of civil war and now a massive earthquake. It has left the country devastated. The quake measured 7.7 on the Richter scale. The epicenter was in the northwest of the country, about 16 kilometers from the city of Sagaing. But tremors were felt across borders in Thailand and southwest China. 12 minutes after the quake, a second one came with a magnitude of 6.4. This time the epicenter was 18 kilometers south of Sagaing. And this was followed by aftershocks, at least 12 major ones, spread across many hours and felt across the region.
I was sleeping in my bed, and at first I thought my head was spinning. I heard things falling down from upstairs like they were stones hitting down on us. I told my kids that we can't stay here, so we ran down to get down here. I'm still shaking.
The quake has left widespread destruction in its wake. According to residents in Myanmar, the damage is quote-unquote enormous. The country is ruled by a military junta. It has declared a state of emergency in 6 regions. Information about the death toll is limited because the military junta has repeatedly shut off the internet. But reports say at least 144 people have been killed and more than 730 have been injured. At least 20 people have been killed in just one city, the country's second largest city, Mandalay, which is home to about 1.5 million people. This death toll is expected to rise. Meanwhile, in Thailand, the pictures were quite dramatic. Thailand borders Myanmar to the east. The quake shook its capital, Bangkok, where an unfinished high-rise building collapsed. Take a look.
Wait, shit! The whole building collapsed.
This was a 30-story building. It was reduced to rubble within seconds, killing at least 8 people and injuring dozens. It has also left at least 117 people missing. They are believed to be trapped under the rubble.
I was working at a building over here on the 2nd floor when the quake happened. I ran down the stairs and got outside, and that's when I looked up at this building as there was a loud bang. Dust particles were bursting out of it, and no later than 3 to 5 seconds, the whole building collapsed. Everyone was running for their lives. I was scared and I'm still shocked.
Both Myanmar and Thailand have ramped up rescue efforts. They're scrambling to cope with the aftermath. Meanwhile, offers of disaster relief are pouring in. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that India stands ready to offer all possible assistance. A similar message has come from the European Union. Both Myanmar and Thailand need all the help they can get. A disaster of this scale poses major challenges. In Thailand, the collapse of buildings is the biggest issue. Remember, this is not a quake-prone country, so infrastructure here is not made to withstand such damage. And authorities must brave mountains of rubble to rescue the victims. But according to their Prime Minister, hours after the quake, the situation is starting to ease. In Myanmar, the story is quite different. This is one of the world's most seismically active regions. It is also one of Asia's poorest nations. Parts of the country are run by militias. There is major political turmoil, so infrastructure remains poor. Healthcare is equally bad. There is a severe shortage of food. So after 4 years of civil war, Myanmar finds itself devastated by an earthquake. The true scale of the damage still remains unclear. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Myanmar and Thailand. Let's talk about the darling of the international arms market, Lockheed Martin's F-35. It is stealthy, supersonic, capable of dogfighting and striking on-ground targets. F-35 is arguably the most sophisticated US weapon and the most sought-after jets. But it seems that this last bit is changing now. This month, nation after nation has voiced concerns about the F-35. Portugal wants to cancel its plans to purchase the fighter. Canada says that it will reconsider buying the plane, and so will Germany. Why is this happening? What does this mean for America's most expensive defense program, and what alternatives do countries have? Here's a report.
This is the F-35, a state-of-the-art fighter jet. Reportedly, the world's only advanced long-range stealth fighter. It's produced by Lockheed Martin, and it is America's most popular warplane. To give you an idea, about 18 years since the jet took its first flight, more than 1,000 F-35s are in operation in 20 countries. This includes the US, of course, which operates the jet, as well as 19 allied nations, including members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, like the UK, Italy, and Canada, as well as some non-NATO members, such as Japan. To put it simply, for years now, the F-35 has been the hot-ticket item in the international arms market. That is, until now. There is growing unease over the stealth fighter. This month, one nation after another that had signed up for the F-35 has voiced concerns. Portugal wants to cancel plans to buy the plane. Canada says that it will reconsider the purchase. Germany is also reconsidering the jet deal. Why is this happening? Here's a clue. These qualms have little to do with the plane itself. Nothing has changed about its performance. This increasing international unease is about trust issues. Again, not with the plane, but with its commander-in-chief, US President Donald Trump. In recent weeks, Trump has unleashed economic and geopolitical uncertainty. He has threatened to withdraw military support to European members of NATO. He has suggested that he might not adhere to the Mutual Defense Pact of the Transatlantic Alliance. He has threatened to annex Greenland and Canada. He has imposed bruising tariffs. So now, US allies are openly expressing their doubts about the stealth fighter. They have two major concerns. First, the so-called kill switch. You see, the F-35 stealth is not just a physical airframe. The jet has superior hardware and software. It has a whole suite of networked systems, kind of like a smartphone. The jet needs software patches and data to work effectively. The stealth technology makes it difficult for enemies to track the aircraft. But this does not mean that the plane is invisible. To survive in modern warfare, it needs to constantly track and assess enemy radars. It needs regular system updates. It needs to store all kinds of information as data files. And do you know who does all this? The US. Irrespective of who flies the plane, every nation that uses the F-35 is dependent on the US to keep its planes functioning properly. Meaning, there needs to be an assumed level of trust in America if allies want to keep flying the plane. But recently, the changing geopolitical landscape has shaken this said trust. There have been rumors that there is a kill switch which could abruptly immobilize the F-35. After several weeks of speculation, on March 18th, the Pentagon formally denied that it has the ability to remotely disable the fighter jets, but that has done little to quell fears. Plus, it's not the only concern. The second big question mark is the vulnerability of the F-35, its over-reliance on the US, and America's ability to process critical mission data. So if things go south, there is a big risk here. Especially considering that Donald Trump is thinking about a future where America's allies are maybe not allies anymore.
Certain allies will be selling them, perhaps toned-down versions. We like to tone them down about 10%, which probably makes sense because someday maybe they're not our allies, right?
So what options do these maybe not allies have? There are no direct alternatives to the F-35. But there are some limited options, like the European Eurofighter Typhoon or France's Rafale, but neither of these aircraft are stealth. And that is a major disadvantage. So it seems that American allies are stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Now let's talk about China, more specifically Xi Jinping. He made a rare public appearance today. China's president is trying to win back global business. He met more than 40 top executives in Beijing today. These are 40 leaders from global companies like Saudi Aramco, BMW, Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, FedEx and Samsung. China issued a press release after the meeting highlighting the names of the foreign players who were attending. But here's a more significant part. This is Xi Jinping's third such meeting in less than 2 years, and it shows how serious he is to woo foreign firms to restore confidence in China and attract big-ticket investments. In today's meeting, he made a fresh pitch before these CEOs. Xi Jinping urged them to believe in China's potential. He promised them stable supply chains and market opportunity, and he also took a dig at the United States.
We must jointly maintain an open and cooperative international environment. Some countries have engaged in small-scale activities, high walls and tariff barriers, politicized economic and trade issues, instrumentalized and weaponized them, and forced companies to take sides and make choices that violate economic laws and are not in line with market rules and the general trend of opening up.
Xi Jinping is saying all the right things. He wants global CEOs to believe that China is back. At the same time, he is pointing fingers at the US and suggesting that the US is putting global trade at risk. Well, he does have a point here. Trump's policies are disrupting trade, but he cannot blame just the United States. China's economic troubles are his own doing. It is a fact that China's economy is still struggling. Foreign investment is falling, many firms are pulling back, and it does not help that Beijing has tightened its national security laws. It makes China an even more risky turf for these businesses. So foreign companies were left with no choice but to explore alternatives. They even had to move some of their manufacturing. Overall, China's industries are witnessing a slowdown, and there are numbers to back this up. New data shows that China's industrial profits are shrinking. Look at the numbers for January and February. Profits have dropped by 0.3%. This is the opposite of what economists had expected or hoped for. They had hoped for a strong rebound. Instead, China is struggling to reverse its slump, a slump that began long before Donald Trump returned to the White House. Trump's policies have made China's recovery harder, perhaps. Trade pressure from the US is rising. Higher tariffs have made China less attractive as a supplier of goods. The markets have reacted sharply. China's industrial stocks are down. And this drop comes after years of overcapacity and falling prices. You see, many Chinese industries produce more than what they can sell. Their profit margins are under strain. Now, with Trump building more pressure with tariffs, these companies have become less attractive for investors. As China's domestic market is showing weakness, reports say Beijing is considering subsidies to offset some of this. Industries like travel, tourism and sports could be given concessions. Chinese officials hope that this will boost demand and help the economy recover. So you see, this is not just a foreign policy problem. China faces a crisis of confidence. Even with high-profile visits and new projects, foreign companies remain cautious. Brands like BMW and Volkswagen are still building in China, but they are the exception, not the norm. Investment is drying up, and trust is wearing thin. Xi Jinping may blame US tariffs, but the broader picture is bleak. Despite the smiles and the handshakes, confidence is low in China. Xi Jinping is trying to steady the ship, and at this point, his biggest challenge is not America's trade threats. It is China's economy losing shine thanks to China's president. Our next story is from Pakistan. The country has been rocked by a spate of attacks in the restive Balochistan region. The attacks have left at least 17 people dead and dozens injured. Quetta, Gwadar, Turbat and Mastoom. All these places saw attacks within a period of 24 hours, and this is just Balochistan. There were attacks in other parts of Pakistan as well. The country seems to be tearing at its seams, despite, or perhaps because of their government's best efforts. Here's our report.
Back-to-back terror attacks have taken place in Balochistan. At least 4 separate attacks took place within a 24-hour time frame. There was a bomb blast in the regional capital, Quetta. 3 people were killed in the blast and at least 21 were injured, 4 of them critically so. The bomb was reportedly meant for a police van and it got its intended target. But it also claimed the lives of innocent bystanders. The attack has instilled fear in the people of Quetta.
मैं अपने वालिद साहब के शुगर के मेडिसिन लेने जा रहा हूँ मैं कल के दिन जाऊँगा तो खौफ से जाऊँगा ये कैसी ज़िंदगी ये कैसी खौफ ये क्यों इस तरह
आपको जैसे बेहतर पता है कि हम जैसे ही घर से निकलते उम्मीद तो नहीं होती कि हम वापस घर आएँ हालात तो आपके सामने हैं हालात के जज़ा ले चुके हैं कहीं भी हम सेफ नहीं है सर
Quetta wasn't the only city to suffer an attack. 6 people were killed in Gwadar. They were residents of Pakistan's Punjab province. They were on a bus headed to Karachi, but it was stopped by some gunmen. The 6 Punjabis were shot at the scene. 5 died instantly, while 1 succumbed to injuries while receiving treatment at a hospital. 3 other people from that bus were abducted by the gunmen, and the violence didn't stop there. An attack also took place in Turbat. A grenade was lobbed at a house and 5 members of a family were killed, a couple and 3 children. Then there was an attack in Mastung. 3 people were killed, including an officer from Pakistan's counter-terrorism department. 2 Punjabi people were also abducted during this attack in Mastung, and the town could have seen even more terror because explosives were found under a bridge. But thankfully, they were defused. All these attacks took place in Balochistan within just 24 hours. So what does this tell you? 1. Balochistan seems to be on the brink. 2. The attackers are targeting the Pakistani authorities. 3. They are also targeting Punjabi people in general. All these things add up when you consider the situation of Balochistan. This is the largest province of Pakistan, but it's also the most underdeveloped. Balochistan is rich in minerals, but they are being extracted by Chinese firms, and the locals feel both neglected and oppressed. Locals who raise their voices often disappear. Thousands have faced this fate, leading to widespread anger in the region against the powers that be who are sitting in Pakistan's Punjab. Add all these factors together and you have the perfect storm, which is why Balochistan saw such a bloody day yesterday. Pakistan's military and their pocket politicians in Islamabad tried to rule over Balochistan with an iron grip. The result is rage which manifests in terror in attacks like the one yesterday and the train hijacking earlier this month. These are the direct results of state policy. And this policy isn't exclusive to Balochistan either. There's also Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where militants killed security personnel on Wednesday. And then Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, where locals are protesting. Almost every corner of Pakistan is revolting against the authorities. And this proves one thing. The people sitting in Rawalpindi and Islamabad don't have a clue. Their focus has been on attacking neighbors like India instead of improving the lives of their own citizens. That's why the citizens of Pakistan don't want to be under their control anymore.
Time for a Vantage exclusive. The global order is shifting. Western powers are facing upheaval. Donald Trump's unpredictable moves have added to the turmoil. Europe stands at a crossroads, and the rest of the world is thinking, how should we respond? Our guest tonight believes that India could offer some lessons. Dr. Kyung Wah Kang says the world is studying India's playbook. Until recently, she was South Korea's foreign minister, the first woman to hold the post. She now leads the Asia Society, which is a prominent think tank. Earlier today, I sat down with her. Dr. Kang praised India's strategic autonomy. She also addressed Trump's foreign policy. In her view, he is better prepared this time, and countries like South Korea must be ready for his moves, especially for a new wave of tariffs. Here's an excerpt from that conversation. Dr. Kang, welcome to Firstpost.
Thank you for having me.
You worked with the first Trump administration when you were in government, and now as somebody who's still tracking policy and moves from the outside very closely. What difference do you see in their approach? Is this a more determined, more focused administration? Is it a more...
President Trump during his first term was, yes, he was there, but you also had many traditionalist diplomats, securocrats who had their way of doing things vis-a-vis president's unconventional way of doing things, and the two combined to, I think, temper his excesses, if I may put it that way. This time he's come back fully prepared. He had think tanks preparing projects for him, for example, the Heritage Foundation's project to 2025. And so that's why from day one he's able to declare various kinds of executive orders. I think now we count nearly 100 or even over 100, and bills introduced into the Congress. So clearly much more prepared, and also surrounded by much more loyalists around him than the previous administrations. Yes, he's very emboldened and very unrestrained in moving in the direction that he wants to.
Most capitals in the world are trying to gear up to respond to Trump's moves. What complicates the story, especially for South Korea, is the fact that you have an ongoing political crisis and an impeachment process. How does it impact your preparedness to respond?
Well, I think clearly it has had a huge negative impact. The country has been in limbo since the day the president declared martial law in early December. And this impeachment, the process has been so long. The Constitutional Court has been deliberating, and it's taking its time to come out with a decision. In the meanwhile, the country has been unable to move on. The economy was in a very difficult situation even prior to the martial law declaration, and in the middle of this lack of national leadership. So in the midst of this, the country seems to have lost sight of where is the economy. And we know, given the Trump tariff measures, you have to have a strategy. You have to have a way to deal with these tariffs coming our way. And currently, you really need that highest level of authority to go to have that discussion with the highest authority in the United States and other countries to be able to respond as effectively as they could, and this is just not happening.
And the tariff deadline is approaching, April 2nd.
April 2nd, we'll see how that is. The declaration is. Will it be across the board, or will it be country by country? Will it be sector specific? So there's a lot of details that we won't know until that day comes.
You mentioned having a conversation with Minister Jaishankar, and in that conversation you also hailed India's policy of non-alignment and strategic autonomy. How do you see Prime Minister Modi's approach to foreign policy and the way he has shaped India's relationship with the world?
I think very admirable. I mean, the domestic leadership and all the reforms, and the minister being the face of advocating for India's national interests on the global stage has been one of the more capable performances as foreign minister that I could see. So India creating that space for an independent foreign policy stance. I think non-alignment is not the word used currently. The minister used multipolarity, I think is the word. But and that ability to create these new, capturing the fluidity in these conceptual terms, I think is a clear indication of India's, if I may put it, creativity, and with that creativity, creating this space, autonomous, strategic space for strategic autonomy and multipolarity. So yes, I think lots of people are looking at India's playbook to see how we position ourselves in this change in global dynamics.
Dr. Kyung-Wha Kang, thank you very much for this conversation and for sharing your insights.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise. For our last story tonight, let's talk about some annoying blood-sucking creatures. I'm referring to mosquitoes. They seem to be everywhere, feeding on our blood, transmitting diseases and killing more than 600,000 people every year. But now scientists may have found just the way to fight them. They want to kill mosquitoes by poisoning them, apparently with human blood. So how will this work? Our next report tells you.
Mosquitoes are tiny creatures, but their impact can be huge, and not in a good way. Last year, the number of malaria cases reached 263 million the world over. In fact, since the year 2000, the world has witnessed about 2.2 billion malaria cases, which have killed 12.7 million people. And malaria is just one of the many deadly diseases that are transported by mosquitoes. For decades now, scientists have tried to fight mosquitoes. They have tried to eliminate stagnant water, introduce mosquito predators like fish into water bodies, or modified mosquitoes to reduce their population. Yet, these annoying creatures continue to haunt us. So now, scientists have a new solution, which sounds a bit like science fiction. Here's what researchers say. They want to poison mosquitoes. With what, you ask? The very thing that these parasites crave, human blood. To give you the gist, scientists want to make our blood poisonous to the mosquitoes. Researchers have discovered that a drug named nitisinone can do just that. This is a medication. It's typically prescribed for rare diseases. But according to the new study, it can make human blood deadly for mosquitoes. Here's how it will work. Scientists will lace human blood with low doses of the drug. This is not harmful for humans, but it will turn the blood so toxic that mosquitoes will die within hours of feeding on it. What's more, the drug remains effective for about 16 days after the initial dosing. Now, this drug does not protect against diseases itself, but it works by killing the mosquitoes before they lay eggs, which can reduce the diseases spread by mosquitoes, breaking the chain of infection. Scientists say that this study is still in its nascent stage, and even if it's deployed safely, it cannot eradicate malaria or other such diseases alone. But it can definitely act as a tool to fight the tiny parasites sucking your blood.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In the US, record rainfall floods Texas streets. In Australia, two adorable monkeys have a long-awaited family reunion. In Alaska, two NASA rockets light up the night sky. And finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1930, Istanbul officially received its present name. This is the largest city in Turkey. It was previously called Constantinople. But it was renamed Istanbul in an attempt to move away from Turkey's Ottoman past. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a good weekend.
Happy Friday, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And we end the week in Greenland, the Caribbean, and with a slice of fashion. We begin in Greenland, where Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance have arrived for their controversial visit. The Vice President's uninvited visit is being viewed as provocation by Denmark and Greenland amid President Trump's continued threats to annex the island. On Thursday, Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen reiterated her stance, saying the autonomous Danish territory belongs only to Greenlanders.
Greenland belongs to the Greenlandic people, and Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom, and that is not going to change. I think that many Greenlandic politicians gradually, both before the election campaign, during the election campaign, and also now, are very clear that Greenland wants to be Greenland, and we fully support that from the Danish side.
Meanwhile, Denmark's defense minister condemned Vance's visit, citing President Trump's escalated rhetoric regarding Greenland. And in a surprise reaction from Russia, President Vladimir Putin warned Trump's plans to take over Greenland were actually serious. Speaking at the Arctic Forum on Thursday, Putin said the United States has been planning to annex the island since the 1860s.
Everybody knows very well about the U.S. plans to take over Greenland. Though it can be surprising only at first sight. It's a huge mistake to think that it is just extravagant talk of the new U.S. administration. Not even close. In fact, the U.S. had such plans as far back as in 1860s. Even back then the U.S. administration thought about possibility of Greenland and Iceland annexation. But that idea was not supported by the U.S. Congress.
Now, Greenland is home to 57,000 people and holds untapped reserves of oil and minerals. And while Greenlanders are seeking complete independence from Denmark, they don't support the idea of joining the United States either. However, President Donald Trump considers Greenland's wishes as secondary and desires to take over the island, citing national and global security.
It has created a lot of fear and unrest in this country that Trump keeps repeating and repeating and repeating. It must be stopped. I hope you can do it at home locally or at home in the United States and tell him that Greenland has said no, we don't want Americans here.
The latest U.S. trip to Greenland was initially a much broader visit by a delegation to be led by Second Lady Usha Vance. She was scheduled to attend Greenland's national dog sled race and see cultural sites. However, resentment from Nuuk and Copenhagen reduced the visit to the American base and forced Vice President Vance to accompany his wife. Back in January, a visit by Donald Trump Jr. also sparked massive backlash from the government and citizens of Greenland. And now to the Caribbean, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio has strongly warned Venezuela against its intentions for its oil-rich neighbor, Guyana. As part of his three-nation tour of the Caribbean, Secretary Rubio arrived in Guyana on Thursday and met with President Ephraim Ali in Georgetown. Now, during their joint press conference, Rubio warned any Venezuelan attack on Guyana would result in severe consequences for Caracas.
It would be a very bad day for the Venezuelan regime if they were to attack Guyana or attack ExxonMobil or anything like it. It would be a very bad day, a very bad week for them, and it would not end well for them. I'm not going to get into details of what we'll do. We're not big on those kinds of threats. I think everybody understands, and I want it to be clear. We've made this clear repeatedly. I think the U.S. Navy today is making it clear and demonstrating our ability to. We have a big Navy, and it can get almost anywhere. It can get anywhere in the world. We have commitments that exist today with Guyana. We want to build on those, expand on those.
America's top diplomat also called Venezuela a narco-trafficking regime and criticized its long-standing territorial claims on the Essequibo region.
Sometimes crime is attracted by prosperity and targets prosperity, and the other are regional threats. The regional threats based on illegitimate territorial claims by a narco-trafficking regime. And I want to be frank, and I've said this during my time as a senator, and I have full confidence in saying it now as the Secretary of State. There will be consequences for adventurism. There will be consequences for aggressive actions.
Now, both Venezuela and Guyana have been locked in a dispute over land and maritime borders for decades now. The territory in question is the Essequibo region, which accounts for 2/3 of Guyana's area, but is claimed by Venezuela. The region inhabits more than 120,000 people, is largely jungle, and has huge reserves of oil, gold, and copper. Meanwhile, in response to Rubio's latest warning, Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro has called Rubio an idiot, an imbecile.
The idiot Marco Rubio is out there threatening Venezuela from Guyana. Imbecile, no one threatens Venezuela because this is the homeland of the liberators. This is the homeland of Bolivar, imbecile. And they say this is a regime, a dictatorship. Marco Rubio has never seen a popular assembly, has never been to a neighborhood because they are part of the corrupt Miami elite, very corrupt, who hate Venezuela.
Rubio's warning came weeks after an armed Venezuelan naval vessel entered the disputed waters. Georgetown denounced the incursion, and the Trump administration echoed Guyanese President Ali's concerns. Any Venezuelan attack in the Essequibo region significantly worries the United States, as Texas-based ExxonMobil is developing a mammoth oil deposit in the region. The American Oil and Gas Corporation discovered large reserves off Guyana in 2015, making it one of the world's fastest growing economies. In 2018, Guyana asked the International Court of Justice to rule on the territorial dispute, but Venezuela's disputes have continued to delay a decision so far. In December of 2023, Maduro met Ali, and the two leaders agreed to avoid military force against each other. However, just 4 months after their meeting, Venezuela passed a law annexing Essequibo as a new state, further escalating the border tensions with Guyana. And moving to the war in Europe, Russian President Vladimir Putin has proposed placing Ukraine under temporary UN control to pave the way for new elections and key peace agreements. Claiming that President Volodymyr Zelensky's leadership lacks legitimacy, Putin insisted bringing in a third party to be a viable government that quote-unquote enjoys the people's trust.
In principle, of course, it would be possible, under the auspices of the UN, with the United States, even with European countries, and of course with our partners and friends, to discuss the possibility of introducing temporary administration in Ukraine. For what? In order to hold democratic elections, in order to bring to power a viable government that enjoys the people's trust, and then begin negotiations with it on a peace treaty.
However, the Russian leader's proposal has been met with skepticism. The White House National Security Council emphasized that Ukraine's governance is determined by its constitution and its people. There has been no immediate comment from Ukraine, however. President Zelensky has repeatedly rejected any notion questioning his legitimacy, and he insists that elections are impossible under martial law, which he imposed in response to Russia's invasion back in 2022.
Regarding the UN, with all due respect, the UN will not protect us from the occupation or Putin's desire to come back. We don't see the UN as an alternative for the military contingent or security guarantees. The deal of complete ceasefire has been on the table for a week. There is no ceasefire only because Putin does not accept this offer. So, we need to put pressure on Russia.
Now, as the situation remains tense, the U.S. has signed separate ceasefire agreements with Moscow and Kyiv for the Black Sea. However, Russia says the pact will only take effect if sanctions on a state bank are in fact lifted. The Kremlin also previously dismissed a broader 30-day ceasefire proposal from Washington.
We will need clear guarantees. And there may be guarantees, taking into account the sad experience of agreements with Kyiv. Guarantees may be only the result of a direct order from Washington to Zelensky and his team to do this, and not any other way. And it seems to me that our American partners have accepted this signal.
Now, in the meantime, European leaders remain committed to bolstering Ukraine's defense capabilities. In fact, France and Britain have explored forming a reassurance force to secure Ukraine in case of a truce, but Russia firmly rejects any foreign troop presence.
The first message is clear. It's that we will continue to support the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian army in the short term. This is a necessity to be in the best possible condition to prepare for peace.
We've agreed that we must go further now to support the peace process, support Ukraine, and increase the pressure on Russia to get serious. That means, first, stepping up the military pressure, so the Defense Secretary will chair the next Ukraine Defense Contact Group on the 11th of April.
And in another surprising move, Putin has also confirmed Russia's readiness to work with North Korea and other nations to end the war. Western and Ukrainian sources estimate over 11,000 Korean troops have been deployed to bolster Russian forces in the Kursk region. As diplomatic efforts continue, European countries remain wary of Putin's moves, and with the war raging on, questions still linger if Putin's proposal will bring peace to Ukraine or deepen divisions. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's tattoos tell a story. He says they represent his faith, patriotism, and defiance. But it's the latest ink-stirring controversy that has raised eyebrows. The Secretary of Defense's Arabic tattoo reading Kafir, meaning infidel or non-believer, has sparked outrage, with critics calling it a symbol of Islamophobia. Supporters argue it's a mark of defiance against extremism, but the backlash is fierce, and it comes at a time when Hegseth faces scrutiny for allegedly leaking military plans, adding fuel to an already blazing fire. Here's more on the controversy.
Pete Hegseth's tattoos are more than skin deep. For him, they are a battlefield of beliefs and a canvas of convictions. But now for the United States, they are a lightning rod for controversy. The US Secretary of Defense's latest ink, the Arabic word kafir, meaning infidel or non-believer, has set off a storm. To some, it's a rebellious mark of defiance, but to others, a dangerous dog whistle. A pro-Palestinian activist didn't mince words, calling the tattoo a clear symbol of Islamophobia. Yet defenders paint a different picture. An ex-user described the tattoo as a warrior's mark, a symbol adopted by veterans who fought extremism in the Middle East. However, this isn't Hegseth's first inked scandal. On his right bicep, Deus Vult declares God wills it, which is a cry of the Crusaders. For some, it's a symbol of faith. For others, a chilling reminder of religious wars. But Hegseth believes his tattoos are a tale of faith, firepower, and freedom. On his forearm, We the People boldly salutes the Constitution, while 1775 in Roman numerals marks America's revolutionary birth. 13 stars circle his elbow, which is a nod to the Betsy Ross flag and colonial resolve. Then the join or die snake, drawn by Benjamin Franklin, slithers along his arm, urging unity against tyranny. Amongst several others, an American flag with a sniper rifle beneath it echoes support for the Second Amendment. His 187th Infantry Regiment patch honors his military service, and a cross and sword tattoo, inspired by Matthew 10:34, warns, "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword." This inked odyssey began innocently enough. Yet Hegseth's ink obsession might be more curse than blessing. The Yemen strike plan leak scandal has led to a bumpy start to his stint as the Secretary of Defense under Donald Trump. Amid accusations of leaking US military plans on the Signal app, Hegseth faces calls for resignation. Lawmakers are demanding an investigation, and the Pentagon remains silent.
Secretary Hegseth has disclosed military plans as well as classified information. He needs to resign immediately. He needs to resign immediately, and a full investigation needs to be undertaken with regard to whether other similar signal chats are occurring in this administration.
With every etched symbol, Hegseth's skin seems to be a battlefield. Ideology, faith, and controversy colliding. Is he a warrior with a message, or a man whose inked convictions are carving his downfall?
And we end the week with sportswear brand Hoka, which is facing criticism from the Maori culture. Sportswear giant Hoka is under fire for seemingly ghosting its Maori roots. The brand, whose name comes from the Maori word to fly, once acknowledged its indigenous origins, but quietly dropped the reference after being acquired by an American fashion giant in 2012. Now, experts are calling out the company for profiting from Maori culture without giving it proper credit. Our final report has the details.
In the ever-growing landscape of global brands borrowing from indigenous cultures, sometimes with admiration, often with abandon, sportswear giants Hoka has landed in the hot seat. The French-American company, best known for its ultra-cushioned running shoes, has been accused of hurting the sentiments of indigenous communities in New Zealand. Experts say that Hoka has sidestepped the Maori origin of its name. Hoka, derived from the Maori word hoka meaning to fly, has always had an airborne theme. Its logo features a bird in flight, and its tagline, "Fly, human, fly," reinforces the brand's connection to the concept of soaring. While the company once acknowledged its Maori linguistic roots, originally naming itself Hoka 11, loosely translating to fly over Earth, that attribution mysteriously vanished after Decker's brand took over in 2012. Today, Hoka's website makes no mention of its name's cultural origins, leaving Maori experts unimpressed. Lionel Tafarihuria, the first Maori patent attorney and a respected expert on indigenous intellectual property rights, stated, and I quote, "If they don't want to associate themselves with the fact that it's a Maori word, then they need to stop using it." She questioned why a brand would so eagerly adopt a Maori term while refusing to acknowledge its heritage. Hoka, it seems, has been practicing selective memory.
First one up. What is this one, darling?
Hoka uni uni.
Hoka uni uni. Kapai. Okay, Charlie.
The brand did at one point attempt to engage with the Maori culture briefly. In 2019, during Maori Language Week, a company video featured a Maori musician teaching viewers how to pronounce Hoka correctly. Fast forward to today, and the brand itself is reportedly mispronouncing its own name, along with the Maori-inspired names of some of its shoe styles. As Tafarihuria points out, Maori words and designs aren't just trendy aesthetics. They carry deep cultural meaning and often come with protocols that should be respected. She said, and I quote, "We want to share our culture, our language, our narratives, but it needs to be respected and protected in a manner that's consistent with how we view it." End quote. Hoka's shoe names are another sticking point. Models like Hopara, which means to explore, and Arahi, which means to lead, have sacred connotations in some contexts, demonstrate what experts describe as careless appropriation. Another expert said, and I quote, "By putting something sacred on your feet, it's like putting an image of a royal family member on the bottom of a shoe. It's offensive." End quote. For brands looking to draw inspiration from indigenous cultures, there's a clear takeaway. Consultation, respect, and acknowledgement are non-negotiable. For now, Hoka remains silent on the controversy. But as cultural awareness grows, companies like it may soon realize that ignoring the roots of a brand name won't help them take flight. It'll just cause turbulence.
That's Firstpost America for this Friday, March 28th. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and have a great weekend.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from the Horn of Africa, where Somalia's president has paid a visit to Turkey amid growing threats from al-Shabaab terrorists. Now, Somali President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud met with his Turkish counterpart Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Ankara on Thursday. The two leaders discussed ways to further strengthen bilateral ties between Mogadishu and Turkey, as Ankara expands its diplomatic and military presence across Africa. Now, Turkey confirms that the discussions included expanded cooperation in counter-terrorism, with Erdogan reaffirming Ankara's commitment to supporting Somalia's security and stability. Now, reports indicate that Somalia and Turkey are close to finalizing a major defense pact, which could significantly boost Somalia's fight against al-Shabaab. Turkey is also reportedly preparing to deploy hundreds of elite special forces equipped with advanced military technology to provide direct operational support. One of the most critical developments under discussion is the possible establishment of a joint military base in the Middle Shabelle region, a strategic location in Somalia's battle against al-Shabaab. Now, Turkey already operates its largest overseas military base in Mogadishu. Meanwhile, reports suggest that President Mohamud may declare a state of emergency upon his return to Somalia, a move that would mark a major escalation in Mogadishu's military campaign. However, both Somalia and Turkish officials have yet to confirm these reports. Now, Somalia has faced a wave of attacks from al-Shabaab in recent months, prompting a stepped-up ground and air offensive against the terrorists. Turkey has been one of the strongest foreign backers of Somalia's security efforts, as a part of its broadening strategic partnership with Mogadishu. Turkey and Somalia signed a defense and economic cooperation agreement last year. Ankara has been training Somali soldiers since 2017. It has also provided advanced Bayraktar drones to Somalia and is also reportedly supplying the T-129 attack helicopters to fight the terrorists. Beyond military assistance, Turkey has made major investments in Somalia's infrastructure, healthcare, and economy. It has also played a key role in mediating peace talks between Somalia and its rival Ethiopia. But if Turkey does deploy troops to Somalia, it would come at a challenging time for Erdogan, who is already facing persistent protests at home in recent days. This after the arrest of his biggest political rival. Moreover, Ankara's growing role in Somalia has also drawn scrutiny, particularly from the United States, a longtime security partner of Mogadishu. Washington sees Turkey's expanding presence as a potential challenge to Western interests in the region. With Turkey expanding its footprint in Somalia, it signals a shift in the region's power dynamics. Will this partnership bring stability, or will it spark new rivalries in the Horn of Africa? Now, to discuss more on this, we have with us Omar Mahmoud, a senior East Africa analyst at Crisis Group, who is joining us live from Maputo in Mozambique. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, what are the strategic implications of Somalia deepening its military cooperation with Turkey, particularly the reported deployment of Turkish special forces and the establishment of a joint military base?
So I think some of what's been reported needs to be confirmed. You know, there's a lot of misinformation and rumors also flying out, and we don't know exactly what the nature of the discussions just most recently between Somalia and Turkey have been. But what is clear is Turkey has been a major partner for Somalia and an increasing partner, and really becoming the go-to partner for Somalia in a lot of ways. So when we saw the issues between Somalia and Ethiopia last year over this question of sea access, it was Turkey that mediated an agreement there. It was also Turkey that stepped in before that to come to Somalia's aid. And so I think, this is another point where Somalia is quite vulnerable right now because they've suffered a lot of attacks in Middle Shabelle region in particular from Al-Shabaab. And so they're looking to Turkey once again. And so I think it really symbolizes how Turkey has become the go-to partner for Somalia these days.
Absolutely. And given President Mahmoud's expected declaration of a state of emergency, how might this impact Somalia's fight against Al-Shabaab and ISIS? And what role could Turkey play in stabilizing that situation?
So again, let's see what happens when he comes back into Somalia. But the main point is that over the past basically month or so, Al-Shabaab's launched an offensive and really a counter-offensive to the government's offensive against it a couple years ago. And they've been trying to claw back some of the territories that the government took in central Somalia in particular. And so this has caught the government a bit off guard and at a time where it is politically fragmented. We have elections coming up in a year, and they've been the source of a lot of dispute. So I think what we have here is a situation where Somalia is looking for greater external support. Now, what could Turkey provide that it hasn't already been providing? It's already been training the Somali National Army. It's already provided a good deal of equipment, including high-tech drones and whatnot. So maybe we see a ramping up of some of those aspects. But the struggles that Somalia has faced here against Al-Shabaab, they're more political. They're more related to a war strategy around Al-Shabaab. They're more related to ensuring the Somali National Army has good leadership and is both well supplied also. And so, I think one thing Somalia has basically gotten from a lot of its external supports partners is a good deal of support, particularly within the frame of the air power and also in terms of training of the army. But none of that's a substitute for a true political strategy on the ground. If the country is divided, if communities are divided, then it's going to be very difficult for Somalia, regardless of who's supporting it, to make progress.
Right. And in your view, how does Turkey's support for Somalia's security and economic development, as you've mentioned there, align with Turkey's broader geopolitical ambitions in the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea region?
Well, I think Turkey sees Somalia as a strategic location. It's not just about its maritime passageways that it borders. It also is sitting there right on the Indian Ocean. It's also long coastline into the Horn of Africa and even beyond. And I think very early on, Turkey identified Somalia as a useful strategic location in order to invest. And we've seen those investments multiply over the years. There's business investments in terms of ports and airports. This goes beyond that to natural resources now. Turkey is exploring offshore oil gas, also involved in the fishery. There's also talk of a spaceport being built here in Somalia also. And so I think part of that is Somalia's location itself. Part of it is Turkey needs to also ensure that these investments are secured as well, given the state that we see of conflict in Somalia. And then part of it, I think, is an entry point to other parts of whether the Horn of Africa or even beyond the African continent. So Turkey has seen Somalia as a strategic location to basically a jumping off point to other areas.
Omar, thank you for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you for having me.
While Somalia strengthens its foreign ties, Kenya finds itself in a diplomatic face-off. Now, Serbia has issued a strong warning after Kenya recognized Kosovo as an independent nation. Kosovo, a region in southeastern Europe, has been seeking independence from Belgrade for over 2 decades, a move that Serbia strongly opposes. Former Kosovo President Bejet Pakoli announced the recognition on Wednesday, sharing photos of himself alongside Kenyan President William Ruto as he signed the recognition letter. With this, Kenya became the first country in nearly 5 years to recognize Kosovo, breaking a long stalemate in the region's bid for international legitimacy. Now, Kosovo declared independence from Serbia in 2008, following a bloody war in the late 1990s. Now, it is recognized by over 100 countries, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and France. But major powers like Russia, India, and China do not recognize Kosovo's sovereignty. As Kenya joins a list of Kosovo supporters, Serbia feels betrayed and disappointed. Belgrade has strongly protested the move and calling it a violation of international law and a threat to friendly relations between the two countries. Kenya and Serbia have maintained diplomatic relations for decades. Just last year, in October, Serbia launched a diplomatic charm offensive in Kenya, with the wife of Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić making a surprise visit to Nairobi. The trip was not publicly announced, sparking speculation that it was a last-ditch attempt to dissuade Kenya from recognizing Kosovo. But now Kenya has made a diplomatic shift, aligning itself more closely with Western powers, even as the government insists that it follows an independent foreign policy. Analysts see this move as aimed at securing trade, aid, and investment from the West. However, the decision has sparked criticism from within Kenya. Experts warn that it could strain relations with powerful nations who oppose Kosovo's independence, like Russia and China. Others argue that Kenya cannot afford to antagonize global players and that its foreign policy must be more cautious to avoid diplomatic isolation. This is not the first time that Ruto's foreign policy has come under fire. Just recently, Kenya hosted politicians aligned with Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, who are engaged in a bloody conflict with the Sudanese government. The move sparked a diplomatic row, with Sudan recalling its ambassador and labeling Kenya a rogue state. Khartoum even banned Kenyan imports, which is a serious economic blow. Now, Serbia says it will take all necessary diplomatic and political measures in response to Kenya's recognition of Kosovo. Has President William Ruto just made another diplomatic blunder? And now, turning our attention to Central Africa, Chad has become the first country in the world to face travel restrictions under President Donald Trump's second term, as Washington moves to tighten visa policies amid a broader immigration crackdown. Now, the U.S. Embassy in Chad's capital, N'Djamena, has suspended the issuance of most non-immigrant visas for 90 days. The suspension applies to non-immigrant tourists, business travelers, students, and exchange visitors, as well as most other categories of non-immigrant visitors. However, Washington has clarified that this is not a full travel ban. The U.S. State Department said that Chadian citizens can still apply for visas at other worldwide U.S. embassies and consulates. Meanwhile, Chad's government acknowledged that it was informed of the measures and says it is looking into the reasons behind them. Officials also noted that the embassy in N'Djamena will continue issuing visas to diplomats and people with U.S. residency. Now, this marks the first known international travel restriction of Trump's second term. Chad is one of more than 40 countries the Trump administration has been considering for inclusion on a list of nations whose citizens would be subject to travel curbs. Now, this proposed policy mirrors travel bans implemented during U.S. President's first term. Earlier this month, Chad was reportedly included on a list of 26 countries recommended for partial visa suspensions if they fail to address security screening and vetting deficiencies within 60 days. Other African countries on the list included Angola, Benin, Burkina Faso, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Gambia, Liberia, and Malawi, among others. During his first term, from 2017 to 2021, President Trump imposed a travel ban on Chad alongside North Korea and Venezuela. Now, in an executive order signed by Trump in September of 2017, the U.S. said that Chad did not adequately share public safety and terrorism-related information. Additionally, Washington claimed that several terrorist groups were active within Chad and its surrounding regions, prompting it to impose a travel ban. But 6 months later, in April of 2018, Trump revoked the ban after the Central African country improved its information sharing about suspected terrorists and took steps to make its passports more secure. However, the current suspension of visas in Chad comes after Trump issued an executive order on the 20th of January, requiring intensified security vetting of foreign nationals seeking admission to the U.S. to identify potential national security threats. His administration has launched a major crackdown on illegal immigration in the United States and has also excluded all 54 African countries from the visa waiver program for this year. With Chad now the first country to face these restrictions, questions remain. Will more nations be added to the list? And how will this shape U.S.-Africa relations moving forward? And for our last story, we turn to Egypt. What began as a routine underwater tour of a popular Red Sea resort ended in tragedy when a tourist submarine carrying dozens of foreign visitors sank. 6 lives have been lost, including 2 children. What caused the disaster, and what impact will it have on marine tourism in the region? Our next report has the details.
An underwater adventure in the Red Sea turned into tragedy for 45 foreign tourists who set off on a sightseeing tour in a tourist submarine. Their voyage was supposed to be a regular underwater excursion to explore the coral reefs off the coast of Hurghada, a popular Red Sea resort city in Egypt. However, disaster struck when the vessel crashed just 1 kilometer away from the shore. Reports say water flooded the vessel and passengers scrambled to reach the surface. 6 people did not make it out alive, all identified as Russians, including 2 minors. The victims were members of the same family vacationing in Egypt. The submarine was carrying a total of 50 people, 45 tourists and 5 Egyptian crew members. Among the tourists were nationals from Russia, India, Norway and Sweden. Authorities confirm 6 Russians have been killed and that all the other passengers have been rescued. This following a search and rescue operation led by the Red Sea Governorate and the Egyptian Coast Guard. Divers were dispatched to the site within an hour and several boats assisted in bringing survivors to the shore. But the exact cause of the sinking remains under investigation. Reports suggest the submarine struck a reef at a depth of 20 meters, leading to a loss of pressure. Within a submerged vessel, water flows from high to low pressure areas. So a pressure drop likely allowed seawater to flood in. The weather conditions were calm at the time, suggesting that the environment was not a contributing factor. The submarine was operated by Sinbad Submarines, a company that markets itself as the only real submarine in Africa and the Arab world. The vessel is designed to accommodate 44 passengers and 2 crew members, but it was carrying 50. Sinbad Submarines is part of a rapidly growing underwater tourism industry. The global marine tourism market is expected to see significant growth and projected to increase from $3,519.4 billion in 2023 to almost double by 2033. The Red Sea is one of the most preferred destinations for underwater exploration. Egypt's Hurghada is among the top spots for diving and submarine tours. It also remains a major contributor to Egypt's tourism industry, which employs 2 million people and generates over 10% of the GDP. However, the area has seen multiple deadly incidents in recent years. In November last year, a dive boat capsized off the coast of Marsa Alam, killing 4 and leaving 7 missing. Then in June, 24 French tourists were safely evacuated before their boat sank in a similar incident. In 2023, 3 British tourists died when a fire engulfed their yacht. As per reports, safety concerns have prompted many tour operators to halt or restrict tourist trips on the Red Sea. So, if Egypt wants to maintain its reputation as a top destination for underwater adventures, it must prioritize safety measures and enforce stricter regulations so that tourism thrives without compromising lives.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.